In a dungeon chamber, dozens of goblins clutched their sharp weapons, ready to attack a lone human standing calmly. But before they could approach, the human counterattacked, anticipating their movements and taking them down one by one. His club flew through the goblin army, defeating each one before they had time to react. As the club returned to him, the protagonist maintained a solemn expression, while the goblins that had leaped to attack him fell like a rain of defeated creatures. Watching their comrades being struck down, the remaining goblins hesitated to advance. At that moment, an arrow shot toward the protagonist. By a stroke of luck, it missed its mark. Looking in the direction the arrow came from, the protagonist spotted a goblin armed with a bow. He mocked the goblins, not just for relying on their numbers, but also for attacking from a distance without any warning. Electric power began to flow through the protagonist's weapon as he laughed. If you think Ban Yuan entered this dungeon relying solely on his low power level, you're completely mistaken. Raising his club high, the protagonist summoned a magic circle beneath it, commanding the weapon to transform. The goblins grew agitated upon seeing the human begin to advance toward them. However, by that point, the protagonist's club had already transformed. Emerging from the magic circle, it had turned into a powerful firearm. Pointing the weapon at the goblins and mimicking a shooting motion with his hand, the protagonist commanded, "Start firing!" Several years earlier, when Ban Yuan was only 4 years old, his parents were thrilled to see him reading a book in a foreign language. The couple smiled warmly, with the mother beaming with pride, and the father delighted to have raised a genius. However, their loving smiles quickly turned into expressions of astonishment as young Ban Yuan read books in numerous different languages, even though he had never visited those countries. It was then that another figure appeared, opening the door with muscular arms, brimming with pride that Yuan had inherited the blood of his ancestors. Carrying a young girl, a burly old man wearing a straw hat eagerly spoke of seeing Yuan fulfill the family's long-standing dream, reclaiming the Tower of Babel for their lineage. When the old man entered the house, the couple stared at him with wide eyes. Yuan's mother sighed, seeing her father bring up the topic once again, and called her youngest daughter Yumi to come closer. Seeing the couple dismiss his words, the old man grew tremendously irritated. "Stop talking nonsense. The Tower of Babel truly exists." Ignoring the old man, the mother tended to her daughter while the father returned to reading his newspaper. Disregarding the others, the old man borrowed a book and a box of pencils from Yuan. He began sketching on a piece of paper while recounting a story. Long ago in a chaotic world, the great ancestor of our Ban family possessed an ability that allowed everyone to communicate. With this power, he led the people to create a tower that would never collapse. This is the Tower of Babel. The 4-year-old listened intently to his grandfather's words. Realizing that a tower was a type of building, his eyes sparkled with dollar signs as he asked if their ancestor was rich because he owned a building. Yuan's grandfather boasted about their ancestor while laughing. "Our ancestor was a master of languages, capable of interpreting any form of communication. We must never forget that we are the descendants of such a remarkable person." Ignoring the praise for the ancestor, little Yuan clung to his grandfather's leg, focused solely on finding out where the building was. Reflecting on his grandson's question, the old man admitted that he didn't know the tower's location. Although the answer frustrated Yuan, his grandfather placed his hands on the boy's shoulders and with a smile, declared something that would set a goal for his future. "One thing is certain, as soon as we find the tower, our family will reclaim its glory and power." When Yuan was a child, every time his grandfather told stories about their ancestors' adventures, he hoped the extraordinary linguistic talent would help him achieve the family's long-standing dream. However, Yuan's abilities far exceeded those expectations. Time passed, and in a rather luxurious home, the protagonist sat in his room, surrounded by books, staring at his computer. He kept pressing the refresh button, anxiously waiting to see if his score was enough to achieve his goal. This year, Ban Yuan was applying to university. He aspired to join the Department of Diplomacy and Political Science. After refreshing the page multiple times, Yuan grew irritated as the exam results were taking too long. Suddenly, his computer screen began to flicker, as if it were short-circuiting. He pressed random keys, trying to see if anything would change, but froze in surprise when a screen appeared before him. Staring at the floating screen, he wondered what on earth it was. He tried touching the blue screen, thinking it was made of glass, but his fingers passed through it. The screen displayed unfamiliar writing, something he had never seen before. Then, all of a sudden, Yuan began to understand the text. Slowly, he read, "The greatest academy of the alternate world congratulates you for passing the selection." The protagonist stood up in shock, wondering what was happening and why he could read the strange text. Notification windows began to appear for Ban Yuan, informing him that he was about to be summoned to the location for a practical evaluation. If he passed, he would officially become a student. A countdown started immediately after he read this. Looking around, annoyed, Yuan thought he was the victim of a prank. At that moment, he glanced at his computer screen, which had returned returned to normal. His mood brightened as he saw the news that he had been accepted into the university he wanted. Relief washed over him, dispelling the anxiety he had felt earlier. However, during this time, the countdown for the summoning was rapidly nearing its end. Trying to convince himself that he was simply seeing things due to stress, a light suddenly engulfed the protagonist. As his younger sister entered his room to ask if he had been accepted into the university, she watched in horror as he disappeared right before her eyes. The summoning portal had transported the protagonist to another world, dropping him into a shadowy and dark place. Scratching his head to ease the pain from the fall, a notification appeared, informing him that the special practical evaluation for candidates from lower dimensions had begun. He stood up, confused, questioning what was happening and whether he had actually been summoned to another world. At that moment, a notification instructed him to defeat the blind goblin and destroy the dungeon's core. Gripping his head in frustration, he wondered why he had been dragged into a practical evaluation and a special test that had never been mentioned before. He begged to be sent back. As he lamented, the sound of footsteps echoed through the cavern he found himself in. Turning toward the source of the noise, Yuan froze in fear. There really were monsters in that direction. Blind goblins roamed the cavern, armed with crude weapons. In a strange language, one goblin declared that it had heard a human voice, and another confirmed there must be prey nearby. Surprised that he could understand the goblin's language, Yuan wondered if they were referring to him when they mentioned prey. He recalled the words from the notifications: practical evaluation, blind goblins, dungeon core. Covering his mouth, he questioned whether he actually had to defeat these monsters, which felt like they had stepped straight out of a game or light novel. The headache and overwhelming sense of reality within the cavern made Yuan believe that the situation was real. Remembering that the notification had called the creatures blind goblins, and realizing he needed to defeat them to escape, he panicked, wondering how he could possibly do it. Fear consumed him. After all, people from the modern world were terrified even of small Chihuahua dogs. Suddenly, one of the goblins' clubs dropped near the protagonist, startling him and making him wonder if they could see him. In truth, the goblins had started swinging their clubs wildly, trying to hit anything in their path in an attempt to strike their prey. The protagonist tried to stay calm and avoid panicking, but as he stood up, he accidentally made a noise. Alerted, one of the goblins immediately attacked furiously. The protagonist barely managed to dodge the club, narrowly avoiding being hit. The goblin's strike landed on the ground as the protagonist had jumped to the side, prompting another goblin to ask what was happening. The goblin that attacked said it had heard a sound, and while the other questioned if it was certain, the attacker ordered its companion not to let the prey escape. The protagonist pressed himself against a corner of the cavern, covering his mouth to stay silent. He realized that, although the goblins were blind, they were highly sensitive to sound and movement. They seemed to hunt by cornering their prey while communicating with each other, so no matter how well he hid, they would eventually find him. The protagonist began brainstorming his next move, analyzing the habits of the blind goblins and his limited options. Lowering himself to the ground, he picked up a few stones. Realizing it was time to act, he threw the stones in the opposite direction, creating noise to distract the goblins. The goblins immediately turned their attention to the sound and ran toward where the stones had landed, assuming it was their prey. The first goblin arrived at the spot and crouched down, finding the stones the protagonist had thrown. The goblin that had previously attacked the protagonist arrived slower, joining shortly after. At that moment, the protagonist threw another object, a piece of wood that flew through the air and hit the goblin holding the stones on the head. Believing the prey had attacked from behind, the goblin turned around and struck with its club. However, the blow landed on its own companion, who was running toward it, hitting it squarely. In the meantime, the protagonist, who had already learned the goblin's language, mimicked their voices and commanded the goblin to keep attacking the prey behind it. Both goblins, mistaking the voice for that of their companion, began striking each other furiously with their clubs. They attacked one another until they both collapsed on the ground. Seeing the results of his plan unfold, the protagonist let out a deep sigh, exhausted and shaken. Looking down at the fallen goblins, he noticed the club one of them had dropped, lying within reach. One of the goblins, the one that had attacked the protagonist, was still alive, though pinned beneath its companion. At that moment, it heard the sound of footsteps. Raising its head, it realized that someone was standing before it. The prey they had been chasing was now holding the weapon that had once belonged to them. The protagonist apologized to the goblin, stating that they had been the ones to attack him first. He raised the club, trying not to hesitate, knowing that if he couldn't finish off even this creature, he had no chance of escaping. After defeating the goblins, the protagonist felt relieved to have survived. at least for now. Unexpectedly, the goblins' bodies began to glow. Various phrases, along with the light, rose into the air and floated toward the protagonist, who was startled by the sight. Yuan was shocked, but a notification appeared to clarify the situation. It congratulated him for successfully hunting within the dungeon. A golden sphere with a technological appearance formed, made of binary numbers and an unknown alphabet. It radiated a yellow light, resembling a sun surrounded by a golden ring. The protagonist was being granted the power of the highest dimension as a reward. The words encircled the protagonist, along with the golden, lightning-like energy. Feeling the power being bestowed upon him, the protagonist was left astonished and dazzled. After receiving the power, new notifications appeared before the protagonist. He was unlocking the power of the Babylonian code, a power manifested through ideograms, a language familiar to the wielder. The protagonist wondered which familiar ideograms would appear to him, and surprisingly, the notifications began displaying Chinese characters. The symbols started flowing from the goblins, and a notification explained that the concepts of demon and life had been learned, while other concepts were too complex or insignificant for the wielder to absorb at his current level. Reading the notification and observing what was happening with the goblins, the protagonist was shocked to realize that his ability wasn't limited to language. It extended to extracting the concepts of things. The characters forming the word demon floated in front of him as a notification informed him that he had absorbed 0.2 points of demon. It explained that this concept was one humans could not possess directly, and recommended storing it separately in the Babylonian code to apply to other items when needed. Amazed by this, the protagonist decided to test the ability. Grasping the character representing life, he absorbed 0.4 points of life, increasing his total life value to 10.4. Growing more confident, he realized he could apply concepts to himself to enhance and strengthen his attributes. Next, he absorbed 2 points of flesh, increasing his physical body value to 10.2, making him noticeably healthier. Feeling revitalized, he moved his hands and noticed the difference wasn't just mental. His grip strength, leg power, and even the texture of his skin had undeniably improved. The protagonist recalled how he had absorbed the concepts from the goblins. Understand, learn, and absorb. This was what he needed to focus on now. Once the goblins disappeared after having their abilities absorbed, only their clubs remained. He analyzed the clubs, reflecting on the possibility of applying concepts to objects. Summoning the demon concept, he decided to test whether it could work and aid his escape from the dungeon. A wide grin spread across his face as he infused the concept into the club, already envisioning how he would handle any goblins that crossed his path. Using his newly unlocked power, the protagonist quickly cleared the dungeon of blind goblins. Reaching the dungeon's core, he destroyed it, a small glowing orb. A notification congratulated him on passing the practical test for the special exam for lower dimensions. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the protagonist asked if he could finally return home. However, to his disappointment, a notification appeared, contradicting his expectations and stating that he would be transferred to the dormitories instead. Against his will, the place Yuan was transferred to wasn't his home. Ban Yuan had been sent to a world he had never seen before, a place called Union Academy. Upon exiting the teleportation, the protagonist once again found himself falling to the ground, just like the first time. This time, however, he landed in a dormitory. He was congratulated again for passing the practical exam and becoming a provisional student. To his surprise, the notification window instructed him to put on the assigned uniform and attend an interview. The message emphasized the importance of proudly wearing the Union Academy uniform. Irritated, Yuan grumbled. He had already passed the entrance exams for a university, and now he had to wear a uniform again, like in high school. To him, the situation was utterly ridiculous. Still annoyed, Yuan put on the uniform while voicing his complaints. With a tie and neatly polished shoes, he donned a stern expression, determined to confront whoever had brought him to this strange place. As he walked through the grand hallways toward the interview room, Yuan rehearsed what he would say and imagined the hefty compensation he would demand for being teleported to a place he never wanted to be. When he arrived at the interview room, the young man was met by a woman with red eyes and pointed ears, her elegant hairstyle radiating a sense of spring freshness. As his gaze fell upon her, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise at her beauty. When the young man entered, the woman checked his identity. Yuan observed her carefully. She had a flower in her hair. Her skin was green yet stunningly beautiful, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was an alien. Sitting behind a large desk, the woman introduced herself as Yumina, the magic combat instructor at Union Academy, and greeted the protagonist, who stammered as he greeted her back. Yumina congratulated him on passing the practical exam, making Yuan scratch the back of his neck in embarrassment. Elaborating further, Yumina asked if Yuan was aware that his performance during the test had caught the attention of the entire faculty. He was the first student in 500 years to create a new artifact during an evaluation. The protagonist remained silent as the professor spoke, uninterested in this talk about 500 years. He had been brought there against his will, with no idea what was happening, and had nearly suffered severely during the process. Unaware of Yuan's thoughts, Professor Yumina cheerfully continued, praising his extraordinary case that went beyond the special exam standards. Perhaps because they came from different worlds, Yumina's way of thinking was entirely different from Yuan's. He, however, only wanted to leave this bizarre school as soon as the interview ended. That was, until he caught a glimpse of what lay beyond the window of the interview room. Approaching the window, the protagonist looked at a pillar outside and asked the professor its name. Hearing his question, Yumina remarked that it seemed true that people from lower dimensional worlds knew nothing about the pillar. The pillar is the reason Union Academy was established. We select the most talented students from all dimensions and help them reach the pinnacle of their worlds. This is Union Academy's inspiration and the ultimate hope shared by all dimensions. The dungeon of all dungeons, the source of every mystery and danger in this world. This is the Tower of Babel. The protagonist turned pale as he gazed at the massive tower through the window. He wondered if this tower was the one created by his ancestor, the structure he had heard about for so long from his grandfather. He began to question whether everything his grandfather had told him, and all the stories passed down from his ancestor, existed in this world. However, the tower had been called the Dungeon of All Dungeons. This led Yuan to suspect that strange monsters had taken the tower for themselves. Still, he pushed the thought aside. It didn't matter to him at that moment. The glory of the Ban family and all that his ancestors had built, the protagonist smiled as he resolved to reclaim it all for himself. Thus, Ban Yuan decided to enroll in Union Academy. Thanks to the special treatment from the faculty, he was allowed to return home briefly before enrolling. After gathering his family and explaining everything, something monumental happened. Yuan's grandfather was ecstatic to hear that his grandson had finally found the Tower of Babel, while the protagonist's father tried to calm the old man down. After explaining the situation to his family, Yuan prepared for his enrollment at the academy. Now in a low-level Union dungeon within the Hobgoblin's cave, he was preparing for his admission while testing his new abilities, effortlessly defeating the Hobgoblins and using his knowledge to craft weapons from the earth in this shared world. By creating firearms more powerful than real ones, the protagonist easily vanquished the monsters. He walked among the defeated monsters, absorbing each of their attributes through his ability as he advanced to attack the next areas. At first, the protagonist's abilities were limited to languages alone. However, after defeating several goblins and hobgoblins, he had learned the concepts of demon, life, flesh, assassination, and shooting, becoming a completely different person from when he started, all thanks to the Babylonian code. Yuan could now verbalize, absorb, and manipulate the concept of any object. When he defeated an enemy, he could acquire the concepts he recognized. These concepts appeared above the bodies of monsters as enchanted words, and the more concepts he acquired, the stronger he became. The concept he obtained from the first dungeon he faced, the Blind Goblin's Cave, had been imbued into a club and strengthened a weapon he had created, a large flying club, enhanced to defeat monsters. The club, infused with phantasmal energy, the first artifact created by Ban Yuan, revealed its true form at its master's command, capable of freely transforming into autonomous artifacts. Hugging the club, the protagonist praised it like a pet, all because, thanks to the club he accidentally created, he achieved excellent results during the evaluation. After defeating all the goblins and hobgoblins in the area, the protagonist prepared to assess the spoils of the battle. Observing the concepts he had obtained from the monsters, he noticed something he had never seen before. He had gained 2 points of soul, leaving him wondering what it meant. The club approached him upon sensing the attribute he had stored, and Yuan quickly understood its intent, asking if it wanted the attribute for itself. Shyly, the club wobbled as if to say yes. Without hesitation, the protagonist granted the attribute to the club and decided to also give it some life, phantom, and spirit. Ban Yuan had learned a few things by this point. Taking all the minor concepts he had acquired, he created a small globe shaped by the Babylonian code and imbued these concepts into the club. A significant reaction occurred. The combined concepts formed a perfect harmony, causing the artifact to undergo a transformation. The fused attributes created a flawless synergy, resulting in a fusion that surpassed its current depths. Noticing the beast attribute in the middle of the fusion, an attribute he hadn't given the club, the protagonist wondered if one of the concepts he had added to the fusion had mutated. He watched closely as the concepts enveloped the club and transformed it. Sometime later, the intense light faded. A notification appeared. Due to the transcendental fusion, the Phantom Beast attribute has been completed. Before the protagonist's eyes, what was once a club had transformed into a silver snake. a phantom beast. Bending down to examine the small snake, he observed it closely, analyzing the combination of the phantom and beast attributes, which had fused to create a living being, as if straight out of a fantasy story. The protagonist slowly reached out his hand toward the snake, wondering if he could touch it. In response to his movement, the snake hissed at him, causing him to freeze and tremble in fear. But to his surprise, the snake turned out to be extremely affectionate. It began rubbing its head against his hand, demonstrating its sweet personality, the same it had when it was still in its club form. This made the protagonist wonder if it could still transform into weapons or shields. With the snake coiled around his arm, he decided to give it a name and called it Eve. After naming her, he opened the growth statistics window to take a closer look. Based on his experience so far, he concluded that the life stat was akin to levels in games, while flesh represented physicality. However, he still wasn't sure what soul meant. He also noticed some other abilities, such as all-seeing eyes and all-hearing ears, concluding they were likely related to his language skills. As for the other stats, he decided to ignore those he didn't yet understand. After analyzing his own stats, the protagonist checked Eve's, asking if she thought she could impress others now. The little snake shook her head in denial. Smiling, the protagonist reassured her that Eve's current stats didn't matter, only her growth potential for the future. He then opened the option to exit the dungeon after destroying its core and pressed the button to leave. Back in the corridor, via teleportation, the protagonist decided it was time to head to the Union Academy's entrance ceremony. At the Union Academy auditorium, countless lights projected holograms into the sky, welcoming the incoming students while displaying advertisements from sponsoring brands. The diverse students arriving at the auditorium came from various races, planets, and distant dimensions. Gradually, the auditorium filled up as the new students took their seats. The protagonist, who arrived in the auditorium via teleportation, startled some people around him and drew the attention of others. Ignoring their reactions, he glanced around and noticed the hall was already packed. Observing the auditorium, the protagonist used his all-seeing eyes ability, a skill that allowed him to read everything around him and, depending on proficiency, enabled the user to understand the aura and spirit of their targets. As he observed some of the new students, who had attributes ranked B, A, or even S, the protagonist noticed that, unlike him, who had entered the academy through a special admission for lower dimensions, the regular students who entered through the standard process seemed very strong, even at first glance. While looking for his seat, the protagonist was surprised by a huge person behind him. A massive green monster with a bad attitude tried to intimidate the protagonist. "Hey, if you're from a lower dimension, don't go walking around here and get lost over there." The protagonist didn't care about the guy's attitude, and despite the laughs directed at him, he walked away, thanking him. Everything was going as Yuan had expected so far. Those who had entered the academy through the regular process had high opinions of themselves, looking down on those from lower dimensions. Even in this place that gathered all the worlds, those with power looked down on those beneath them, which made the protagonist wonder if that was the same everywhere. Suddenly, someone called out to the protagonist, stating that students accepted through special admissions sat there. Walking over to the person who had called him, the protagonist saw 4 chairs separated from the rest, making him feel that those from lower dimensions were exiled to this place. However, something caught his attention at that moment, something that made him use his all-seeing eyes ability to observe those accepted through special admissions. Looking at the 3 sitting in front of him, the protagonist was surprised. All 3 were no weaker than the strongest regular students. With attributes ranked A, S, and even SS, these students awakened a feeling in the protagonist that they were strong enough to sweep the floor with the normal students. The student who had called the protagonist out stared at him, seeing that he was standing still. The protagonist was awakened by Light again and greeted him, saying their seats were incredible. Light laughed, unsure if he should actually laugh at the protagonist's comment. Light, the young blonde, was actually the handsome roommate Yuan had met in the dormitory before the entrance ceremony. Their first encounter had been quite unique. When the protagonist was transferred to the dormitory, the young man with blonde hair and armor had pointed a sword at him, asking who he was. With the sword pointed at him, the protagonist almost fainted from shock. The protagonist hurriedly placed the Eve Club in front of him for protection, saying that he was the young man's roommate. In response, the blonde apologized, saying he had only been on edge due to the practical exam he had just taken. The protagonist felt uncomfortable in front of Light because the young man seemed more like a princess transported from a fairy tale, despite his temperament. Yuan quickly changed his mind as the young man had apologized first. When the protagonist mentioned having faced a dungeon of blind goblins, Light teased him, asking why he had even done a practical exam, since even a rookie with basic training could easily hunt goblins. Because of this, the protagonist's perception of the blonde changed again, this time for the worse. At that moment, the protagonist realized they had been talking for a while, even though they hadn't taken a bath yet. As he started undressing, he asked Light if they should take a bath, since the dormitory bathroom was communal. Seeing the protagonist undress suddenly, Light was shockingly embarrassed. The The protagonist didn't notice Light's embarrassment, since he was facing away from him, and when he invited his roommate to continue talking in the bath, he was almost attacked, being told to go shower first. The protagonist didn't understand why Light was embarrassed, turning around to avoid looking at him, only shrinking away and bashfully saying he would go later. Now, during the entrance ceremony, this oddness coming from Light still bothered him. Setting aside that topic, since the seat where Light was sitting was part of the special admission section, this meant that the other two were also like him. The protagonist raised his hand, greeting the other two. The first to respond was a girl with pink hair, like flowers, and two covered horns. Instantly, the protagonist thought of her as cute in his mind, quickly looking away as she shyly lowered her head, greeting him as well. The protagonist didn't forget to greet the other person as well, but when he went to say hello, his expression soured. The reason was that the girl's white hair was accompanied by completely black eyes. She stared at the protagonist, and looking at his arm, she commented that the thing coiled around it was quite interesting. The protagonist realized what the girl was talking about, and revealing the small snake that had been invisible, he asked her if she was referring to it. The white-haired girl stared at the snake with her mouth open, while Light and the pink-haired girl were impressed. Light noticed that the snake was the same artifact as before, and asked Yuan how it had changed in just a few days. The pink-haired girl thought the little Eve was cute and asked if she could touch it. The white-haired girl smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Doko Yan. I'm the daughter of a martial artist. What's your name?" The protagonist introduced himself, curious to know if Doko practiced martial arts or something similar, or if she fired energy blasts. The protagonist's comment made everyone blush in embarrassment. Doko covered her mouth embarrassed, saying that Yuan wasn't entirely wrong. The protagonist was initially surprised to be right, but since they were in a fantasy setting, it made sense that martial arts would exist. At that moment, the pink-haired girl introduced herself for the first time. Her name was Rochelle. Light also introduced himself to the two girls, greeting them. As the four were chatting, suddenly the entrance ceremony began. The protagonist recognized Professor Yumina among the teachers, and Light asked if he had also had an interview with Yumina. The protagonist was surprised to learn that Light had also had the interview, but at that moment, something started to happen. A red light appeared from above, and the ceiling of the auditorium began to open. A voice reverberated throughout the auditorium, stating that everyone had gathered. The voice echoed in the minds of all the students, causing many to feel a headache. Everyone, including the protagonist's group, Rochelle, Light, and Yuan, felt an overwhelming pressure. The protagonist looked up as the voice continued. "Now, I will begin the entrance ceremony for class number 2557 of the Union Academy." In the sky above the auditorium, there was a massive eye of a being observing all the students in the auditorium. After the entrance ceremony, Yumina cheerfully commented on how impressive the director's speech had been. In the room with her were the 4 students admitted through special exams. The protagonist broke the ice by asking if the giant logo was the director. Yumina was surprised, asking if the protagonist had really seen the eye. Light was impressed to find out that the protagonist had looked up, and Rochelle added to the comment, saying that many people were intimidated enough not to look. The protagonist smiled, unaware that he was being observed by Doko. The girl knew that the being had completely hidden itself using some kind of special method, wondering how Yuan was able to see it. The protagonist felt her gaze on him and shuddered. He then stated that he had just sensed, somehow, that a giant eye was watching them. Changing the subject, Yumina confirmed that it was indeed the director, but that the students wouldn't be able to see him again until they achieved something special or caused an incident. She also mentioned that apparently Yuan would have a private meeting with the director. Hearing what the teacher said, the protagonist sighed, remarking that it felt more like a curse. The teacher laughed at the protagonist's comment, stating that the students' achievements were also the teacher's achievements, and asked everyone to work hard. Light was surprised by the teacher's comment, and asked if it was she who would be in charge of them. Yumina confirmed Light's question, leaving him even more surprised. Light knew that Yumina was one of the 9 full professors of the academy, which made him even more surprised that she would be in charge of them. Picking up her teacup, the teacher decided to officially introduce herself to the 4. "I am Professor Yumina, and I teach magical combat. I have been assigned as the teacher for your classroom, room 11, so let's work well together for the next 5 years. Light asked the teacher if normally low-level special admission students were assigned to associate professors, and Yumina confirmed what Light was saying. However, she explained that the 4 of them were very special students, so she'd been given this responsibility. The teacher, in her mind, thought about these special students. It was quite strange that only people like the 4 of them had been selected this time. She then said that since they were all gathered, she would give them a piece of advice. The teacher's eyes grew lifeless as she warned them to be careful of the hostility and envy from the regular students. The protagonist became alert at what Yumina had said. He realized that the envy and hostility she referred to wasn't just about about academic competition. It involved physical confrontations and fights between students. Matters outside the internal competitions protected by the academy's rules were things even the professors couldn't interfere with. Yumina told them that they should stay together from now on, as they were rare special admission students. The teacher knew that if they wanted to grow by fighting other students, they would need to be strong enough to ignore the envy and hostility. Otherwise, something bad could happen. Yumina also stated that they were members of a team who would climb the tower together until graduation. The teacher then snapped her fingers, stating that she had finished discussing the difficult matters for now, revealing that the academy had prepared a small gift for them. A glow appeared on the table in front of them, and Yumina began to explain the rules and details after they received the artifacts. The glow on the table caught the students' attention, and they moved closer to see it up close. After receiving the academy's gifts from the teacher, the four of them left the room. The protagonist held a pendant, asking if that was the student identification. The teacher had explained that they needed to use the identification to access all the facilities on the field, and that they could teleport anywhere within the Union Kingdom with it. Holding the student identification, Light was the first to cast the teleportation spell. Professor Yumina is beautiful. They were then teleported to the garden. Rochelle also recited the incantation, Professor Yumina is beautiful, and they were then teleported back inside the academy. The three of them were frustrated by the simplicity of the teleportation spell. Light commented that they needed to keep the student identifier if they wanted to enter the tower, so whether they liked the spell or not, they had to be careful with the item. At that moment, Rochelle asked the other two why Ban had been left behind. Doko answered that she didn't know, but that it might have been because of that being. Not long ago, when they were with Yumina, the teacher had received a call, mentioning that they were about to have a tea party, and it was unfortunate that the other person was requesting something. Doko had paid attention to the conversation between the teacher and the students, observing who she looked at. Among all the students, the only one who had managed to look directly at the teacher was Ban. Sitting in an armchair, the protagonist was quite anxious because he was sitting in front of the director, in a chair at a large table. The protagonist was nervous about having a private meeting with the director on the first day, wondering if he was in trouble. The director, seeing that the protagonist was avoiding looking at him, stated that it was fine to look directly at him. A stuffed doll was sitting on the director's table. It's fine. My real body is not here. Looking at the stuffed doll, the protagonist asked if he should call it director or chancellor, and the stuffed doll replied that Yuan should call him master. That said, the master stated that he would explain why he had called Yuan. Normally, I don't interfere with the students' growth. If they are weak, I let them remain weak. If they are strong, I let them remain strong. If they perish in the tower or survive to become powerful and glorious, I don't care. I have only one goal, to witness with my own eyes the one who reaches the end of the tower. Everything else is meaningless. In light of the director's statements, the protagonist wondered why everything seemed meaningless to him. Strictly speaking, the tower was from the time of his ancestor. The Ban family was determined to regain all of their power and glory. He had decided to risk his life to conquer the tower, but at that moment, he wondered what the tower meant to the chancellor and to the other students. He wanted to understand why everyone gathered in this dimension to ascend the tower. Looking at the stuffed doll and calling it master, he asked what exactly the tower was. In response to the protagonist's question, the doll fell silent. After a minute of silence, it revealed what the protagonist wanted to hear. The tower is the path to the divine, a trial. The protagonist felt a mix of surprise and curiosity at the director's response, wondering if he was referring to the same concept of divinity as beings from religions. However, the director continued his explanation before the protagonist could ask more questions, stating that he didn't interfere with the student's difficulties, but would make an exception this time because he saw potential in him, the greatest potential he had ever seen. The doll pointed at the protagonist, and while saying that he would prepare a few things to help him get ready for climbing the tower, made Yuan's student identifier glow. The protagonist asked what the director was doing. He explained that he had expanded the privileges for external exploration, allowing him to travel to any dungeon in order to make use of his skills before ascending the tower. The protagonist asked the doll if he was talking about the areas outside the academy, and the director confirmed. The director created a portal beneath the protagonist's feet, sucking him in while giving some instructions. Now that's all. You may go. Improve your skills before climbing the tower, Ban Yuan. If your progress is remarkable, I will unlock the next privilege for you. The protagonist asked the director what privilege that would be, and was shocked when the doll stated that he would be allowed to explore the tower alone. As he was sucked into the portal, the protagonist heard the director anxiously say that he looked forward to their next meeting. The protagonist was startled when he fell through the portal, landing on top of someone. Yumina, who cushioned his fall, asked how his meeting with the director had gone. In the teacher's lap, the protagonist was startled to see her, quickly getting up with a flushed face. Yumina stated that the director always sent off visitors this way, asking if he didn't think the director had a strange personality. She smiled, saying the director had been specifically waiting for Yuan from the beginning. After they sat down, the teacher grabbed the protagonist's identification, surprised that the director had granted a student permission to leave the academy. The protagonist wasn't sure if this was a big deal, saying the master had told him to quickly improve his skills. Yumina then explained to the protagonist why this was a significant achievement. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and visit external cities as well. This means you'll gain much more experience and preparation than the others. There's no precedent for a normal student to receive such privileges before. The protagonist then understood what the director wanted. Previously, he had thought the director was calling him weak and telling him to gain more skills, but it was completely different. Yumina revealed her envy, calling the protagonist lucky. Seeing the surprise in Yuan's eyes, she explained that teachers were usually so busy that they couldn't leave. She clarified that since the union was an academy, everything was organized with the students in mind, which could sometimes be quite inconvenient for the teachers. Showing her envy, Yumina said Yuan would be able to explore dungeons and visit cities in his free time, and even visit many stores. The teacher's eyes darkened as she mentioned he could even try many snacks, as many as he wanted. She began to approach him with an intense look, recommending a city called Ronica, which had an absolutely beautiful spring temple. Startled, the protagonist began to sweat, and to avoid trouble, he asked if he should bring something back for her while he traveled. Walking along a long stone path, the protagonist looked up at the sky, enjoying the weather. When he had asked the teacher if he should bring something for her, her eyes sparkled as she commented on the wine from a temple, famous for its lingering aroma and taste. She wanted him to bring 1 or 2 bottles. Remembering that the teacher had asked a student to buy alcohol, the protagonist found the request rather ironic, but he didn't mind. He was more than grateful for receiving an early inventory in exchange. At that moment, the protagonist recalled something. His grandfather had given him a small bag when he went to his house to share the news. The protagonist was getting ready to leave. His grandfather approached him, asking if he was prepared. The grandfather handed him the bag and told him to open it and take whatever he wanted or needed from what was inside. When the protagonist opened the bag, he found it completely filled with gold. Asking his grandfather if it was okay for him to have it, the grandfather smiled and said he didn't mind. With a big smile, the grandfather stated that the gold was the legacy the ancestors had devoted to the search for the Tower of Babel, and now it was his to use freely. Thanking his grandfather, the protagonist accepted the gold, although he wondered if it wasn't too much to carry something like that around. At first, he had thought the gold would be heavy and dangerous to carry, but now, with the inventory, such a convenient item, his thoughts had changed. Since his grandfather had told him that the gold was valuable everywhere in this world, the protagonist decided to take only a few bars. With that, all of his preparations were complete. Looking at the city, as vast as the horizon ahead, the protagonist took his first step into this new world. Walking through the great metropolis, although it was from another world, the urban landscape seemed quite similar to Earth's. Of course, there were many differences, such as flying cars and motorcycles. Seeing the flying transports, the protagonist was impressed, wondering how they worked. In the middle of his thoughts, the protagonist was called by someone on the street. He turned around and saw 2 people approaching. One of them said that they had never seen him before and asked where he was from. As they got closer, the 2 quickly became surprised, noticing the protagonist's clothes. They asked if he was a student from the Union Academy. The guards quickly gave the protagonist a military salute while shouting, "Hello, we are the guards responsible for the west boundary of the academic city, Ronica." In front of the 2 startling guards, the protagonist also introduced himself. Ban Yuan, a freshman student. The guards were curious to know how the protagonist had gotten there, and if he had received permission from the chancellor. The protagonist confirmed, stating that he had been authorized to explore freely. The guards quickly understood the situation, saying that thanks to the hard work of the chancellor and the academy's staff, the city remained peaceful, and they were greatly grateful for the academy's grace. Noticing that the protagonist was a freshman, the guards mentioned that he probably didn't know much about how the city operated and offered to help if he needed anything. Upon hearing this, the protagonist was surprised. Seeing Yuan's surprise, the guards assured him that they would obviously help, as it was part of their job. The young man could ask anything if he was curious. Since the guard said he could ask for anything, the protagonist pointed upwards. In the direction the protagonist had pointed, there was a flying transport. He said that he wanted one of those. As the guards looked up, the protagonist smiled and asked how much those flying motorcycles and cars cost. The flying motorcycle the protagonist bought sped through the outskirts of the city, racing across the fields. Jumping off a cliff with the bike, the protagonist enjoyed the wind brushing against his face. The higher he ascended, the more exhilarating the sensation became. When the protagonist inquired about the hoverbike with the guards, they revealed that even the most basic model cost at least 250,000 ronyas, a steep price. Curious about the value of each ronya, he pulled out a gold bar and asked if he could exchange it for currency. Seeing the gold bar in Yuan's hand, the guard's eyes widened, asking where he had gotten such a large bar of gold. He replied that it was a gift from his grandfather. Still surprised by the hoverbike, the protagonist marveled at how a single gold bar was worth over 7 million ronyas. It made him feel grateful to his grandfather, who had insisted on giving him the gold. Suddenly, Eve appeared, hissing near his shoulder. Glancing at the small snake, the protagonist asked her thoughts about the trip. He had infused demonic and ghostly concepts into the bike, turning it into a living artifact. The hoverbike was named Lilith, and the protagonist hoped to get along with it as he did with Eve. The snake hissed cheerfully, greeting her companion as they soared through the city's skies. Approaching a tower with the hoverbike, the protagonist reflected on his tasks, fetching the liquor for Professor Yumina, creating Eve's younger sister, and completing all his other errands. Now, it was time to return to school. Back at the academy, the protagonist collapsed onto his desk, nursing a headache. Beside him, Light placed a glass of water on the table, expressing disappointment. Giving Yuan a stern look, Light was irritated that after the group meeting, Yuan had left without a word and returned to the academy hungover. Apologizing, Yuan drank the water, blaming Professor Yumina for insisting he drink with her. Light scoffed, saying Yuan should have at least informed him so he wouldn't have been worried. While eating, Doko glanced at the protagonist, noticing something about him. She asked if the emblem on his shirt signified the representative position he had received for drinking with the professor. Stretching slightly, the protagonist thought for a moment and said she could think of it as him becoming the class president. Chewing his bread, Light accepted the professor's decision to assign the role to Yuan, reasoning that she was in charge of their group. However, someone objected, claiming she should be the class representative among the four. Dogo believed she was the strongest of them all. Looking at the protagonist with a smug smile, she asked if he agreed. The protagonist remained silent, but someone suddenly came to his defense. Light was upset by how Dako had phrased her thoughts, pointing out that they were supposed to be companions, but still needed to address some issues about what she had just said. Light disliked her attitude of acting superior, as it would not bode well for their future as they climbed the tower. Light continued his rant, stating that he also disagreed with her claim of being the strongest. Hearing this, the girl smirked, sarcastically remarking how Light had referred to them as companions, even after asking the professor the day before to let him climb the tower alone. Caught red-handed, Light froze, stammering as he tried to defend himself. Under the stares of Yuan and Rochelle, Light claimed he was merely curious and didn't actually want to leave their group. The protagonist rested his head on the desk, exhausted. He was already irritated, unable to believe tensions were flaring this early in the morning. He had hoped to gather his classmates for planning, but the atmosphere was completely ruined. Observing the group, he realized they had started off on a far worse note than they should have. To make matters worse, Yuan didn't want to be the class representative either, but understood why the professor had chosen him among the four. He was the least problematic. Light was extremely headstrong, his pride as fierce as that of a lion. Doko was incredibly confident, strong, but prone to making enemies, like a stray cat. Rochelle, on the other hand, was surprisingly passive, lacking the personality to lead, like a newborn puppy. Sighing, the protagonist tried to figure out what to do with these special class students. He raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. He argued that the class president didn't need to be the strongest. In fact, they shouldn't be the strongest. Doko frowned, questioning what he meant by that. Yuan explained that if the strongest person became the class president, they would likely make decisions on their own. Meanwhile, the president's role was to unify the class, something a singularly strong individual might not achieve. Capturing the attention of the other three with his logic, the protagonist asserted that the representative should be someone balanced, capable of providing fairness and good solutions for everyone. By this reasoning, he was the most suitable person for the role. Standing up, Dako reluctantly accepted the professor's decision to name Yuan the class president, at least for the time being, prompting the protagonist to sigh in relief and thank her. Looking down at the protagonist, Doko gave a malicious smile, revealing that, in truth, the only person she truly wanted to lead was him. The protagonist was startled by her intense gaze. She stared at him sharply, then shifted that same gaze to the other two, declaring that even if something bothered her, if she wanted to obtain something she desired, she would have to accept unnecessary things as well. Sensing that Doko's comment was directed at him, Light began trembling with anger, glaring at her belongings as she departed. Yuan tried to calm him down. After Doko left and Light regained his composure, the protagonist slumped back onto the desk, exhausted from the events of the morning. As he pondered how to deal with the two prideful members of the group, he was suddenly interrupted by Rochelle, who abruptly stood up. The girl approached him with sparkling eyes, asking where the snake from earlier had gone and begging to touch it. Faced with the girl's odd request, the protagonist sighed once more. This place was full of lunatics. Thus, Ban Yuan's first mission as the representative of Class 11, a group filled with unique individuals, began with difficulty. In their first class, a student with a stone-like body suddenly shouted at the teacher, "Professor, I'm curious about the abilities of these remnants." Class 11, the protagonist group, was having a joint session with other classes in a training field. Whether it was the protagonist group or students from other classes, everyone was dressed in training attire for the session. The teacher, standing in the middle of the field, asked the students for their opinions on his lesson plan, which began with a light training session. Immediately, the regular students grew restless, volunteering to fight and eager to challenge the special admission students. Yuan and Light observed how the normally admitted students considered themselves superior. Light quickly noted that this reaction was expected, particularly from Class 1, the elite class. Their resentment stemmed from the Union Academy's division system, which categorized classes based on students' abilities. As the Class 1 students stirred up commotion, one of them suddenly noticed the brooch of Professor Yumina, known as the Goddess of Flowers, pinned to the protagonist's chest. They deemed him weak because of the class he belonged to. The stone-bodied student grew furious upon seeing Yuan wearing the brooch so casually. With his overconfidence, he could not tolerate such a sight. The stone-bodied student toppled others with his loud shout, demanding the teacher choose him as an opponent. Seeing the student's enthusiasm, the teacher found it intriguing. He turned toward the protagonist and selected him as Erecto's opponent. Professor Yumina sat in her office, buried under a pile of documents. She began complaining about the situation, questioning why Class 1 students were having a joint lesson with the special admission class on the very first day. Seeing that the first period lesson involved understanding combat practices, she grew even more concerned, believing that a student from a lower dimension, admitted through special circumstances, couldn't possibly compete with students from superior dimensions. She was irritated with whoever had arranged the schedule, which seemed more like a cruel joke, sensing malice in the decision. When the protagonist was called by the professor to fight, he didn't flinch, staring down his opponent. However, his demeanor was misinterpreted as resignation. Raising his hand, he stated that his combat abilities were weak and that there was nothing he could do in such a confrontation. The professor thought for a moment, then accepted the protagonist's decision, deducting 3 points from him. The protagonist was shocked by the point deduction, which was unexpected. Adjusting his glasses, the professor stated that his excuse wasn't good enough. The protagonist understood the professor's intent. It felt like he was trying to set him up for humiliation. Frustrated, the protagonist retorted that it wasn't an excuse but a fact. He explained that he was admitted as a student because of his unique ability, not his combat skills, and that it made more sense to ask him to demonstrate another skill rather than force him into a fight just to showcase his abilities. Seeing logic turned against him, the professor gritted his teeth in frustration and began yelling, asking if the protagonist was trying to teach a professor how to do his job. The protagonist calmly countered the professor's outburst, asserting that anyone, whether a student or a teacher, could still learn. He reminded the professor that he was merely an assistant and not a true teacher. Confronted again, the professor deducted another 5 points from Yuan, who sighed, observing the professor's behavior. The protagonist then made a proposal to allow everyone a week to prepare and hold the confrontations the following week. Shocking everyone, the protagonist declared that if given a week off, he would have all his preparations ready and would gladly accept the duel. Yuan exuded confidence as he made his statement. The entire arena fell silent. The Class 1 students couldn't believe what the protagonist had just said, their irritation palpable. One student found it absurd that someone would request an entire week to prepare, assuming it was clear their skills were at rock bottom. While some students mocked him, a girl wearing a large pointed hat silently observed the situation. As her classmates chattered away, she fixed her investigative gaze on the protagonist, analyzing the confident figure standing by the arena. The assistant professor gritted his teeth, feeling offended that a student dared to challenge his schedule. However, the protagonist ignored him, forcing the assistant professor to accept his proposal. The assistant professor then made an announcement. Ban Yuan and Erecto next Tuesday. We will have the official match between you two. The format will be completely public, and the entire academy will be able to watch the fight live. Smiling maliciously, he ordered both students to prepare. Noticing the assistant professor's decision, the protagonist wondered if his true intention wasn't just to humiliate him, but to turn the match into a spectacle. At that moment, the assistant professor called the protagonist over, grinding his teeth, and tried to threaten him, saying he better deliver a good performance since he was the one who requested the preparation time. The protagonist paid no attention to the assistant professor, and instead addressed the student named Erecto. We'll have an official match next week. I'll be looking forward to it. Hearing the protagonist's words, the stone-bodied student clicked his tongue, visibly annoyed. The protagonist turned to leave after that. He wasn't expecting a polite response from Erecto, but was confident he could uncover something useful. He intended to analyze Erecto's stats using the eyes that see all. Examining Erecto's B and C ranked stats along with his high health, body, and magic points, the protagonist saw what one would expect from a special class student. Erecto's health was 5 times greater than his own, and his physical strength was 10 times superior. Compared to Erecto, the protagonist knew he was weak, but when he thought of his own classmates, he felt almost insignificant. To climb the tower with them, Yuan realized he would need to surpass Erecto's level. Seeing Light and Rochelle looking in his direction, the protagonist asked if they were worried about him. At that moment, he heard a voice behind him, questioning why no one was stepping forward. Turning to the direction Light and Rochelle were looking, he noticed Dalgo stretching as she remarked that, unlike Yuan, she was a combat specialist. Facing all of Class 1, Dalgo asked if they weren't curious about the abilities of the special admission students. The protagonist smiled as he watched Dokoyan challenge anyone to step up and face her. The girl, with her S and SS ranked stats, stood ready and willing to take on any opponent. In the presence of Doko, the Class 1 students remained silent. The assistant professor also stayed quiet, saying nothing. It was obvious why everyone was hesitant. Even the protagonist, with his all-seeing eyes, couldn't grasp the full extent of Doko's strength. There was no way the Class 1 students could ignore the crushing aura emanating from her. As she waited, Dogo questioned what was wrong, offering to hold back since no one seemed confident enough to face her. Suddenly, she pointed at Erecto, startling him. She gestured for him to come forward with her finger, stating that he seemed like the kind of person who didn't hold back and daring him to fight, promising to crush him. Seeing her actions, the protagonist smirked as he noticed Erecto trembling in fear. The guy had originally been targeting him, but now he was being challenged by someone he hadn't anticipated. Everyone else seemed to realize this too. If Erecto tried to avoid being labeled a coward and accepted Dogoyan's provocation, he would be finished. He would be so badly injured that he wouldn't recover in time for the match the following week. The protagonist stepped into the arena, walking toward Doko and asking her to stop. Although it wasn't his concern, he couldn't let it happen. The protagonist declared that Erecto would fight him next week. If she wanted to fight Erecto, she would have to wait her turn. Doko asked if Yuan was sure about this. He thanked her for trying to look out for him, but stated that, this time, he needed to prove his effort through his own abilities. Doko looked at the protagonist as if to confirm his resolve. Then shrugging, she remarked that she thought he was just a guy who relied on tricks, but apparently, he had some level of masculinity. Doko then gave up on fighting Erecto, asking if anyone else wanted to volunteer. Standing in the center of the arena, she questioned if anyone would step forward, but no one responded. As she asked again, scanning the Class 1 students, Doko sighed and turned to return to her team. It seems they're good at barking, but when a real situation arises, they hide underground. The protagonist's group watched Doko's actions with smiles on their faces, while Class 1 students ground their teeth, knowing her words were true. But just before Doko returned to her group, someone in the stands unleashed their aura and asked who she was calling a dog. Doko stopped in her tracks and turned toward the voice. A blond man with horns, speaking arrogantly, scanned her from head to toe and sneered. He claimed it was always the weak and foolish who banded together, trying to protect the even weaker, all while growling. The protagonist stared at the man who had spoken, sensing an entirely different aura from him compared to the other Class 1 students, a level far beyond theirs. Light recognized the student and explained that his name was Ortima, the governor of the Catius dimension. Faced with Light's explanation, the protagonist was confused. Light elaborated further. Excluding the Union, there are 10 dimensions with the highest hierarchies. Ortima comes from one of the families that govern them, Catius. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that Ortima belonged to one of the 10 greatest families across all dimensions. In the vast floating arena, silence fell as Ortima stood up. From the center of the arena, the Class 1 student ordered the professor to proceed. The professor raised his hand, activating a small device unfamiliar to Rochelle. Light explained that it was a recording device, and that the fight would be filmed for public viewing. The protagonist asked what would happen to the recording, and Light explained that everything would be uploaded to the internet, though he admitted he didn't fully understand what that meant himself. Hearing the explanation, the protagonist grasped the situation and opened his inventory to retrieve a phone. Light was surprised and asked if the protagonist actually knew what the internet was. The protagonist explained the internet to Light, who was astonished that someone from a lower dimension and unfamiliar with the Union Academy knew about it. As he navigated the phone to find where the fight would be streamed, the protagonist mentioned that his world had the internet. Rochelle helped him search for the stream, and they located a channel broadcasting the classes they attended. A screen opened, showing a bird's-eye view of the students, like a live broadcast. Seeing this, the protagonist became even more certain that the assistant professor was trying to humiliate them. However, looking at Doko, the protagonist doubted the professor would achieve his goal. The two combatants stood face to face in the center of the arena, their auras surrounding them. Arrogantly, Ortima told Doko to make the first move. Stretching out her hand and calling him a rookie, she replied that she would let him go first. Hearing the term rookie, Ortima gritted his teeth. Extending his hand, he prepared to attack Doko, aiming to crush her arrogant demeanor. With his hand outstretched, Ortima commanded Doko to kneel. In the next instant, he unleashed his energy toward her. The energy swept past Doko and reached the protagonist's group, causing Yuan to feel immense pressure. The sensation of the power affecting him was vastly different from the one he wielded. Ortima's power felt like water flowing from a higher place to a lower one, leaving the group gasping for air. Ortima's energy spread throughout the arena, affecting even his own classmates, like a law of nature forcing everything to kneel before him, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Using the power in his eyes, the protagonist analyzed Ortima's energy, discovering that his ability was a distortion of natural law. Light was amazed when the protagonist deduced the principles behind Ortima's ability. At that moment, Rochelle grabbed the protagonist's arm, trembling and gritting her teeth. She wasn't afraid of Ortima, but of the aura emanating from the white-haired girl who was beginning to manipulate it to attack her opponent. With a simple motion of her hand, Doko completely dispersed Ortima's power. Whether it was the professor, the Class 1 students, or Light, everyone was stunned by what had just happened. The protagonist was astonished. Doko had merely released her energy, and it had obliterated her opponent's power. Not wanting to be humiliated, Ortima smiled and remarked that the girl seemed to have some skill. In response, Doko mocked him. "And you? Your power is as ridiculous as those horns. If that's all you've got, I'm disappointed." Smiling, Ortima declared that wasn't all he had. He began concentrating his energy into his hand. But before Ortima could act, Doko vanished from her initial position. In the next instant, her foot was buried in Ortima's chest. The girl asked if he truly thought she would let him use the same trick twice, a move that grew stronger as it neared its target. Launched backward, Ortima managed to shield himself with a barrier he had raised. Gritting his teeth, he felt humiliated at having to use both hands to protect himself against someone he considered inferior. Before Ortima could rise to resume the fight, he heard the girl's voice in his ear. "If you don't have brains, your body has to work harder, right?" Ortima instantly turned, throwing a punch toward the voice, but Doko ducked, dodging it with ease. Her hands moved quickly, grabbing Ortima's collar and delivering a kick to him while taunting his sluggishness. Smiling, Doko mocked Ortima, asking if he needed someone to hold his hand and help him become stronger. Gritting his teeth, Ortima released the barrier he had created for protection once again and hurled it at Doko. However, the girl easily dodged the energy attack with a lateral leap. Watching the fight, Light couldn't believe what he was seeing. His classmate was completely humiliating Ortima, the governor of Catius. The girl fought with a smile on her face, as if it were all a game, using her skills to utterly embarrass her opponent. The protagonist analyzed the battle, noticing that Ortima was likely accustomed to overwhelming his opponents, pressuring their movements, and easily defeating them thanks to his ability to distort natural laws. However, facing an adversary with power at least equal to his own, cracks in his combat techniques began to emerge. Gradually, Doko's strikes began to land more effectively. Ortima was increasingly pressured by the girl's superior fighting skills. Ortima's usual combat style wasn't working against her, and the battle was clearly heading toward his defeat. The protagonist concluded that Ortima, despite his overwhelming powers and physical abilities, seemed to have never used his body efficiently. Light narrowed his eyes at the protagonist's deep analysis. He began to understand why Doko, who was fighting on equal footing with Ortima, and Ban Yuan, who could grasp the principles behind both combatants' techniques, had been accepted as special admission students, even though they came from lower dimensions. Under Doko's pressure, Ortima began questioning what was happening. He gritted his teeth at what he perceived as an insult. Seeing Ortima muttering to himself, Doko delivered a punch to his cheek, asking if he wanted to lose his tongue or if she should cut it off for being so long. Insulted for so long, Ortima unleashed even more of his power, forcing Doko to step back. A crown appeared above the blonde boy's head as he clenched his teeth in rage. Ortima's energy spread like lightning through the arena as he roared, consumed by the anger from the insults he had endured. His energy overflowed from his body and his fury grew. "I will never forgive you. Never. If you want to suffer, I'll make you suffer now." Seeing Ortima's reaction, Dokoyan observed him calmly, waiting for the right moment to act. Faced with the enraged Ortima, Doko remarked that such a concept wasn't something a child like him should be discussing. Sensing movement, Doko unleashed her aura. Her hand clenched slightly, as if to grab something, while her energy enveloped her. In the next instant, she shot forward toward Ortima. Seeing her approach, Ortima braced himself to attack, his intentions deadly. Doko faced him calmly, ready to counter, but at that moment, the sound of clapping echoed through the arena. Professor Yumina had appeared to interrupt the battle. The auras of both young fighters dissipated as a vast field of flowers materialized in the arena, as though spring had suddenly arrived in the middle of the fight. Both Doko and Ortima were startled by the sight of flower petals floating in the air. The owner of the flower field reprimanded them, stating that the academy did not encourage students to fight for their lives. Smiling, she advised them to save that strength for the tower. Amid the flower field that covered the arena and the stands, a heavy silence fell. The protagonist, surprised, wondered if what he was seeing was an illusion, even though the strong scent of the flowers was unmistakable. Despite Yumina interrupting the fight, the two students continued to stare at each other intensely. Frustrated, Ortima clicked his tongue and turned to leave, walking away from Yumina without further insisting on the battle. Standing beside the professor, Doko complimented her on her strength, making Yumina smile at the praise. Shortly after, Dogo also returned to her group, where Yuwon and the others welcomed her. The white-haired girl asked the protagonist what he thought of the fight, and he replied that it was incredible, adding that just watching had been a big help. However, as he spoke, Yuwon was headbutted in the back. Turning around, he saw Rochelle trying to hide, using him as a shield. Noticing Rochelle trembling, the protagonist asked if she was still afraid of Doko. In response, the girl hugged him tightly, and he had to calm her down. Meanwhile, a reprimand was underway in front of the group. Yumina was chastising Assistant Professor Farrell, stating that he deserved punishment. She pointed out that he had initiated a combat session on the very first day of class, allowing the situation to spiral out of control while he simply watched. The assistant professor, shrinking under her scolding, apologized profusely. Yumina scoffed, stating that the matter wouldn't be resolved with an apology alone, and instructed him to prepare for the consequences. Walking up to the protagonist, Yumina pointed to the brooch on his chest. As she approached, the professor said that, as class president, dignity was everything. She flicked the brooch, turning it upside down, and asked how Yuwon could wear it like that. Seeing the interaction between the beautiful professor and the special admission student, the Class 1 students grew envious. Unaware of the reaction she had provoked, Professor Yumina bid farewell to the protagonist and his group, wishing them all a good day. Looking at the first-year students, the protagonist sighed. The professor had come to stop a fight, but instead she had just added fuel to the fire. After the battle in the arena, rumors began to spread across the academy campus about a student from a lower dimension who had been matching Ortima blow for blow. The gossip intensified with the recording of the fight, and many soon realized that the fight had been practically one-sided, with Ortima being pressured the entire time. Rumors about the new students, especially the girl with pink hair, began circulating, with comments about her being cute spreading. Among all the comments, the Class 1 students tried to defend Ortima, placing him above everyone else to protect their class's dignity. However, their comments were quickly crushed when everyone watched the recording posted by Assistant Professor Farrell. The girl with silver-white hair quickly gained the attention of everyone, attracting admirers and fans across the campus. But the comments weren't only focused on Doko. Many were commenting on a student who had bargained with the assistant professor, and soon he earned the nickname Master of Bargaining. When Professor Yumina appeared in the recording, many were shocked, and the comments exploded with doubts as they saw her interaction with that student, the Master of Bargaining. Quickly, students across the school became interested in discovering who these special admission students were, especially the one who seemed so close to Yumina. Reading the comments on the video with his classmates, the protagonist commented on how the world seemed to be talking about them. Light appeared to have melted into his chair while reading all the slang in the comments. Beside him, Doko seemed bored, commenting that it wasn't strange that people were talking about them. However, Doko brought up a comment that surprised everyone. She claimed that the guy she had faced wasn't actually the strongest. Recalling a girl with a big hat, Doko said that, at the very least, there was someone else in that class who was more capable than him. Doko was surprised Yuwon hadn't noticed that. In response, the protagonist laughed, shrugging as he explained that he was too focused on her fight. While reading the comments, Light remarked on how the protagonist's name was spreading throughout the school community. The protagonist sighed, stating that since the other students couldn't touch the person who had challenged the top 1 inch in their hearts, they were trying to target him in other ways. Cited by the protagonist, Doko disagreed, saying they weren't just talking about him. At that moment, in the middle of the conversation, Light wanted to ask something. Looking at Rochelle, who was sitting a few meters away, he asked if they always stayed so distant. Rochelle, sitting far from the trio, was trembling, her gaze fixed on the ground. Looking at the girl, the three of them fell silent. The protagonist noticed that Rochelle seemed terrified of Doko, unable to even approach her. The situation was likely even worse since the two shared the same room. The protagonist then opened his inventory, wondering if he should use something to try to comfort her. A jar appeared on the table, catching everyone's attention. It was a jar of special elixir jelly created by Yuan's abilities, concentrating hundreds of fruits. The elixir had the special effect of promoting the growth of the overall stats of whoever consumed it. Light and Dako stared at the jar with curiosity. Seeing their reaction as expected, the protagonist opened the jar, claiming that they would be amazed. He then asked both of them to grab some bread. Rochelle, sitting a little further away, suddenly began to sense the aroma of the special jelly. As the scent reached her nose, she immediately lifted her head, opening her mouth. She looked to the side and finally saw the various pieces of bread with golden jelly that the protagonist was handing out to the others. Light and Dogo took the bread and took a small bite to taste. Light was impressed by the flavor, while Dogo almost lost her composed demeanor due to the incredible taste she experienced. Light instantly asked how the jelly could taste so good, while Dogo stammered, not knowing what to say. The protagonist smiled at their reactions and asked if the jelly was good. In response to the protagonist's humble question, Light became ecstatic, claiming that the jelly was more than good. Meanwhile, Doko was devouring the jelly-filled bread, revealing that she had tried all kinds of sweets in the Central Plains, but this jelly was on an entirely different level. Seeing how interested both were in the jelly, the protagonist glanced to the side toward where Rochelle was, wondering how she would react. Seeing the girl drooling with desire to try the jelly, the protagonist called her over to eat together. Shutting her mouth, Rochelle approached the protagonist, asking him to make a piece of bread with jelly for her too. With the bread and jelly in hand, Rochelle took a big bite, marveling at the sweet taste she was experiencing. Rochelle felt as if it were the very nectar of fruits, the most delicious fruit taste she had ever encountered. Light was curious to know if the protagonist had truly made the jelly with his own ability, while Doko abandoned her dignity, asking for more bread with jelly. After eating quite a bit, Doko licked her fingers and commented how it felt like she was eating something incredibly precious. As he spread more jelly on a piece of bread, the protagonist revealed that making the jelly wasn't expensive, and since they were a team, he felt good sharing it with them. While Rochelle savored the bread with jelly, the protagonist handed another piece of bread to Doko, asking her to consider it a favor for the kindness she had shown earlier. Suddenly, Doko stood up and declared that she had made a decision. She grabbed the protagonist's tie, pulling him closer while he was still trying to eat his bread. In return for the elixir you gave me, I will personally teach you a martial art. After Doko's offer to teach martial arts to the protagonist, the two teleported to another place, a training room. Though small, Doko found the location suitable for movement. Looking around, the protagonist commented that the training room reflected the psychological environment. As the protagonist asked what Doko would teach him, since they had left in the middle of their meal, the girl approached a spot with several wooden swords. Dogo swung one of the wooden swords, creating small gusts of wind, advising Yuan not to move carelessly. Positioning herself for battle with the sword, Dogo stated that they would begin with that. In an instant, she released an oppressive aura and advanced toward the protagonist with a thrust. The girl's strike pushed a gust of air toward the protagonist, while she placed the tip of the sword against his nose. Seeing the sword so close, the protagonist stared at her with a blank expression. With a smile on her face, Dogo explained that the movement she had just made was a thrust with no trace of doubt or hesitation. For Yuan, it was hard to believe such a piercing blow could be executed by a human. However, in that brief moment, Ban Yuan realized that in Doko's attack, he had learned a new concept. The concept the protagonist learned was penetration. He wondered why he had learned this concept, and not the one of being a swordsman. Trying to reflect on this, the protagonist got lost in his thoughts, which worried Doko, who called out to him several times trying to get his attention. Awakening from his thoughts, the protagonist apologized. Telling Yuan to focus, Doko explained that a thrust didn't have just one form. A thrust can be made with anything. What I'm showing you now is the most basic foundation of what a thrust means. Doko started moving, delivering several thrusts into the air in different ways. She asked the protagonist how many times he thought he should thrust, from where to where, and what he imitated while thrusting. Finally, she asked with what force or aura he should thrust. Each question from the girl was followed by a movement until she was standing in front of Yuan. Holding the sword, she stated that there were countless variables, but the supreme fundamentals were these: just one thrust, and he should never forget that. Facing the wooden sword, the protagonist analyzed what the girl had said. Doko's actions, having mastered a concept to its final form, conveyed a deeper sense than just several concepts combined. To her, the attack seemed to carry the essence of truth. After giving the protagonist the instructions, Doko handed him the sword so he could try it himself. Holding the sword while stretching, the protagonist asked her not to mind if his imitation was clumsy. Watching the protagonist's movements, Dogo smiled, saying that if he were able to copy her perfectly from the start, then the 10 years she had spent mastering that movement would have meant nothing. As the girl spoke, the protagonist moved, imitating her movements. He thrust the sword into the air, sending a gust of air with the tip of the wooden sword. Doko couldn't believe what she had seen. Yuan seemed to have truly understood the concept after just observing it once. However, the protagonist wasn't satisfied with his first attack. He tried to stay focused, knowing that he couldn't fully replicate what Dogo had done, since up until now, he had been too focused on mixing several concepts. His thinking so far had been to strengthen the concepts by combining them or adding them together. But Yuan realized he was wrong. Taking off his shirt to move more freely, he focused, feeling that his own power could become even stronger if he refined what he already had. Delivering several thrusts, he tried to think. There were many aspects to the concept of thrusting, which led him to wonder why he had received the concept of penetration. Finally, he understood. The reason was that whoever had given him this concept believed that a thrust should penetrate the target all the way through. With this thought in mind, the protagonist focused all his energy on his next attack, now making it a deadly move. Unlike the first time, the strike in the air was much more powerful, as if Yuan had become the thrust itself. Watching his movements, Dokko told him to stop. The protagonist knelt on the ground, exhausted, while Dokko said that it didn't make sense to wear himself out so much from the beginning. As he caught his breath, she told him to remember what she had shown him and try again later, when he had more space and an opponent who could actually strike back. At the moment Dokko finished giving the instruction, several notifications appeared for the protagonist. He had understood the concept of martial arts, and had absorbed the concept of a swordsman, adding it as a sub-concept to martial arts. He was surprised to have learned so much just by swinging the sword a few times, impressed with the talent that apparently only he possessed. Looking at his stats, the protagonist was shocked as all of them shot up. The very concept of penetration, which he had just obtained, had already reached 16. Swordsman, the concept that hadn't even increased after defeating countless goblins, had also shot up to 20. The protagonist was incredulous, as the average of his combat abilities had doubled. Looking at him, Doko revealed her thoughts. I didn't expect to lose like this. Who would have thought that you would display the essence of the technique, free of the form of a weapon? The protagonist scratched his head, irritating Doko by saying that he was only imitating her movements without even realizing it. Doko became even more frustrated by him saying that he had understood the art so easily, just by imitating her movements, something she had spent years mastering. The protagonist smiled, stating that perhaps he had learned so easily because it was her who had taught him. Hearing this, Doko blushed slightly. The protagonist continued explaining his actions, saying that when he first observed her movements, he could feel their depth, which made him wonder if someone could really train to that level, becoming so absorbed in the movements that they lost track of time. After hearing all of the protagonist's comments, Doko felt touched. However, not wanting to show her emotions, she turned away, trying to ignore the words of the boy she had just met. Thanking the girl for teaching him such great techniques, the protagonist offered her some elixirs. However, she stated that this didn't compensate for what she had taught. Startled, the protagonist asked what he should do to make up for it. Hearing his suggestion, Doko smiled, telling him not to worry. Giving the most beautiful smile since she entered the academy, she said she would collect her compensation over time, telling Yuan to stay prepared. Changing the mood completely, Doko reminded him that the next class would start soon, calling for the protagonist to leave quickly. After the protagonist teleported out of the training room, he scratched his head, still remembering Doko's beautiful expression at that moment. Inside the academy, Rochelle and Light were walking through the hallways while looking at their phones. Suddenly, Rochelle bumped into some unfriendly students from other classes. The student in front of Rochelle put his hand on the wall, grabbing her attention, and approached, asking where she was from. Let me know if you need any further revisions. Seeing someone trying to intimidate Rochelle, Light intervened, stepping between the two. He stared at the student, asking what he wanted with Rochelle. The student from the other class got irritated, calling Light an insect and telling him to leave. At that moment, both the protagonist and Doko arrived in the hallway via teleportation, and the protagonist sighed, hoping they weren't late. The group noticed the appearance of the duo and became alert. The protagonist also noticed their presence and asked what they were doing, while Doko observed that they had arrived just in time. Upon seeing the famous Doko, the students from the other class fled, tails between their legs, leaving behind a threat. Rochelle hid behind Light, thanking him, while the protagonist tried to understand what was going on. The protagonist asked Light, who was irritated, what had happened, and Light told him a bit later. In the classroom, the professor was talking about the history of the Union, revealing that it hadn't started when the Chancellor founded the Academy, but when the tower appeared in that dimension. During the lesson, some students were secretly taking pictures of Rochelle, while others tried to intimidate the protagonist and the others, all from the group that she and Light had encountered earlier. Faced with so many annoying comments, Rochelle, Light, and the protagonist were starting to get uncomfortable. The protagonist realized that, no matter the world, people were always the same. However, he wondered what was going on with the professor. The annoying students were making an unbearable noise, but the professor didn't seem to care. Suddenly, Light stood up, drawing the professor's attention. Called upon, the professor asked what he wanted. Light responded that other students were making noise, making it hard to concentrate in the class, and asked the professor to take action. In response to Light's request, the old professor simply asked if everyone had heard the request and told them to stop talking and focus only on listening to him. With that, the professor returned to his monologue about the academy's history, doing nothing about the students disrupting the class. After the professor ignored them, the annoying group began mocking Light, calling him an idiot, and saying he was trying to show off just because he was handsome. They started commenting on Rochelle again, asking if she and the blonde guy were dating. The more comments they made, the more nervous Rochelle became, starting to tear up at one point, which made Light even more furious. Light was so angry that he crushed his pencil with his hand. The protagonist suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder, asking him to calm down. Light looked at the protagonist, asking if he was really telling him to calm down. Even after hearing the people talking about his classmates, the protagonist responded by asking what they should do, whether they should fight, stating that he didn't do pointless things. To Light's surprise, who was shocked by the protagonist's words, the protagonist grabbed his phone, stating that causing trouble during class would only make things worse. He asked Light to calm down and look at his phone. The protagonist then broadcasted the UnionTube channel on a floating screen, saying there was more than one way to solve a problem. He was already certain that the idiots talking behind him would regret it soon. Light realized what the protagonist was trying to do. Smirking mischievously, the protagonist wished the idiots would keep laughing, as everything they were saying during the class was being broadcast live. The three idiots had no idea that a camera with audio was right behind them, recording everything they had been saying since the start of the lesson. Holding the camera and recording the three idiots for the live broadcast was none other than a small snake, Eve. Quickly, hundreds of comments flooded the video, all cursing the three idiots, who were soon identified by other viewers in the comments. Doko praised the protagonist's clever move for stirring public opinion. The protagonist smiled, saying he wouldn't let them get away with what they had done to Rochelle. When the three idiots discovered the broadcast, it was already too late. They quickly tried to hide so they wouldn't be filmed, also searching for the camera. At some point, one of the idiots found the small snake holding the camera in its mouth. However, before they could try to grab the snake, it disappeared. They looked in Light's direction, asking if he was the one responsible for the live broadcast. At that moment, after hearing so much noise again, the professor became irritated for the first time. He glared at the three idiots making the noise, asked for their names, and told them to leave the room. The idiots tried to argue, but the professor wasn't having it. Attacking the three of them, he threw them out of the room forcefully. The professor returned to the podium complaining and stated that he would give the three of them an F grade for the entire year. To avoid further issues, he ordered everyone to pay attention from that point on. Although the idiots had received an F, the protagonist clicked his tongue, thinking that this punishment was too lenient for what they had done to Rochelle, and Light agreed with him. The young girl with pink hair, however, said that it was enough, thanking the two of them. With a charming smile, she said that she was fine now, thanks to the two who had stood by her. The protagonist tried to be humble, saying that he hadn't done much, just thought of a way to solve the problem and acted on it. Seeing Yuan try to be humble, Rochelle smiled and Light did the same. But it wasn't just the two of them. Doko had also been smiling more lately. The three of them agreed that things were easier now that Ban was the president of their class. After the class ended, while the protagonist's group was leaving, the group of idiots returned to try to cause trouble. Rochelle hid behind the protagonist, while the others became irritated with the situation. The three idiots were now armed and staring at Light, who calmly asked what they wanted. Before the three irritating idiots, Light stood tall, facing them head-on, while several other students observed the scene. The leader of the trio demanded an explanation for what had happened earlier. The other two were furious because the recording had ruined their grades for the entire semester. Moreover, third-year students had started mocking them, and even their classmates were avoiding them. The protagonist looked around and noticed a teacher merely watching the situation with amusement. The teacher had seen the three students draw weapons but did nothing, as if they didn't consider students from lower dimensions to be human. Suddenly, the three idiots became even more enraged, shouting at Light for something he had just said. Since the fools hadn't understood his words, Light decided to repeat them. With empty eyes, he stared at them and said, "If you want to hear what I have to say, you need to ask politely, you barbarian." Being called barbarians made the trio tremble with anger. The leader of the three pointed his sword at Light, asking if a lower creature from an inferior dimension really dared to speak to him like that. Facing the enemy's sword, Light calmly drew his own, tracing a slight arc as he once again called the student a barbarian. With a casual motion, Light's swing caused the other student's sword to be sliced in half, the blade flying off into the distance. The protagonist and others were shocked by Light's movement. The protagonist, analyzing Light's strike with his eyes, managed to grasp a new concept from it. Light's sword was enveloped in a golden energy, shining like sunlight. Assuming a swordsman's stance, he asked the three idiots if he hadn't already warned them. Seeing his sword reduced to half, the student was overcome with fear. Light held his golden blade and placed it against the group leader's chest, repeating his earlier words once more. The idiot fell to his knees, trembling at the thought of what might happen if the sword moved even an inch. He heard Light say that, if he asked politely, Light would agree to speak. Light stared down at the idiot with a cold expression. The protagonist felt something strange coming from Light, as if his personality had completely changed. He wondered if this transformation was connected to the sword, which seemed to radiate dazzling concepts. Light rested the sword on the idiot's shoulder, commenting on how much he enjoyed the current silence. Seeing the idiot kneel before him, Light took it as a sign of submission, declaring that he could leave now. On his knees, the idiot gritted his teeth. He couldn't move his legs due to the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. The kneeling student's friends tried to help him, shouting insults at Light. Meanwhile, Dogo watched the situation with narrowed eyes. At that moment, Light turned his attention to the nearby teacher, surprising him by calling him out. Light asked what the Academy's evaluation would be of a group that suddenly attacked their classmates with real weapons during class. The teacher seemed slightly annoyed by the abrupt question. Coughing awkwardly, he averted his gaze and stated that the Academy encouraged combat practice to a certain extent. However, Light added that he had never accepted a match. The teacher attempted to turn the situation against Light, claiming it was Light who had drawn a personal artifact first. Light countered, stating that he was merely responding to an unprovoked attack. The teacher then blamed Light again, saying he had released his energy first. Light defended himself, explaining that it was to prevent harm and asked if the teacher planned to just sit idly by. The protagonist grew worried, seeing Light argue with the teacher, who was clearly becoming irritated. He feared for the trouble his classmate was getting himself into. Frustrated, Light raised a new point, asking the teacher how he intended to handle the insults the trio had directed at him. The teacher hesitated, unable to respond immediately. After thinking for a moment, he further angered Light by claiming he hadn't seen anything. The golden aura surrounding Light's sword suddenly intensified, sending chills through everyone present. Light demanded to know what the teacher meant by those last words. Light's fury grew, as did the energy emanating from his sword, but just then, someone intervened. With a flick to Light's forehead, Doko dissipated the intense aura around him before Light even realized he was there. The impact sent Light's head jerking back, snapping him out of his rage. Light returned to his normal stance, glaring at Doko while trying not to cry from the sting of the flick on his forehead. Doko pressed the spot where he had flicked Light and asked who had been acting so high and mighty, waving a sword around just moments ago. As he suffered under Doko's scolding, Light reluctantly made his sword disappear. The protagonist sighed in relief, seeing the aura vanish while the teacher clicked his tongue in annoyance. Realizing he couldn't handle the situation, the teacher turned his back and walked away, muttering curses about the group from the lower dimension. The protagonist, with Rochelle hiding behind him, observed the scene with a curious expression on his face. Glancing at his companion, he asked if the situation hadn't been a bit dangerous. With the situation under control, the protagonist and Rochelle watched as Doko scolded Light, questioning if his true nature was to yell angrily while wielding divine objects. The protagonist gave a bitter smile, realizing that Light was like a ticking time bomb. Later, inside the academy during a meal, the protagonist tapped his plate with a spoon, reflecting aloud. He remarked that if they continued acting as they were, they wouldn't be well received at the academy. Light jumped at the comment, trying to imply that the protagonist was blaming him for the problem. But the protagonist brought up the latest incident, asking who among them had tried to yell at a professor, pointing out that the situation had ended with a formal application for a duel after the provocation. Cornered by the facts, Light tried to excuse himself, saying he had only tried to improve the situation based on how Yu-Wan had handled it the last time. The protagonist clicked his tongue in annoyance, pointing out that in the end, Light had almost made things worse. What Yu-Wan couldn't understand was why Light had ignored the provocations and tried to pick a fight with the professor instead. While watching the two argue, Doko hummed distractedly as he spread jelly on his bread. Faced with a regretful Light, the protagonist recalled what had happened earlier. If Light had acted as he normally would in that situation, it never would have escalated. but he seemed to have changed personalities suddenly, as if something had snapped. In the end, the protagonist concluded that the golden sword of Light was wielding must have been the cause. Concerned, the protagonist decided to clarify the situation. Asking Light to be honest, he questioned whether he could control the power he had displayed earlier. Light stood up solemnly, declaring that he could definitely control it, and if he couldn't, he wouldn't have passed the entrance exam. He tried to justify his actions by saying he had been driven by anger at the professor's lies. Hearing Light talk about lies, the protagonist gave him a dark smile and asked if it wasn't wrong to lie. Under pressure, Light avoided his gaze, trembling as he confirmed his words. The protagonist sighed and decided to believe that Light could control his power. Having achieved his goal, Light brightened up and asked Yuan to trust him, promising that what had happened wouldn't happen again. Next to Light, Dako finally spoke up, though his words were sharp. At least it's a relief to hear you say this won't be a problem. Watching you be controlled by that divine object was quite a sight. Seeing that Dogo wouldn't let him hide his mistake, Light pressed his face against the table, while the protagonist let out a long sigh, deciding to drop the matter for now. Suddenly, Doko called Yuan to discuss another matter. She recalled the advice their teacher Yumina had given them a few days earlier, to be cautious of the envy from regular students. If they continued displaying such strength, their school life would only get worse moving forward. Therefore, they needed to think about their future. At that moment, Doko asked Yuan to share their thoughts. She wanted to know what the class representative was thinking about the situation. When asked what he thought, the protagonist pondered for a moment. Over the past few school days, he had begun to notice what was troubling them. The mentality of superiority based on birth or innate strength, the strange disdain for lower dimensions, and the outdated system. All of this made it nearly impossible for outsiders like them to do anything in a place where such ideas were considered common sense. The protagonist didn't reveal his thoughts, but instead asked a question. Guys, what do you think is necessary to build an emotional connection? Or rather, to gain the favor of a large group? Faced with the unexpected question, the trio tried to guess the answer, suggesting things like conversation and power, but the protagonist said it was something else, something they already had. Framing his fingers into a square like a camera and looking at the trio through it, the protagonist revealed the answer: appearance. After giving the answer, the protagonist devised a plan. Dako was curious as to why they needed to create a channel to showcase their daily activities. The protagonist then explained that, in the world he came from, this was a common way to build relationships. Yuan wanted them to create an image to present to the general public. With his plan laid out, the four headed to a training arena. Lighting equipment was prepared to help with the recordings they were about to make. The protagonist held his phone to record, while Rochelle held a light reflector. Yuan explained that by creating an image in people's minds, they also foster a sense of familiarity, which in turn can lead to respect and admiration. Despite the detailed explanation, Light still didn't understand why they needed to fight. Seeing his confusion, the protagonist warned, "We're not just pretending. The fight has to be real, so take it seriously." The moment the protagonist finished speaking, Doko lunged at Light. The boy still couldn't take the fight seriously, thrown off by how quickly things had escalated, but Doko forced him to. As she fought, Doko complained to Yuan for worrying too much. Then, grabbing Light by the collar and slamming him to the ground, she declared, "Anyone, after taking a few hits, would naturally take a fight seriously." Having captured Dogo's takedown on camera, the protagonist was stunned. Light carefully got up from the ground, battered from the impact, while Dogo taunted him. She looked at him mockingly and remarked, "Now I understand why you were so confused when you used the artifact last time." Dominating the situation, Dogo suggested, "Pick up the sword again. At least that way you'll have a chance of getting closer to me, though I doubt you'll manage even that." Faced with so many provocations, Light clenched his teeth, irritated with the girl. Furiously, he charged at Doko, while the protagonist grew even more excited about recording the scene, which slightly worried Rochelle. Rochelle still didn't understand how what they were doing could make their school life any easier. The protagonist smiled and said, "It might not have an immediate effect, but things will change over time. If the people who've been bothering us lately knew how skilled we are, they definitely wouldn't mess with the group. And that's exactly what Yuan wants to show everyone." With the protagonist's explanation, Rochelle found the idea quite plausible. The fight Yuan was filming grew more intense, but he kept talking. He told the pink-haired girl not to worry about the outcome just yet, as her beauty was far too precious to be ruined by stress. Rochelle hesitated at the protagonist's comment, and he pinched his own cheeks, asking, "Haven't you heard that a pretty face looks even better when it's smiling?" Blushing, Rochelle heard Yuan add, "You have a face that could charm anyone, anywhere. It's a shame to trade a beautiful smile for a frown." Encouraging her, the protagonist suggested she set aside her worries and enjoy the moment. Following Yuan's suggestion, Rochelle gave a shy smile, hiding it behind the reflector. She felt a strange sensation, as if every time Ban said something, it made her incredibly happy. After a few minutes of fighting, Light started to flee, with Doko chasing after him and asking where he thought he was going since they had just started. Running toward the protagonist, Light only wanted Yuan to save him. Seeing Light's reaction, the protagonist smiled, deciding to take his own advice to Rochelle and enjoy the moment. Later, Rochelle was crying. She was trying noodle soup for the first time, but felt as if the taste was like soap. Tearing up, she asked Light why he was recording her eating, while he smiled and said she would get used to the taste. Following the protagonist's suggestion, the students of Class 11 began posting videos of their daily routines on their channel, aptly named Rebellion. The response to the channel's videos was explosive. The video of the fight between Doko and Light garnered countless comments admiring Doko's beauty and strength, while others questioned whether the group was truly from lower dimensions. Other videos were also uploaded, such as one showing the group playing a board game. That video was filled with comments, with some viewers already familiar with the rules explaining them to newcomers while enjoying the group's antics. On the channel, they also posted a video about their meetings with the teacher, which was flooded with comments praising Yumina's beauty and the charm of the food and tea they enjoyed during her lessons. Naturally, there were also reactions to Rochelle's expressions when trying new foods, with many commenting on how adorable she could be. After numerous students at the school watched the videos already uploaded to the channel, they were eager for the next one. However, they realized the next wasn't a regular video but a live stream scheduled for the following day. This left many disappointed that they couldn't watch it immediately, while others grew excited thanks to a comment asking if the next day would be the day they climbed the tower. The next day, seeing so many comments on the channel, the protagonist and his group were stunned. Rochelle couldn't understand why they had gathered such a large audience, while Yuan was impressed that they had gained over 1,000 subscribers in just one day. Light, on the other hand, was annoyed that the most popular video was the one where he got beaten up. As the group chatted excitedly, Teacher Yumina approached them. Walking over, she remarked on how the Union was filled with upper dimensions boasting true marvels. In a place where such marvels were taken for granted, no student had ever thought of creating media content. She was amazed by their channel, which stood out among these wonders, offering entertainment and connections in a way she had never considered. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist teased Light again, pointing out how their first video, the fight, had gone viral. After his comment, Yumina decided to change the subject, reminding them that today would be the day they entered the tower. Hearing Yumina's statement, Doko stood beside the protagonist, clad in her battle armor and wielding her samurai-style sword. Similarly, Light was wearing his darkened armor, and Rochelle was dressed as well. At that moment, the protagonist noticed something unusual. Everyone, even Rochelle, was wearing different outfits, while he was still in his school uniform. In response, both Light and Doko explained that since they were about to face one battle after another, they had dressed appropriately. Meanwhile, Rochelle said she simply felt safer in the clothes she was wearing. When asked if he would be fine wearing the school uniform, the protagonist recalled coming from a peaceful place where there were no specific clothes for the battles he would face in the tower. However, since he had decided to risk his life in this world's battles, he made his choice. Adjusting his tie, he declared that the clothes he was wearing would be enough for him. Seeing that everyone was ready, Professor Yumina made a gesture with her hand. With that motion, a large magic circle appeared on the ground, covering the area where everyone stood. The circle glowed brightly toward the skies, and with its radiance teleported everyone within it. A flash of light appeared in front of the building guarding the tower, bringing Yumina and Class 11 with it. Many of the students present noticed the arrival of Class 11, quickly recognizing them from the videos they had seen since the previous day. Rochelle looked around nervously, trying to figure out where they were, when Yumina confirmed that they were at the entrance of the tower. She explained that the tower had been open since dawn, but the order of entry was determined by class level. Being in an advanced grade, they were lined up with the second-year students. The protagonist was surprised to learn that they would be the first-year students to enter, and Yumina noted that they should consider it a reward for the great attention they had received. While standing with the group, Light suddenly noticed the presence of a few individuals. A bit further ahead was the group of idiots who had recently tried to pick a fight with him. However, this time it seemed that the three of them were looking at them differently than before, no longer with anger. Yuan revealed that the three had subscribed to their channel. Despite the change in their expressions, Doko drew the group's attention, pointing out that there were still some murderous stares directed their way. Doko wanted to warn the protagonist, but he already knew what she was going to say. That day would be the day they climbed the tower, and the following Tuesday would be the day he dueled Erecto. Unbothered by the presence of his future opponent, the protagonist called the others to move forward. With only 4 days left until the fight, he intended to reach a level where Erecto would never be able to touch him. As they moved further into the area, the professor stopped to explain a few things for safety reasons. She wanted the group to finish their exploration early and return before the weekend. However, knowing this was a decision for those climbing the tower to make, she asked how many days they planned to explore. The protagonist, representing the class, asked if he should answer on behalf of everyone as they all shared the same mindset. Everyone agreed. Clenching his fist with determination, Yuan declared that they would explore for 2 nights and 3 days before returning. As he spoke, Yuan opened his hand, revealing a small robot with 2 eyes, a mini recording camera. Hearing and witnessing the group's resolve, the professor smiled and urged them to be cautious during the process. Thus, with the small camera hovering above them, the protagonist led his class forward toward the tower. Yuan harbored a desire within him that his ancestors, wherever they were, would watch over him and witness what he was about to accomplish from this moment onward. A few days ago, during a meeting with Yumina, the group revealed their intention to film the exploration inside the tower, which made the professor unsure. The protagonist explained that he wanted to try filming the situation inside the tower and showed the small floating camera robot, an artifact created by Yuan based on what he had learned from Eve and Lilith. The professor was not opposed to filming, but she stated that the tower's structure changed constantly, so it wouldn't hold much meaning, which left Ban Yuan a little disappointed, unlike Rochelle, who was excited about the cuteness of the recording device. Light confirmed the professor's words, telling Ban to look at the basic manual, which stated that the internal structure of the tower changed. Yumina confirmed that this was exactly what the information said. Each floor was called a room, and when monsters were defeated in each room or traps were overcome, the space would automatically change to the next room. In the Union, this unique shifting structure was called swap, and the more swap students experienced, the deeper into the tower they would go. The protagonist was surprised, asking if the rooms always changed with every swap, and Yumina confirmed his question, but added that once a room was passed, they could also return through it. Worried, Light asked if the monsters and traps also changed, and Yumina confirmed that of course they did. Every time the room changed, the monsters that appeared would be different and stronger, and the same applied to the traps. Hearing the professor's explanation, Doko took a sip of her hot tea. After a long gulp, she spoke for the first time during the meeting, asking what happened if someone didn't survive while climbing the tower. Dogo's question made everyone alert. The protagonist, who had always lived a peaceful life, and Light, who had forgotten this important issue, both showed concern. Yumina sighed, stating that Doko had asked a critical question. The professor explained that, contrary to concerns in most areas of the tower, challengers remained alive even after a fatal blow. This comment relieved the 2 boys in the class. The professor wanted to be more precise, saying that when this happened, the challenger would be sent back to the tower's entrance. The protagonist asked if they would need to climb the tower again from the first floor if that happened. But Yumina explained that thanks to the student identifier which recorded the swaps, they could re-enter directly at the floor where they had failed. Holding up the red jewel, she explained that this was why the student identification was an essential item for climbing the tower. The protagonist looked at his jewel, saying that it seemed more like a roguelike game with a save function. Light was excited by the professor's explanation. As if they could be revived, they could challenge the tower as many times as they wanted. At that moment, Doko interrupted them, reminding that the professor had said, most areas, and asked if this didn't mean there were areas where challengers could end up dead, questioning if this meant the tower wasn't a completely safe environment. In response to all of Doko's questions, Yumina fell silent before acknowledging that she was sharp as always. Creating a tense atmosphere, the professor stated that some areas were exceptions to this rule. After entering the dungeon, the protagonist group would encounter various different monsters on each floor. Light swung his sword at green, slimy monsters that spread across the entire room, including the ceiling. The monster he was facing, the Claw Scyther, was notorious for devouring all of the explorer's equipment, disarming them. Light's sword sliced through these slimy monsters as if cutting through the dough of a green bread. He moved with rigidity as he launched his attacks. While Light was focused on the close combat, Doko was shooting at the monsters with her red energy, destroying them. The duo was completely focused on the battle, while the protagonist was doing something else. Stretching out his hand, he stared at the object in front of him, a torch, trying to extract the concept of a photograph. However, even though he felt the concept was there, he couldn't extract it. He had been able to perform such extractions in other dimensions, but he wondered why he couldn't do it in the tower. With this in mind, he had a thought. Discovering the answer to this could be the key to unlocking his abilities. While he was absorbed in his thoughts, the protagonist was snapped out of it by Doko, who apologized for him losing focus for a moment. While Light was still engaged in battle, Doko asked if Ban Yuan had figured out what he wanted after asking for some time. The protagonist explained that he had tried to extract the flame but failed. Hearing the protagonist's response, Doko said it was a shame because if he had been able to extract the flames, he might have been able to extract the concept of the tower and use it freely. Listening to Doko's plans, the protagonist asked her not to overestimate his abilities. While the two were talking, one of the claw scythers approached them, creeping along the ground. The small monster transformed into a huge wave, suddenly leaping at Doko while she was distracted. However, before Doko could make a move against the monster, a chain struck the creature in its place. Doko looked at the chain and then at Ban Yuan, asking if that was how the small artifact snake behaved during battles. Moving Eve, who had transformed into a spiked chain, the protagonist smiled and confirmed the girl's question. He commanded Eve to keep attacking, and the chain snake flew through the dungeon room, mercilessly attacking the claw scythers and destroying the green slime. Seeing the chains dominate the entire floor, Doko complimented the protagonist. The attack wasn't bad, and it was very fast as well. In response to the compliment, the protagonist agreed. It was a strong attack, but also quite noisy. Hearing the protagonist mention the noise, a girl with claws ran through the tower's room to attack the monsters as well. Rochelle, with sharp teeth and red eyes, was comfortably attacking the claw scythers with her own claws. Rochelle's attack caused a massive impact where she landed, throwing several stone blocks in all directions. Watching her actions, Doko commented on how ridiculous it was. To her, the basics of battle were to hide and avoid detection by the enemy. But instead, Rochelle was screaming and fighting in a rough manner. Ignoring Doko, Rochelle continued shouting as Light followed her actions, and both of them attacked the monsters, making Doko even more irritated with the noise. After defeating nearly all the monsters, Light pointed out that it seemed the first room only had claw scythers, monsters they wouldn't have any trouble facing. However, after Light's statement, Doko had the feeling that there was something more. She quickly warned everyone not to lower their guard, as an energy was gathering, and a strong enemy should appear soon. At her warning, Light asked if an elite monster would show up, which made sense. Light then looked at the protagonist, but Ban Yuan was already doing what Light would have asked him to do, using his all-seeing eyes to find out what was happening. The protagonist suddenly warned Rochelle to pay attention. A large obelisk ahead of them had transformed into a magical circle with a pentagram. Ban Yuan wanted Rochelle to destroy it. Instantly, Rochelle charged forward with her claws, and the fury in her eyes showed that she was going to strike powerfully at the stone obelisk. Rochelle's attack hit its target, raising a wave of dust inside the room and obscuring everyone's vision. The first to regain sight of the situation was Light, who thought Rochelle's move had been incredible. Following Ban Yuan's instructions, she had destroyed the obelisk before the elite monster could even materialize, causing an enhancement core to fall as a reward. Rochelle gasped for breath. In her hand was the core mentioned by Light, a glowing pink sphere. Looking at Rochelle, the protagonist noticed something about her. The girl's hair had changed. Rochelle, who had previously had completely pink hair, now had hair darkened to a wine-colored shade, and above her head, a concept of a heart forge appeared for the protagonist to see. Seeing the protagonist staring at her, Rochelle asked what had happened, and he informed her about her hair. Thinking about the heart forge concept that had appeared above the girl, the protagonist wondered which of the two factors was altering the situation. The concept presented was one that burned emotions as fuel to gain power, meaning the combination of those two words created a berserker concept. After reflecting on what he had seen, a hand grabbed the wrist of his shirt. Approaching Ban Yuan, Rochelle asked, concerned, if she had become frightening during her attack. However, the protagonist smiled, and instead stated that in fact, she had given off a very reliable feeling. Despite the protagonist's words, Rochelle tried to argue that the situation could get worse. Meanwhile, Doko silently observed the two, though she seemed a bit irritated. She interrupted the conversation, asking what Rochelle was worried about since Ban Yuan had said everything was fine, asserting that if she feared losing control, she could rest easy, because before that, she would defeat her, preventing any harm from being caused. Faced with Doko trying to calm the situation with a threat, the other three were startled, especially Rochelle, the target. The protagonist tried to calm Doko, stating that she couldn't do that, although she retorted saying that if the situation continued this way, they would be forced to ascend the tower with only 3 of the 4 present. Doko crossed her arms and declared that it would be better if only she and Ban Yuan ascended the tower. Such a comment sounded a bit too dramatic for the protagonist, especially since Light was irritated by being excluded. After all the comments, Rochelle suppressed herself. To change the situation, the protagonist approached her, saying he would think of something, while smiling confidently. I know why you're feeling restless, so it's my job as class president to find a solution. Rochelle's expression, which had been depressed, completely changed to a bright one thanks to the protagonist's words. She grabbed his hand, thanking him, causing him to blush while the other two watching grew irritated. Doko became frustrated, commenting that after all this, Ban was just another guy falling in love with appearances so easily. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, stating that Doko had misunderstood and asked if she couldn't say he was acting completely normal. In the midst of all the drama, Light sighed. After destroying the stone obelisk and resolving the situation, a magic circle surrounded each member of the group as the exchange took place. After a few moments, they arrived on the second floor. Bending down, Light touched the green ground. Below their feet, grass and moss were growing, creating a very different scene from the previous room. The protagonist had received the core from the elite monster that Rochelle had obtained earlier. Seeing all the concepts that the orb contained, he cursed the time he had spent running through the dungeons. Having passed through just one room of the tower, he had received more concepts than he had when he had passed through the goblin dungeon more than 10 times. Now, he had received the concepts of acid and fusion, attributes that could dissolve materials, attributes that most likely came from the Claw Sither. Thus, Ban decided to infuse fusion into his sword while feeding Eve the concept of acid. The small snake on the protagonist's arm opened its mouth, swallowing the ball with the acid attribute. Doko suddenly approached the protagonist, sensing that the snake had been instantly strengthened. The protagonist was startled when he saw Doko approach so suddenly, and in response, she stated that he would have felt her presence if he had trained a bit more. While the two were talking, Light became alert. The environment was changing suddenly, as the monsters in the second room were about to appear. Light was about to ask the duo to act more seriously when a laser passed right beside his shoulder, striking a monster that appeared in front of them. In response to Light's request for them to take things more seriously, Doko remarked that the second room didn't seem much different from the first. The monster that appeared in that room was an evil spirit, a malicious entity that hunted mages among humans. However, Doko considered these monsters so weak that she asked Light if he really thought an ant could defeat a lion, even if it were caught off guard. In response to the girl's statement, Light became irritated, stating that this was exactly how they could be caught off guard. After Light's reprimand, Doko made a suggestion. How about we let Ban Yuan handle the entire fight in the second room? The protagonist didn't understand why the responsibility of the fight was being handed to him. Light also didn't understand what Doko was suddenly suggesting, and Rochelle stated that this could be very dangerous. With a smile, Doko disagreed with the two, stating that her idea was great. Doko Yan explained that Ban needed to develop his skills quickly, especially with the battle that would take place in a few days. She then asked everyone again if her suggestion didn't make sense. The protagonist smiled while gritting his teeth. Despite the mischievous behavior Doko had been showing earlier, she was right. The protagonist stretched as he moved to the front of the group, volunteering to try handling things on his own for a while. Light quickly tried to convince him that it could be dangerous, but the protagonist stopped him, saying that it was fine. He said that, as Doko had mentioned, he needed to grow quickly, and that it would be a waste for the rest of the group if they wore themselves out on such a low-level floor. Moving forward while stretching his hands, he asked if the two could help him shorten the distance as quickly as possible. Seeing that the protagonist was truly asking for this, Rochelle decided to trust him, just as Light did, who stated that if things got dangerous, he would intervene. In front of the many evil spirits, the protagonist smiled in thanks to his companions. The protagonist suddenly called out to Doko, and while looking at her, he asked if, in case he saved energy now, she would help him later. Doko smiled with a proud look, promising that he wouldn't perish so easily by overexerting himself. After the brief conversation, the protagonist called Eve, summoning a magic circle above the snake. Eve passed through the magic circle and on the other side, transformed into a large firearm. At the protagonist's command, Eve began shooting at the evil spirits, turning them into mere dust of the underworld. The evil spirits screamed as they were hit, but the protagonist didn't stop. Watching the attack created by Ban, Rochelle and Light were both impressed and scared at the same time. Light wondered if that was a typical weapon from the protagonist's world. Although he didn't know the exact power the weapon had, the speed with which it was defeating the monsters was surprisingly fast. Light frowned, wishing that the soldiers from his country could be armed with such weapons. He tried to closely observe the weapon created by the protagonist. Initially, he thought it was a launcher, but soon realized that the weapon continuously fired metal pellets. Doko was also impressed. The weapon Eve had transformed into might be able to handle second-class assassins, or even the weaker first-class ones. Even in the martial arts world, such a weapon could be useful. However, Doko noticed a problem. The attacks were too linear. For long-range combat, it would be fine, but in a tight space like the one they were in, there could be too many variables. Just as Doko had said, one of the ghosts sneaked up behind the protagonist to attack him from the rear. The evil spirit opened its mouth, larger than the protagonist's own body, intending to swallow him by attacking from a blind spot. Rochelle and Light immediately became worried when they saw what was about to happen. The protagonist looked back at the sound of their screams, coming face to face with the massive mouth of the evil spirit. Despite everyone's concern, the protagonist materialized a sword in his hand when he saw the evil spirit behind him. With the sword and a vertical cut, the protagonist defeated the monster that had tried to ambush him. The protagonist smiled at the scare he had gotten, but quickly refocused. Rochelle sighed in relief. Light, standing next to Rochelle, was surprised to see the sword in the protagonist's hand. The protagonist had strengthened his longsword with several attributes, preparing it for when he needed to use it. Light was surprised to see the protagonist wielding a sword, while Rochelle revealed that she had no idea Ban used one. The protagonist smiled, saying it wasn't exactly like that. He was far from being as good as Light or Doko. Doko smiled at the protagonist's comment, proud of how much he had improved so far. The protagonist moved forward, continuing to fire with Eve. The various evil spirits were hit and defeated one by one, but now not only using Eve, but also the sword. As he advanced, showing the skills he had acquired so far, he smiled and said that, although he wasn't that good, he was trying to be. After defeating the evil spirits, the protagonist rested the sword on the ground and sighed. He looked at the others, stating that since there were no more demonic spirits, what lay ahead was the last one. The protagonist summoned Eve, transformed into a chain. He commanded the artifact to attack the last evil spirit, binding it. He then said they could rest before defeating the last evil spirit and prepare for the next room. While taking a break, Doko crouched down to touch the remains of the evil spirits. She noticed that the blade of the sword was melting and disintegrating the monsters. Ban Yuan must already be using the abilities he had acquired in the previous room. She reflected on what had happened earlier and the way he held the sword, realizing that he had probably never lived through battles, which made her wonder how he was growing so ridiculously fast. Light was also impressed with Ban's discovery that they could control the room swap in this way. It was truly an incredible method. Rochelle agreed, saying it was an idea expected from an expert student. Doko praised the protagonist, stating that his last attack had been excellent. Being praised, the protagonist became excited and thanked her. She started to think aloud, saying that if he didn't focus so much on quick attacks, he could improve. But still, it was better than being an idiot who swung his sword without thinking. Obviously, she was throwing a jab at Light. Light got angry, asking why he would be an idiot if he had fought so hard earlier. Doko, however, claimed she hadn't said anything and hadn't mentioned his name. The two began to argue because of Doko's comment, while the protagonist dug his hand into his inventory. From the inventory, the protagonist pulled out an energy drink can, opening it to drink while laughing at the bickering duo, stating that although they were on a break, they never seemed to get tired. Seeing the protagonist drinking in that situation, the three stared at him with wide eyes. Doko was furious, asking what he was drinking, while Rochelle was drooling from the fragrance she was smelling. The protagonist showed the can to them, saying it could be bought outside, but this only provoked the three of them further. Leading the group, Light reminded them that unlike him, the three of them couldn't leave the school. The protagonist quickly apologized under the furious gaze of the three. He threw the can back into his inventory, saying that even if he wanted to share, he hadn't bought many, which was actually a lie, and pointed out that the drink only worked when they were exhausted. Ban Yuan's last comment caught Doko's attention. Because of this, the girl took the lead, stating that she would be in charge of the third room. The protagonist called her out, noticing her action, asking if she hadn't said he should fight alone. Doko pouted in response, saying the drink had a taste she'd never experienced, so she couldn't leave everything to him. Seeing the girl wanting the protagonist's drink, Light reminded Doko that it had been his from the beginning. Seeing that everyone had rested enough, the protagonist defeated the last evil spirit, ready for them to move on to the next room. The magic circle surrounded the four of them again, starting the room swap. While they were being moved, the protagonist closed his eyes to have an internal vision of his own attributes. A window appeared in his mind, showing more than 10 attributes spread across various types. The protagonist was excited. As with these attributes, he should already be at the mid-level of the academy. He had only swung his sword a little, but even the swordsman attributes and the piercing techniques he had just learned were improving. Ban Yuan realized that, with this efficiency, he should focus a little more on strengthening his swordsman attribute for the duel next Tuesday. The situation seemed to depend on how much he could evolve his martial arts, as the difference between his body and Erecto's was about 200 strength points. The protagonist frankly thought there was no way to close that gap over a weekend, no matter what he did. However, since he was learning martial arts with Doko, he had found a path to follow. Gaining skills was important, but it was equally essential to nurture those skills. Thinking about his growth in martial arts, the protagonist wanted Doko to teach him more, but suddenly, he snapped out of that thought, feeling it would be too much to ask of his classmate. Moreover, depending on her, no matter how strong she was, didn't feel right. He didn't want to disrupt the balance between them. While Ban was trying to figure out how he could get stronger in such a short time, several gusts of wind passed by him. He was so absorbed in his own problems that he didn't notice, thinking he was still going through the room swap process. At that moment, a voice started shouting his name, insisting on calling him since he was so distracted that he hadn't heard it the first time. Light, who was falling, was asking the protagonist what the hell he was doing, so oblivious to the situation. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes, realizing the situation they were in. The four of them were falling, with the wind rushing past them. In this situation, the protagonist turned purple with panic. Looking down, he wanted to understand why he was falling from the sky. Rochelle was the most desperate among the four. The girl tried to hold her skirt down as she fell, to prevent the wind from lifting it. Additionally, she had to deal with her own fear of falling in a completely unexpected situation. Looking down, the protagonist wondered what was happening, what had happened to the ground, and why it had disappeared. As they fell, the protagonist realized that not only had the ground vanished, but something else had taken its place. Looking down, he saw they were plummeting towards sharp spears pointed upward. Yuan quickly summoned Eve, who transformed into a chain. The artifact wrapped around Rochelle's waist, holding her and saving her from falling onto the deadly blades. The protagonist sighed in relief as he held onto the chain. With Eve wrapped around his arms, he managed to hang from one end of the chain while holding Rochelle with the other. While dangling, the protagonist looked around, trying to understand what was happening. The room they were in was enormous, and yet there was a trap placed precisely where they landed after the switch. As he tried to figure things out, he heard someone call him. Turning around, Ban saw Dako hanging upside down from the ceiling. The girl suggested he move quickly, but instead of heeding her advice, he was startled to see her walking on the ceiling. Ignoring his surprise, Dako warned him that staying where he was would get him hurt. Just as the girl warned Ban Yuan, he heard a sound. One of the walls was opening, revealing a passage. From within the passage, multiple spears were suddenly hurled at the protagonist. Faced with the danger, the protagonist was startled and didn't react immediately. He knew he couldn't let Rochelle fall, so he had to think quickly. Yuan suddenly turned, pulling the part of the chain holding Rochelle. This caused the girl to be swiftly yanked upward. Meanwhile, the protagonist summoned Lilith and gave instructions to Eve. As she was pulled up, Rochelle screamed in fear. She was launched high enough for the spears to pass beneath her, missing her completely. All the spears clashed against one another, hitting nothing. As Rochelle began to fall again, Ban Yuan was there to catch her in his arms like a princess. Holding her close, Rochelle blushed as she heard him ask near her ear if she was all right. Riding on a gliding bike, the protagonist apologized for the harsh pull earlier, explaining that he had no choice given the dangerous situation. Faced with the flying axes, the young man executed several sword strikes, destroying them before they could get close. Light was now different. Behind his back were two pairs of golden energy wings, resembling a dragon's. Holding the divine sword in his hand, the young man walked through the shattered axes. Light wondered what was going on. He remembered that during their earlier meeting, Yumina had said traps wouldn't appear until room 20. However, they were currently in room 3, and the difficulty had already escalated to this disproportionate level. While using his wings to stay in the air, Light suddenly noticed a floating bike speeding across the room. He wondered when Ban had managed to get his hands on such an item. Riding the floating bike, the protagonist gritted his teeth, accelerating at full speed to dodge the traps springing up everywhere. Behind him, seated on the bike, Rochelle was mesmerized. She still remembered how she had been held in the protagonist's arms just moments before. Smiling, she wrapped her arms around his back, feeling at ease in the situation. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, the protagonist blushed, surprised. Distracted by this, Ban allowed an arrow to hit the floating bike. He zigzagged between the pillars scattered across the tower room, trying to avoid the other weapons being launched at them. The danger drew closer and closer to the floating bike, but suddenly, a burst of light deflected some of the spears. The protagonist brought the bike to a halt and, looking to his side, saw Light hovering in the air, questioning why he was just running around. Seeing Light's appearance, the protagonist was startled by his wings, asking what they were. The blonde boy was about to answer, but declared he had a question first. Pointing at Ban's mount, Light asked what it was and if it came from Ban's world. The protagonist was surprised that Light didn't recognize a floating bike. Changing the subject, Ban asked where Doko was. Thanks to the protagonist's question, Light realized he hadn't seen the girl for some time and wondered if she had fallen into a trap. Contrary to Light's assumption, Doko was running along the tower room's walls, dodging numerous weapons chasing her. The protagonist didn't know her exact situation but had confidence that she wouldn't fall into a trap so easily. Dodging the spears like an acrobatic dancer, Doko twisted and moved swiftly, avoiding every spear or dagger aimed at her. As Ban suspected, she was keeping an eye on everything happening. No longer worried about the incredible Doko's safety, Light asked the protagonist what they should do and whether he thought the traps would end soon. Ban Yuan recalled that, according to the manual, they needed to survive for a certain amount of time, though he didn't know exactly how long. With little information to go on, the protagonist instructed Light to fly to the other side of the room so he could analyze the traps. As Light flew to the other side of the room, the protagonist examined the traps activating on the walls and ceilings. Surprisingly, all the traps this time seemed to target only one person, Light. Because of this, the protagonist began to suspect that the traps prioritized those in motion. Reflecting further on this possibility, the protagonist recalled the room's initial situation. All of this made the protagonist realize what they needed to do. They had to avoid moving carelessly inside the trap-filled room. The protagonist clutched his head, frustrated for not figuring this out sooner. Meanwhile, Rochelle, seated behind him, tried to warn him about an incoming arrow. The protagonist yanked the arrow lodged in Lilith the bike, irritated that it had scratched the surface. Gritting his teeth, he knew he had to warn everyone to stop moving unnecessarily. However, he realized that if they stopped moving, they wouldn't be able to clear the room. Clutching the arrow in frustration, the protagonist suddenly noticed a reaction happening within it. Looking closely, he saw that the arrow was being absorbed, as if it were a concept. He didn't understand why this was happening now. Since the first room, he had tried absorbing concepts but had been unsuccessful. Trying to uncover the reason behind this sudden change, he had a thought. His eyes landed on a sword, and he wondered if his theory was just a coincidence. But knowing he wouldn't confirm it without testing, he decided to grab the sword. Rochelle, curious about what Ban was doing, watched closely. Before her eyes, the protagonist began to absorb the sword as well, surprising both of them. The sword vanished from the protagonist's hand, disintegrating into golden dust. He received a concept, but not the concept of a sword as he had expected. Instead, he received the concept of decapitation. This reminded Ban Yuan of how something similar had happened with the thrust technique Doko had taught him. As the protagonist reflected on this, Rochelle pointed to something and urged him to look in that direction. Turning to where she was pointing, the protagonist saw Light surfing on a wave created by a trap, acting like a fool. After escaping the wave, Light gritted his teeth as he leaned on his sword. He had let his guard down, assuming only the weapons were dangerous, which had caused him to fall into the latest trap. Light's vision began to blur. He realized that something mixed in the water was causing this effect. As his vision and thoughts clouded, concern took over his mind. He understood that with dozens of new traps emerging, he would struggle to react to them all. The protagonist didn't stay idle. Riding Lilith, he commanded the floating bike to move forward. Leaving Rochelle behind, Ban Yuan sped toward Light. He had apologized to Rochelle beforehand, asking her to wait for a bit. What he was about to do was a gamble, and he didn't want her involved. Rochelle had agreed to stay behind and asked Ban Yuan to hold steady. As he moved through the waves, crashing around Light, the protagonist gained more points in the concepts of acid and wave. Everything was unfolding as he had expected. Just like before, what had touched the protagonist was water. But instead of acquiring the concept of water, he obtained the concept of waves. Finally, Yuan understood his power and why he hadn't received the concept of a sword when he grabbed the weapon thrown by the trap. While advancing on the floating bike, Doko was leaping from pillar to pillar, moving swiftly to analyze the situation. She was surprised when she glanced down and saw the protagonist riding the floating bike, with waves of energy surging outward. She wondered what he was planning. As he headed toward Light, the protagonist realized that the state of a substance at the moment it manifested determined the concept he would acquire. Since the traps had aimed at his neck, he had obtained the concept of decapitation. Now, keeping all this in mind, the protagonist moved forward as new arrows and spears were triggered by the trap. The weapons were falling upon Light, while Ban Yuan rapidly closed the distance. Assuring Light that he would handle the situation, the protagonist completed his approach on the bike. At that moment, he hoped that the all-seeing eye ability would deepen, allowing him to perceive the essence of things and even read the instincts of projectiles. The arrows were closing in on Light, who screamed for help from the protagonist. Closing his eyes, Ban Yuan stretched out his hand, aiming at the weapons and attempting to use his power. Opening his eyes, the protagonist activated his eye ability. At the tip of each blade, a concept appeared, revealing the intentions of each weapon now targeting him as he had drawn their focus. Light was stunned by what had happened. He was safe, but now Ban had become the target for defying the traps. The protagonist gritted his teeth. With so many weapons and concepts, he didn't plan to absorb them one by one, as doing so might cause them to mix and lose their distinct forms. Grabbing a concept with his hand, the protagonist released a powerful burst of energy. The concept in his hand linked with the concepts of the surrounding weapons, and as he completed the use of his power, a golden light radiated, enveloping him. This signaled the success of his plan to merge all the concepts, leaving him thrilled with his accomplishment. From across the room, Rochelle watched everything calmly. The golden glow of the protagonist's power still lingered, creating a spectacular sight for her. She stretched out her hands, letting the golden dust from the destroyed weapons settle on them. Smiling, she felt excited about Ban Yuan's achievement. Ban Yuan finally stopped his bike, parking a few meters away from Light. The blonde youth ran toward him, asking if he was okay. The protagonist let out a sigh of relief, expressing his happiness that his friend was unharmed. He chuckled, recalling how close they had come to disaster. Light looked at the protagonist in surprise, noticing he was holding a small red and gold orb in his hand. When he asked what it was, Ban responded that he wasn't sure, but the orb had appeared when he merged all the weapons together. It felt as though he had obtained something very valuable. Light then asked if the protagonist had awakened a new ability, as he now seemed capable of directly interfering with the traps. Suddenly, as the two were talking, a new trap was activated, forcing them to snap back into alert mode. However, two girls landed in front of them and, with their swift strikes, deflected the swords and spears, preventing anything bad from happening. Rochelle let out a sigh of relief, while Doko seized the moment to scold the two, stating that if they didn't fix their bad habit of chatting with their guard down, they'd run into trouble in the future. The protagonist was amazed by the girls' performance, while Light was annoyed by Doko's sudden appearance. Even so, he sighed, thanking them for saving him. Doko turned away angrily, questioning if Light was getting himself into trouble and losing focus again. As that had been the last trap they needed to face in the room transition began, surrounding the four with magical circles. While they were being transported, the protagonist watched Light and Doko bickering as usual. It seemed the two wouldn't let go of their grudge anytime soon. Ban Yuan could only chuckle at the two, while Light questioned if Doko was trying to play the hero by showing up at the last minute and acting like the savior. The protagonist sighed. Despite their constant arguing, no matter how much they fought or how dangerous things became, they would always rush to save each other. And that, in his eyes, was proof that the team was truly working well together. Noticing the protagonist laughing, sighing, and deep in thought with his eyes closed, Rochelle glanced at him, wondering what was going through his mind. As for Light's accusation of arriving at the last minute, Doko shamelessly claimed she had been waiting for the perfect moment to appear, catching the two boys off guard. Doko gave a mischievous smile as she revealed her reasoning. Because once I have you in my debt, I can make sure to collect on it later. Doko's words made Bond silently hope that the camaraderie he felt within the team wasn't just an illusion. The protagonist finally got a good look at the monsters in this room, surprising both himself and Light. The monsters on that floor were giant spiders, the infamous tower spiders. These unique creatures could appear on any floor of the tower, regardless of level. Light drew his sword, stepping forward to protect Ban Yuan, who was stunned to see that the spiders were completely unscathed, wondering if they had somehow deflected his attacks. Light explained that the spiders' stats were random, just like the floors they appeared on, which might be why Ban's weapon had no effect. Seeing several spiders scattered across that floor of the tower, Light took the lead with Rochelle to defend one side, instructing Doko to finally step in and handle the other side. Doko glanced sideways at the protagonist, noticing he seemed a bit downcast at not being useful this time. Ban Yuan clenched his teeth, struggling to believe the monsters had already become this strong so early. Sensing the protagonist's feelings, Doko sighed. She stepped in front of everyone, asking them to stand back. Looking at Ban Yuan, she instructed him to watch her carefully, promising to show him exactly what he was searching for. Stretching her arm forward, energy began to flow from Doko's hand. It transformed into an attack, Energy Blast. A cannon of pure energy erupted from her hand, carrying all the power she could muster. Doko's attack quickly reached the spiders, striking them like a tidal wave and sweeping away the smaller insects in its path. The protagonist's eyes widened as he witnessed a real energy explosion. He realized Doko's attack was far stronger than Eve's bullets, as most of the spiders were knocked out. At that moment, Doko instructed everyone to let Ban deliver the final blow to the spiders. Smiling at the protagonist, she teased, "Is there a teacher more merciful than me?" The protagonist gave a sheepish smile at Doko's remark. He then drew his sword, asking Light to cover his back while Rochelle kept her eyes on the ceiling to avoid surprises. Ban Yuan moved forward to face the wounded spiders, reflecting on Doko's actions. She wasn't his mentor, yet he hadn't expected her to be so considerate. The spiders approached Ban Yuan slowly, allowing him to notice their pink spots scattered across parts of their bodies, making them even more striking. Ban Yuan struck one of the spiders with his sword, his actions showing gratitude toward Doko. The two watching him, Light and Rochelle, grew concerned. The reason for their worry became apparent when Ban Yuan's sword didn't make progress. After hitting the spider, his blade stopped against its tough shell, making the protagonist's hands tremble. He tried applying more force, but the spider's exoskeleton was too hard to penetrate. Not giving the protagonist a chance to attack, the spider's eyes glowed pink. In the next instant, it leapt at him, attempting to strike with its 8 legs. The protagonist jumped back, dodging the ambush. Refusing to give up, he advanced again, this time with a thrust, aiming for the spider's head. Although it didn't defeat the spider outright, he managed to find a vulnerable spot. Rochelle cheered at Ban's success, while Light seemed relieved. Despite his progress, the protagonist knew he couldn't continue with this hit-and-retreat strategy, not with so many spiders surrounding him. Gritting his teeth, he thought the tower spiders were still too much for him. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he even mocked himself for forgetting it. In the previous room, the protagonist had fused multiple concepts, creating something remarkable, the concept of slicing. He hadn't used this concept yet, and seeing this as the perfect moment, he infused it into his sword. As soon as the sword received the concept, it emitted small sparks of energy, brimming with power. Even a simple swing of the sword radiated a powerful aura. Ban Yuan decided to test the compatibility of the concept with his sword, which had evolved thanks to its upgrade, becoming the Executor's long sword. The spiders, unwilling to let Ban Yuan carry out his plan, rushed toward him with their massive bodies. Taking a combat stance, the protagonist wondered if he should strike first. The sword moved swiftly with Yuan's swing, cutting through the spider like butter. Advancing forward, he passed through several spiders, leaving his attack behind. Light was stunned, questioning how the situation had turned around so suddenly. Doko was the most surprised, though she tried to conceal it, frowning as she watched the protagonist. After the attack, the protagonist felt something was off. He knew he had made a clean cut, but something about it seemed strange. Wondering if he had swung harder than he should have, he decided to try again. Ban Yuan re-engaged in the battle, determined to get it right this time. Light, worried for the protagonist, stepped forward to help him, with Rochelle following close behind. After observing for so long, Doko, who had remained silent until now, realized Ban Yuan had done something to his sword in a brief moment before defeating the first spider. Whatever he had done allowed him to cut through enemies he couldn't even touch before, leaving Doko questioning how someone could possess such intuition and overwhelming skill. Watching the protagonist's movements, slicing through the spiders as if he had been doing it for years, she noticed he was trying to improve his abilities, not relying solely on brute strength but on technique. Doko knew that typically when someone enhanced their sword or acquired a more powerful weapon, they would swing the new weapon clumsily. Yet Ban Yuan had shown none of that characteristic flaw so far. Doko hoped that, even if not now, someday he would come to understand the true essence of what slicing really meant. Doko had no reason to interfere in Ban Yuan's journey. He could proceed however he wished, but seeing his potential, she felt it would be a waste to let him continue as he was. Recalling her own history, having overcome the 3 calamities, Doko proudly bore the title of the greatest prodigy in the martial world. Yet now, she realized she was witnessing someone so talented that her own abilities seemed insignificant in comparison. Doko fixed her dark eyes on the protagonist. She made a decision about what to do with the man before her. She would make him hers. Unaware of Dogo's thoughts, the protagonist continued swinging his sword, striking the tower spiders and honing his skills. Although he was unaware of Doko's thoughts, the protagonist felt a gaze that sent chills down his spine. Sensing his reaction, Light asked what was wrong. The protagonist, looking around, replied that he felt a shiver, as if an elite monster were lurking nearby. At that moment, Ban and Doko's eyes met, and the protagonist asked why she was just standing there. The girl, who had just been compared to an elite monster, turned her face away and retorted, asking if he wasn't managing just fine on his own. Provocatively, the protagonist replied that apparently he wouldn't need to share the drink she had been eager to have earlier since he was doing all the work. Feeling taunted, Doko rushed after the protagonist, who was holding a can of the drink in his hand, declaring that he would share it with Rochelle instead. While the two bantered, Light received an external message from outside the tower. Doko and Ban Yuan also noticed that they had received a message, as did Rochelle. All 4 group members had received the same notification. 3 of them gathered to discuss the contents of the message, while Rochelle stayed back, sensing something unusual. Light was the first to open the message, which instructed them to leave the tower. The protagonist was confused about why such an abrupt request had been sent. Seeing that the message came from the director, they realized it must have been sent to all students. While they were talking, their guard down, Rochelle began to feel alarmed. Doko, who hadn't yet noticed the danger, was annoyed. She didn't want to leave the tower, especially since she hadn't warmed up or tasted Ban's sweet drink yet. She wasn't going to leave without an explanation. At that moment, Rochelle screamed, warning the others that the enemy was approaching. The protagonist was the first to turn to Rochelle, followed by the others, only to be shocked by what they saw. Two massive portals had appeared, with dozens, possibly hundreds, of spiders emerging from them. Doko, now understanding why they were being told to leave the tower, finally got her explanation. Following the appearance of the two portals, more cracks began forming in the space around them, making way for additional portals. Light asked if this was the situation Yumina had mentioned during their meeting, and the others confirmed his suspicion. Lifting her student ID, Doko realized there was no signal in the gem. With the IDs failing, the group was now completely trapped in the tower room. Light gripped his sword nervously, recalling that this was the exact scenario Yumina had described. The one phenomenon that could send students straight to their graves, the emergence of a spatial irregularity. The numerous portals unleashed an army of spiders that swarmed the entire tower room. Floor, walls, or ceiling, the spiders advanced, leaving no space for escape. Rochelle was the first to charge forward, followed by Light, who held his sword. Faced with so many spiders, the protagonist was terrified, as he had never encountered anything of such magnitude before. During the meeting, Yumina had revealed that there was a high probability of dimensional pirates invading when novices were ascending the tower. Since the protagonist didn't know what dimensional pirates were, Yumina had said she would explain later, focusing instead on the main issue, the irregularities caused by abnormal invasions. Such irregularities triggered unpredictable phenomena. Yumina had explained that one thing changed when a normal exploration turned into an irregular one. The rules of the tower. Areas that were once considered safe zones became hostile zones, while the number of monsters increased uncontrollably. Moreover, the difficulty of the rooms escalated unpredictably, and many other problems began to occur simultaneously. The more Yumina spoke about it, the more the students became frightened, with the exception of Doko. After explaining everything, Yumina had reminded everyone that the tower didn't guarantee their safety. They needed to keep in mind that if they were caught in a phenomenon of irregularity, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Now, trapped in the situation that the teacher had mentioned, the protagonist's group needed to figure things out. An explosion occurred in the wall, creating a passage. The protagonist, riding his floating bike, gave Rochelle a lift while the others followed him toward a wider area. As the spiders began to pour through the opening they had created, Light remarked that they didn't know how long those spiders would keep appearing. Ban Yuan added that staying in a cramped area would be risky against so many enemies. Rochelle was gritting her teeth in anger, watching the spiders in the adjacent room. Slowly, the glow in the spiders' eyes grew brighter as they approached the passage the student group had used to escape, and like a flood, they invaded the room as well. Seeing so many enemies, Doko commented on how it seemed like they were endless. At that moment, she resumed attacking. Using her energy blast, she aimed at a cluster of spiders and unleashed her powerful strike. Many spiders were turned into fried skewers in front of Doko's attack. Seeing this, Light also joined the battle. He swung his sword with determination, attacking while telling Doko to keep going, even though she didn't need his motivation. Attacks dealt massive damage, taking down many spiders at once. The protagonist watched the fierce battle, a little shaken. Doko must have already defeated dozens of spiders by now, and so had Light. Both were exhausted. Rochelle, who had used up so much of her power, now had most of her hair dyed a dark shade of red. Furthermore, Rochelle barely spoke, acting almost instinctively, driven only by the will to fight. If this continued and her hair darkened completely, it could turn into a nightmare scenario, and that was what Ban Yuan feared. Doko stopped attacking and joined the protagonist, commenting on Rochelle's condition. The young woman also said she wouldn't be able to go much further, and if she didn't take a break soon, the situation could become dangerous. Upon hearing Doko, the protagonist took out one of the drinks he had stored and handed it to her to drink. Ban Yuan decided to hold off the spiders while Doko rested and drank. Carefully taking the drink from the protagonist, Doko smiled and asked if he really believed he could handle everything. The protagonist suddenly pulled out a grenade, saying that, of course, he could handle it. Pulling the pin and preparing to throw the grenade, he asked Doko to watch closely. When thrown, the grenade flew quickly over the spiders. While still in the air, Rochelle also noticed it and observed carefully. A power enveloped the grenade, which exploded while still in the air. The explosion created a sea of fire, completely engulfing most of the spiders in the area. The huge explosion generated a wave of heat, forcing Light to retreat and protect himself with his sword. While shielding himself, Light asked what kind of power that was. The protagonist asked if he didn't think the power was incredible, revealing how much effort he had put into creating such an effect. Next moment, the protagonist climbed onto Lility and advanced, telling Light to rest. As he advanced, the protagonist realized that Rochelle still must have a lot of energy, but he couldn't fully rely on her power as it made her unpredictable. He was moving forward now because he didn't know how long the spiders would keep appearing, so it would be better to let Light and Doko rest. He knew that if he could defeat as many spiders as possible, it would buy at least some time for his companions. Following this plan, he drew his sword again. Suddenly, the protagonist received a notification that the blood poison in the executor's longsword had increased to 15. He was surprised by the speed of the change. To his surprise, the concept of cutting had been slightly mastered, increasing the depth of the attribute by 2 points. As he advanced on the floating bike, the protagonist looked at the sword in his hand and noticed that it was unexpectedly turning red. Although the protagonist didn't know exactly what the blood poison was based on, he continued advancing. He would find out that information soon when he used the sword against the spiders. Swinging the sword, large amounts of energy were released along with the strike. Something surprising happened. The trajectory of the sword seemed to have changed. It had increased. While dealing with the spiders, the protagonist realized that while the concept of cutting increased the sword's strength, the blood poison increased the range of the attacks. However, for this to happen, the sword needed to suck his blood. The protagonist felt a little uneasy about the sword. He realized he couldn't use it frequently, as it felt like he was donating blood with every swing. Approaching, Light revealed that he was impressed Ban had shown something interesting again. He was curious about the aura on the protagonist's sword. Seeing Light and Dako approaching, the protagonist asked where Rochelle was. The two answered that she was somewhere massacring spiders, so it wouldn't be a good idea to get too close to her at the moment. The protagonist wanted to insist that Light and Doko rest, but Light said they had rested enough. As they prepared to switch places with the protagonist, Light noticed that the number of spiders had decreased. Hearing Light mention this, the protagonist also realized it. Doko looked at the passage leading to the next room and stated that the flow of monsters hadn't decreased. Light explained that usually, when the number of monsters decreased, it meant the battle was almost over, or something stronger was about to appear. While Light was talking about something stronger, Rochelle, who was immersed in the battle, ground her teeth in fury. The young woman then realized exactly what Light meant. Something stronger was about to appear. A portal larger than the previous ones began to form in the room. The final elite monster of the tower's spiders was entering through the new opening. The protagonist was shocked to see the enormous spider, several times larger than him. The reason for his shock was that a spider of that size should only appear from room 50 onward. Doko sighed, reminding him once again that the tower's rules were in chaos. At that moment, Light started shouting, calling the protagonist. Although the protagonist wanted his companion to focus on the elite monster in front of them, Light was completely focused on something else. Light suddenly asked if there should be more than one elite monster, which made Ban Yuan turn around, worried. The protagonist then understood why his companion was so excited. There wasn't just one elite monster, but two. Looking at the second giant spider, Ban Yuan realized that this was the worst possible scenario. They were surrounded by two elite monsters, one in front and the other behind them. Light became extremely nervous, asking what was going on, and if the school manual at least matched this reality. Doko, in contrast to Light, remained silent, enjoying her drink. Meanwhile, Rochelle, growing more and more nervous, bared her fangs while grinding her teeth. With all her accumulated fury, she suddenly charged at one of the giant spiders. Rochelle quickly reached the front of one of the giant spiders and attacked without thinking. Although Light was worried, Yuan stated that this might actually be a good thing. The protagonist then coordinated with Light to help Rochelle. They should split up and attack the spiders at the same time. The protagonist wanted to handle the other spider with Doko, hoping they could figure it out somehow. Light agreed with the protagonist's instructions and advanced to attack the spider. Positioned in front of another giant spider, Ban Yuan raised his sword in front of his body. He had been confident in instructing everyone to split up and handle the spiders, but now, faced with one, he wasn't exactly sure what to do. In front of the giant spider, he remembered that he had needed the concepts of cutting and blood poison to cut through the normal spiders, wondering if these attacks would also work against this giant monster. Dogo observed the worried Yuan while finishing her drink, analyzing him. The girl then moved to his side. "Didn't you just say you were going to handle this with me? Knowing you can't win, yet still charging forward without asking for my help. Is that pride or stubbornness?" With Doko approaching him so closely to speak, the protagonist blushed a little. She stepped back, tossing the can of drink she had finished back to him while asking, "Do you like this drink? It has a unique taste, but it wasn't bad." She then materialized her sword to join the fight. Positioning herself in front of Ban to lead him, she stated, "Now you're going to pay the price for this sweetness." Facing the giant spider, Doko drew her sword. The protagonist looked at the girl's sword, wondering why she had drawn it. Until now, Doko had always fought with bare hands, which made Ban Yuan question even more why she was now wielding a sword. Was she showing him her technique for some reason? Noticing the protagonist's curious gaze, Dako met his eyes with a sharp look. "I just don't want to dirty my hands, so don't get any wrong ideas." The protagonist flinched as he realized his thoughts had been read. Dako's words weren't entirely true. After analyzing what Ban Yuan had learned for so long, she knew he was still missing one move to master, and she was determined to show it to him in this single moment, leaving the responsibility of learning it to him. A powerful energy surrounded Doko as she prepared to strike. She wanted the protagonist to watch closely. The young woman's eyes gleamed with a blue hue, the same color as her energy. Stretching her free hand forward while her sword hand crossed beneath her outstretched arm, she positioned herself for the attack. In that brief moment, the protagonist lost his focus. The reason was simple. Rochelle had lost control. Instead of attacking the giant spider, she started attacking Light, who was trying to defend himself by holding his sword in front of his body to block the girl's advance. Rochelle was enraged and didn't notice the elite spider moving forward. The spider leaped, firing a stream of webbing to attack the two who were so close to each other. Light was shocked by the web being launched in his direction. It was about to ensnare him, just like Rochelle. Quickly, Light shoved Rochelle to the side, pushing her away to save her, and stayed alone to be caught in the spider's web. Rochelle, who had landed on top of a pillar, gritted her teeth at the spider as Light was ensnared in the webs. The giant spider growled at Rochelle, who in her fury growled back. Looking at the situation around them, the protagonist noticed everything was a mess. At that moment, Doko asked where Ban Yuan was looking, telling him to focus only on her. The protagonist said he was watching, but he was concerned about the other spider. As soon as Ban revealed his concern, Doko moved her sword. The protagonist watched as the young woman's sword moved slowly with her energy, while she reassured him that everything was fine. The spider in front of her fell, split in half. Now only one of the elite monsters remained. Doko's strike was simple. Coming from below, it cut upward. Yet with this simple motion, Ban managed to see something astonishing: the distance between their worlds. After Doko's cut, the spider fell, its parts scattering to the sides. The protagonist started receiving a flood of concept notifications, thanks to his observation of Doko's strike. It reached a point where he felt a slight headache. He had understood advanced techniques, which increased his control power. Many other concepts also leveled up during this time, as he absorbed complex martial concepts, making his martial arts depth grow and thereby enhancing his soul power. Just a brief fragment of Doko's true martial art caused Ban's internal skill code to grow exponentially. The power he had just witnessed was similar to the moment Ortima's force field was destroyed. Doko's current attack should be an upgraded version of the cutting movement, now released with the power she had shown at that time. Trembling from the headache, Ban wondered how someone could infuse so much will into their sword. The mortal concept he had discovered was so vivid it sent shivers down his spine. As the protagonist tried to deal with the storm of information flooding his mind, his vision became blurry, and he didn't notice that Doko was calling him. The girl suddenly approached, coming so close that they almost felt each other's breath. She asked if he had watched her strike carefully, as she wouldn't show it again. With Doko closing in so abruptly, the protagonist was startled. When he quickly pulled away, shouting, Doko asked what had happened. Ban Yuan blushed, claiming she had come too close. The girl tossed a purple sphere to the protagonist. Examining the sphere closely, which overflowed with energy, he realized it was the core of the earlier elite spider. Receiving such a thing left the protagonist delighted, but he wondered if he should even keep it, since Doko had done all the work to defeat the spider. Doko smiled and said that it was his reward. He shouldn't hesitate and should just accept the gift. Seeing the two almost flirting, Light became furious. He called out for them to stop flirting and help him immediately. Light, who was trapped by the spider's web, was very worried because Rochelle, who had defeated the spider alone, was entering berserker mode, a state of uncontrollable rage. The protagonist looked at Rochelle concerned. Seeing this situation, Doko commented that Light was completely useless, which only served to irritate him further. Ban knew that if he advanced, he would be defeated in an instant by Rochelle. So he looked back and stated that the only person who could handle the situation was the one who had defeated the other spider, Doko. Doko pouted and told the protagonist not to look at her with hope, as she had already fulfilled her role in the battle. While Rochelle began looking at the others, Ban tried to argue with Doko, asking her to help since this was an irregular situation, and no one knew what could happen if any of them were defeated. Doko couldn't refute such an argument, but noticing something, she decided to move. When she started stretching, the protagonist got excited, understanding that she had decided to help. Looking at Rochelle, Doko said she would keep the beast entertained, but in return, Ban Yuan would have to deal with whatever was beneath the beast's feet. The protagonist was surprised by Dogo's suggestion. Before Ban Yuan could even think, Dogo advanced, attacking Rochelle with an energy strike. After the attack, Dogo taunted Rochelle with words, trying to provoke her even further. Meanwhile, the protagonist still didn't know what to do with Doko's suggestion about the spider on the ground. Not caring much, Doko stated that she could have real fun with Rochelle. Provoked further, the beast girl snarled furiously. Doko got what she wanted. Rochelle charged at her with her claws. The white-haired girl laughed excitedly. Dodging Rochelle's first attack, she leapt backward, continuing to provoke her. With each swipe of Rochelle's claws, Doko performed a simple move to evade. After 1, 2, 3, and several attacks, not even a strand of Doko's hair was touched. Instead, she grabbed Rochelle's wrist and, with a simple motion, threw her onto her back on the ground. With the impact, a bit of reason returned to Rochelle's mind, but not enough for her to fully awaken. Doko then released the girl and threw a new provocation. Attacking someone stronger blindly. Get up, beast. You're still full of energy, aren't you? I'll entertain you enough to keep you conscious. Come on, go crazy. Provoked once again, Rochelle, in her berserker mode, gritted her teeth and charged again. The protagonist watched their fight, which seemed more like a game for Doko. Seeing the protagonist distracted, Doko scolded him. The protagonist then materialized his sword. He knew what Doko was trying to say, but he claimed that his task was a bit too difficult. Doko replied that if Ban had observed her attack correctly, he should be able to replicate it. Seeing that Doko expected a lot from him, the protagonist asked on what basis she believed this. At that moment, one of the giant spider's claws hit the ground near the protagonist, who barely managed to dodge by jumping to the side. Seeing the protagonist almost getting hit, Light asked if he was okay. Ban Yu-won was surprised to see the spider attack right after the two girls had moved away. Although the spider was in a very injured state, the protagonist realized it seemed to believe it could still handle him. He gritted his teeth, allowing it to think that way. Deciding to deal with the monster, Ban summoned Eve, who materialized in the form of chains. Not just one chain appeared, but several, emerging from multiple magical circles. The chains bound the spider's legs, which hissed as it realized it was being trapped. Light was surprised to see that the protagonist had managed to bind the spider. Meanwhile, Doko looked back, briefly diverting her gaze from the fight to see what was happening. The protagonist advanced with his sword toward the chained spider, but not all of its legs were trapped. Some that were free tried to attack him, but he skillfully dodged. With Eve immobilizing as many legs as possible, and with the addition of the concepts of cutting and blood venom, the protagonist was ready to attack. He got as close as he could so that the point he needed to strike was within reach. The spider realized the impending danger, and Ban Yu-won, with fervor in his eyes, attacked the giant spider with his sword. The protagonist's attack hit the spider, but it wasn't strong enough to defeat it. Watching the protagonist's attack, Light was incredulous, wondering why Ban hadn't been able to finish it. Skillfully dodging Rochelle, Doko watched the protagonist with her sharp eyes. She knew exactly where he needed to strike if he wanted to defeat the giant spider. He had to split it in half. The protagonist retreated a few meters after his first attack failed. He wondered why his attack had been so weak. Looking at his sword, he finally realized that the blood venom had not been properly activated. At that moment, the spider being bound by Eve began to break the chains. The protagonist realized it made sense that one of his abilities had failed, as he had used two abilities consecutively, something he had never done before. The giant spider then snapped all the chains, freeing itself and preparing to attack the protagonist. Faced with the giant monster, Ban Yu-won was struck by the spider's enormous legs, a blow that could seal his fate on his first expedition to the tower. Watching the giant spider break free from its chains and launch an attack on the protagonist, kicking up dust that filled the room, Doko froze, making way for the enraged Rochelle to strike it. However, once the dust settled, everyone could see the spider lying on the ground, while Ban Wu-yan held his sword. The sword in the protagonist's hand fell to the floor as he also collapsed, exhausted. The mental fatigue that hit the protagonist was immense as he recalled what had just happened. As soon as his sword and the spider's leg met, Ban adjusted the angle of his attack. He trembled as he retrieved his sword, knowing that, had he taken the blow head-on, both his sword and arm could have been injured. Ban Wu-yan wondered how he had been able to perceive such a thing. For a moment, it felt as though a fraction of a second had turned into an eternity. The protagonist questioned if this situation had unfolded because he had observed Doko's fencing. Suddenly, a notification appeared for the protagonist. By dodging the enemy's attack, he had mastered the concept of flow. The depth of this attribute increased to level 5. Understanding what had happened made the protagonist struggle to get back up. He mentally praised Doko, as her attack had influenced him to improve, awakening a hidden aspect of martial arts that he hadn't even known he had. Approaching the spider again, the protagonist knew he couldn't perfectly emulate Doko's fencing, but now he understood what was needed to improve. The protagonist then drew the spider's attention and with his sword in hand, challenged it to continue the fight. He stared at the spider, daring it. Sensing Ban's hostility, the spider lifted its legs again to strike him. The protagonist swung his sword continuously, blocking and dodging the spider's attacks. While watching Ban's actions, Light remembered a fencing concept, parrying. This concept involved deflecting or redirecting the enemy's attacks to the side, allowing the swordsman to break the enemy's advance or even avoid critical hits. If applied correctly, the concept could even open up an opportunity for a counterattack. However, this was merely a tactical concept. Reality was different. Most swordsmen wouldn't even live long enough to learn such a technique, or they would seek other methods to fight. Light knew that things usually happen this way, but Ban seemed to be going against the grain. In a situation where he barely had any experience, he was showing impressive skill. Watching how Ban Yuan used the ability to dodge attacks, Light internally questioned whether the protagonist had really never held a sword before. After dodging one of the giant spider's attacks, the protagonist finally found an opening. Using the concept of dodging to avoid a direct attack, and then rotating the sword into a different position in his hand to do the same with an attack coming from the side, he continued dodging while advancing. Little by little, Ban Yuan began to see more clearly how to advance, how to gain the upper hand in the confrontation. Another ongoing confrontation was between Dogo and the crazed Rochelle. The young beast charged with her claws, trying to strike the silver-haired girl. Showing her teeth, Rochelle lunged at Dogo, but in a brief moment she was disarmed, tripping over Doko's feet, who calmly stood her ground and watched the protagonist battle with the spider. On the ground, Rochelle groaned, while Doko thought what was happening was unbelievable. She had thought Ban would gain something from seeing his first sword, but he was showing her something beyond her expectations. As she watched Ban influencing the flow of the spider's attacks, Doko remembered that there was a martial art that used flow as its essence, but very few dared to try to learn it. Deflecting the opponent's strength was a skill that captured a brief moment, 1 in 100,000. However, Doko was watching Ban do it better and better. The spider was now being pressured by Ban Yuan, as its attacks were failing to land. Doko knew that it was quite risky and required great effort to continuously use such a technique, which was why most people sought to learn easier techniques like Light. However, she, who had always pursued mastering martial arts up to that point, felt as though Ban was offering her a completely new perspective. He was mastering what once she had considered a mere trivial skill. Before the giant spider, Ban Yuan was showing Doko that such a concept could be much deeper than she could ever imagine. While Doko was engrossed in the battle, Rochelle got back up, making Doko realize how embarrassed her expression was as she looked at the protagonist. In the meantime, Rochelle took some hits, while Light asked to be freed from the spider's webs. Returning her focus to the fight, Doko realized that just deflecting the spider's attacks wouldn't be enough for Ban to finish the fight. She longed for him to show her what more he had to offer. She hoped that, having the strength to dodge all of the enemy's attacks, Ban would be able to deliver a counterattack with the same intensity. And that's exactly what the protagonist did. Gritting his teeth, he charged at the spider. Threatened by one of the giant creature's legs, he continued his movement. Doko watched as the protagonist used the enemy's penetrating force, spinning quickly. The protagonist advanced, using 2 combined abilities, with his sword swinging in a horizontal motion from bottom to top, cutting through the giant spider. Ban's strike successfully hit its target, making the spider howl. Watching the scene, Light was stunned, while Doko punched the air in celebration of the protagonist's well-executed attack, having overcome the grueling battle. The giant spider fell to the ground, defeated by Ban Yuan, who also collapsed due to extreme exhaustion. As the protagonist sighed, some notifications appeared for him. External and internal concepts were temporarily being synthesized, and the system had learned to create a powerful concept. As a result, the concepts of poison, air, and speech increased by 5. While stabilizing his breath, the protagonist noticed the significant changes happening to his internal code. At that moment, a voice called out to the protagonist. Turning his face, Ban saw Light, bound by webs, asking for help to free himself. At the same time, Doko asked for the protagonist's help to deal with the uncontrollable Rochelle. The protagonist awkwardly laughed. "Seriously, guys, are you trusting me too much just because I defeated a mere elite monster? Light, you should be a powerful knight. What are you doing here?" Light teared up, stating that since he had been trapped, he couldn't use magic. Doko, on the other hand, explained that Rochelle's stamina and durability were unknown, and that she never got tired. Suddenly, Doko and Light began debating who Ban would help first, while she simply watched, seeing Rochelle chase Doko around the room. It was then that the protagonist had a brilliant idea. Using his power, he attempted to absorb the concept of the spider web that was binding Light. Thus, he obtained the concept of a web and fed it to Eve. The protagonist used the concept of the web to create chains, shaping a net. In the next moment, he threw the spider web net to trap Rochelle, who was startled to see the net coming toward her. The uncontrollable Rochelle fell to the ground, caught by the heavy web net. Looking at her, the protagonist laughed, saying it was useless for her to resist because the chains drained magic. As Rochelle tried to escape, the chains tightened around her body, pressing her until at one point, both Ban and Light blushed at the sight they were facing. Embarrassed, Light covered the protagonist's eyes, while his own eyes widened in shock. With only Ban's eyes being covered, he gritted his teeth, asking Light why he was the only one who couldn't see. Light shook his head, saying that it was fine for Ban to see, but he couldn't. Ignoring the two boys, Doko scoffed, stating that the situation had already been resolved. However, it seemed like the transition to the fifth room wasn't happening. At that moment, Doko noticed that the chains were showing their effects, as Rochelle's hair was returning to normal while she weakened. The protagonist realized that his student identifier was working again, and asked the others if they should leave now. Doko agreed with the protagonist's idea, but just as they were planning to leave, a red shadow appeared near them. The shadow, like an illusion, began to murmur to the group, You young ones have surpassed the test." Upon hearing the voice, the four present were alarmed. The red shadow condensed into a circle, releasing internal energy. The circle stated that it would reward the group. The red light shaped itself, transforming into a woman while continuing to speak to Ban and his group. "Now I will give you the opportunity to make a contract with the observer of 10,000 eyes." Outside the tower, Yumina was waiting for her students. Concern was evident in her gaze as she held the identifier, trying to communicate with them. Suddenly, the teacher noticed that something was happening. A large teleportation began to form in front of the tower, raising dust and wind in all directions. As Yumina tried to shield her eyes from the dust, some people appeared. Leading the group, the protagonist asked if they were okay, while Light questioned where they were. Doko realized they were at the entrance of the tower and explained it to him. Yumina approached her students, asking if everyone was all right, with no injuries or side effects. The protagonist was surprised to see Professor Yumina, and upon hearing her repeated question, explained that everyone was fine, so she could calm down. Many other students, upon noticing the presence of the rebellion group, were surprised, wondering if they were okay too. Yumina stated that she was worried because none of them had left, even though the evacuation notice had been issued. She said she was glad they had returned safely, but was curious about what had happened. In response to the teacher's question, the four students returned to reality. The protagonist scratched the back of his neck, thinking about how to explain things to Yumina. He then asked to go somewhere else first. After moving to a more secluded place, the protagonist sought an explanation from the teacher, while the others allowed him to speak for the group. "We were caught in an anomaly after the transfer to the fourth room. This happened shortly after we entered. After we entered the tower, what the hell happened there after we entered?" The teacher lowered her head, hesitant to reveal what had happened. But in the end, shocking everyone, she revealed that a student had been eliminated by an external intruder. Yumina stated that the academy was handling the situation, but that the students in the same group as that student were deeply shaken. This had been the reason why the anomaly phenomenon was triggered. Yumina asked if they hadn't already spoken about external invaders. They were dimensional pirates who targeted new students. If they managed to steal the students' identifiers, they could prevent their resurrection, leaving them trapped in the tower forever. The protagonist asked the teacher what had happened with the invaders. Yumina then revealed that they had managed to escape because the students on site couldn't do anything. At that moment, Doko joined the conversation, asking if these events didn't seem like a planned test. Even though they're not students of the academy, they're still trying to invade to climb the Tower of Babel. For invaders, when new students enter the tower, that's the perfect opportunity, right? If they eliminate the prestigious new students who pass the esteemed entrance exam, they can damage the academy's prestige, gain qualifications as climbers, and even steal the students' identifiers to prove it, right? So, from the academy's perspective, they can just say that dealing with these intruders is further proof that the newcomers must overcome, shifting the responsibility onto them. Right, Professor? Yumina didn't know how to respond to Doko, causing the silver-haired girl to sigh. The Union Academy is truly an amazing place. Doko pointed out that invaders were breaching the tower, the essence of the academy, and the academy couldn't stop them from eliminating their students. This made Doko think that the academy proclaiming itself as the best multidimensional academy sounded ridiculous. None of the other students could disagree with Doko's thoughts, but Yumina disagreed, saying that she had misunderstood one thing. The teacher explained that the academy had the duty to protect its students, but once they entered the tower, they were responsible for themselves, adding that if the tower chose the invaders instead of the students, they couldn't interfere with that. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Doko became irritated, only to hear Yumina say that the reason they couldn't interfere was that it was the will of the tower. Doko repeated Yumina's words, and while gripping her student identifier, she said that, if that were the case, she disliked the situation even more. At that moment, the girl used the identifier's teleportation, leaving Yumina behind. The protagonist intervened, asking the teacher to understand Doko, as something unpleasant had happened inside the tower. Upon hearing the protagonist, Yumina asked him to tell her exactly what had happened inside. The protagonist thought for a moment, searching for the best way to explain. Bon then stated that before they returned from the tower, they had encountered something. Light and Rochelle still felt uneasy about what had happened, and oblivious to that, Yumina asked what they had encountered. After a second of reflection, Ban revealed to Yumina that they had encountered the constellation. The constellation was made up of transcendent patrons or observers who watched countless dimensions. When the observers found someone who interested them, they formed contracts with those individuals. They were transcendent beings who exerted influence in this dimension. They offered powerful magics, special abilities, artifacts, and much more to make others follow them. In exchange, they demanded a lot, but no one dared to refuse. After all, in a world where power is valuable, there was nothing sweeter than their offers. The constellations were undeniably attractive partners. Yumina couldn't believe that the observers were in their world. The protagonist revealed that the observer of 1,000 eyes had spoken to him in a strange voice, and that this observer had promised power in exchange for fulfilling their demands. Yumina found that incredible. Her expression was radiant, as she stated that making a contract with a constellation on the first day in the tower was unimaginable, as it was the first time something like that had happened in the Academy's history. The teacher said that making contact with a constellation so early was proof of their talents. However, despite Yumina's excitement, both Rochelle and Light were not at all thrilled. After asking the teacher if that really was incredible and receiving confirmation, the protagonist asked a sudden question, wanting to know the Academy's stance on contracts with constellations. Yumina, though surprised by the question, stated that the Academy officially valued neutrality, but deep down, it encouraged students to accept contracts. The protagonist understood this point. The Academy did indeed encourage students to make contracts. Yumina agreed, saying that in this dimension, the tower was the place where the constellation's interests were focused. There was nothing more enticing for climbing the tower than receiving a contract. Internally, the protagonist couldn't believe that a place like the Academy had no defense against intruders, and was still friendly with such unknown beings. It was hard to understand. Pulling the protagonist from his thoughts, Yumina asked what the observer of 1,000 eyes had requested. In a tense atmosphere, the protagonist revealed that the request had been for elimination. The teacher was shocked, asking what Ban had said. The protagonist then revealed the full story. The observer had promised to contract 2 of them if they eliminated the other 2. That was the reason for the group's frustration, as they had faced such a demand from the constellation. Earlier, when they were in the tower, the strange voice of the constellation had spoken to them. "Only the veins hot and full of blood offer me songs and praises. You, children of surprising potential, serve the neck of a companion and offer it to me. I will take him as my closest relative until you reach the top of this tower and seize what you desire. My love will never leave your side. Now come to me." The being extended its hand to the 4, waiting for one of them to move first and fulfill its request. The protagonist gritted his teeth at so much meaningless talk. Demanding the elimination of a friend just to gain power was the work of a lunatic. Ban had no intention of joining this, and he hoped Doko felt the same. Looking to the side, the protagonist noticed the silver-haired girl was overflowing with energy, preparing an attack. Doko's deep eyes trembled with the amount of power she was emitting. "Leave me alone!" After telling the teacher the story, Yumina was saddened. She understood that Doko had released her energy to force the constellation to leave. The protagonist stated that this was a being they would never fully understand, as it treated lives like toys in such a disgusting test. Ban then asked Yumina if this meant they couldn't enter the tower for the rest of the week. Yumina confirmed his suspicion, saying that it was too dangerous, so they would monitor the tower over the weekend to catch the intruder. Now, with the duel against Electo approaching, being barred from climbing the tower was inconvenient. This made Ban Yuan wonder if all he could do was train during the remaining time. The protagonist called Yumina and said he was thinking of sending a report about what had happened in the tower, along with the recording they had made with their visions. Yumina said that would be fine, but if possible, she would love to hear more about it while they had a meal. However, upon looking at Rochelle, she realized it wouldn't be possible to do that right now. The protagonist explained that both Rochelle and Light were visibly drained, both physically and mentally. Yumina became worried upon realizing the situation, understanding the students' feelings. In the end, the teacher praised the 3 for their good work, and Ban thanked her for her consideration. she assured them that she would do everything in her power to prevent such a situation from happening again the following week, hoping that none of them would think ill of the academy. She then asked them all to rest well for the remainder of the day. Light then said his goodbyes to Ban and teacher Yumina, and he and Rochelle left using teleportation after the protagonist asked them to give his regards to Doko. The protagonist was about to leave as well, but the teacher asked him to wait for a moment. She said she had a question to ask, warning that it would be direct. With the protagonist's confirmation, the teacher asked with a concerned look, "The observer didn't promise contracts to just 2 of the 4, but instead selected you and Doko Yan, didn't he?" The teacher's question shocked the protagonist, but in the end he confirmed her question. The protagonist knew that the observer wasn't just trying to pit them against each other. It was more like he was trying to sift something out of the sand. In the tower, the observer had pointed at Ban and Doko, stating that they could undoubtedly reach the top together, but only if they got rid of the other 2 useless burdens. When they heard this, both Light and Rochelle were devastated. The being that had appeared, which seemed like it could be an enemy, was now trying to make their 2 friends turn against them. Ban Yuan and Doko were shocked by the proposal. The being was promising them that, if they eliminated the other 2, they would gain the most radiant potential among all the climbers in the tower. They were told to take advantage of this, as that's how the world worked. The protagonist returned to the dormitory, finding Light sitting in a fetal position on one of the sofas. Looking at his companion, Ban wondered if Light hadn't even bothered to take a bath first. The protagonist approached Light, trying to break the ice. Impressive, isn't it? Even Rochelle couldn't sit like this. Isn't it uncomfortable? Ban was heading to the bathroom to take a shower, and at that moment, Light asked if he was teasing him for not sitting like a man. Ban was startled by the question, asking why Light thought he would think that. Light apologized, stating that he actually just wanted to vent, and that Ban could insult him if he wanted to. The protagonist felt bad hearing this from Light, and said he wouldn't do that. In response, Light smiled and asked if Ban thought he wasn't even worth insulting. At this, Ban wondered why Light was acting this way, since he was usually the proud type. For the first time in that room, after they had returned, Light lifted his head to look Ban in the eyes. "Hey Ban, I kind of hate you." Hearing Light say that he hated him, the protagonist didn't know how to react. Ban returned the sentiment, saying that he also hated him, but only in his mind. Although he wanted to say that, he decided to hold back and endure, because calling an idiot was rude, despite everything. The protagonist decided to sit down and talk with Light, to listen to him. He told Light that he could say anything he wanted. He didn't mind, even if it was a complaint, he would listen. Light was sitting in a depressed manner, silent, but eventually decided to speak. In the world I come from, I was one of the most talented. From what he knew about Light, the protagonist already expected him to be talented in his world. Light then continued his story. "I'm not exaggerating. My family, my companions, they all admired me and praised my talent. They entrusted me with the sacred sword, but not just out of flattery. They entrusted me with the mission of gaining the power of the Tower of Babel and finding the final guardian to save everyone. Thanks to everyone who trusted me, I was able to form a contract with the sacred sword and came to the academy to fulfill everyone's expectations. But what is this, Ban? What the hell am I doing here? Why are they treating me like useless trash?" The protagonist tried to ease Light's burden, saying that he didn't need to take the words of that being seriously, whether it was a deity or anything else. Light used Ban's words against him, saying that Ban could call that being whatever he wanted because he had been chosen, but he himself was different. Light said that in the end he was just a stepping stone for the 2 who were chosen. Light continued his complaint. "To begin with, they are divine beings, transcendent beings far stronger and more knowledgeable than humans. How could you and Dako so easily reject their offers?" The protagonist was surprised by the question, understanding more or less what Light was implying. Ban lowered his head, stating that they had rejected it because, obviously, such a proposal was meaningless. He explained that there were many ways to become strong without anyone having to suffer. Neither of them had come to the academy to hear such things. However, Light stated that Ban was only saying this because he had overwhelming talent. "To be honest, if I had received the choice of a divine being, I might have hesitated at the demand to sacrifice all of you. But I probably wouldn't have been able to reject it as firmly as you or Dako. I could have made that choice, but the fact is, I feel so resentful, so scared, that I can't forgive myself." In light of the revelation, the protagonist couldn't say anything. Thus, Light went to take a shower. Afterward, he sighed as he dried his hair. The protagonist looked around and noticed that Light had now gone to bed. Ban looked at him for a moment and, thinking he was asleep, decided to leave. However, at that moment, the young man called out to him. Light had a guilty expression on his face and apologized to the protagonist for crying like that, saying that what had happened wasn't his fault, apologizing for acting enviously and even for telling uncomfortable stories. With Light apologizing, Ban smiled and responded, "It's all right. We're friends after all. Hearing these words, Light struggled not to tear up. The protagonist stated that he could listen to him at any time, then mentioned that he would be stepping out for a while. He opened his inventory, took out some hot chocolate, and planned to leave it for Light to drink whenever he wanted. Ban left the cup of hot chocolate on the table, stating that usually, things we didn't like would go away after eating something sweet. In the bed, Light sighed and then thanked the protagonist, feeling a bit more relieved. After leaving the room, the protagonist thought for a moment. It felt like Light had changed since the first time they met. While Ban was thinking about Light, Doko, who was approaching, noticed his presence. The girl quickly walked up to the protagonist and with her eyes shining, stated that now he was back, relieved that she didn't need to go in. With Doko suddenly approaching him, the protagonist was startled and asked what she was doing in the boys' dormitory. Doko then mischievously told Ban to be quiet. "It's not a crime if no one catches me, didn't you know?" As the protagonist tried to insist on complaining about Doko being there, the girl grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away with her. Sitting on a bench in an area of the academy, the protagonist asked Doko if she had come there because the attached cafe was too crowded. She, however, said she had come there after walking aimlessly for a bit. Anyway, Doko said she was curious, asking about the useless Light, wondering if he was all right. The protagonist argued with Doko, asking why she was calling Light that way. Doko questioned Ban, saying if she wasn't speaking the truth, since Light only knew how to swing his sword back and forth like an idiot, being a pathetic person, without talent or adaptability. The protagonist got angry, stating that Light wasn't talentless, saying he was skilled in swordsmanship and many other things as well. At that moment, Doko stated that the problem was that all of that came from his sword, asking Ban if he didn't feel that too. Doko claimed that both the physical strength, the sharp combat instincts, and Light's special abilities all came from his sword, and without it, he was no different from a useless idiot. Doko added a few more things to the list, saying that Light couldn't even understand the situation, always deeply insecure, and that at crucial moments, he became a simple fool. Upon hearing Doko's list, the protagonist felt frustrated and asked her to stop. To finish, Doko said that in difficult moments, Light even lost his courage and spirit, adding that if this happened, it would be over. There would be no point in staying together if that were the case. Doko wasn't content with just talking about Light. She revealed that even Rochelle was feeling weak, and if she was staying quiet too, honestly, the situation was worsening. The protagonist sighed, wondering if Doko wanted to insult Rochelle or if she was trying to show concern for her. In the end, Ban looked at the sky and then asked Doko about herself. Doko was surprised by the question, so Ban became more detailed, saying she had been acting strangely since she encountered the divine being, showing her irritation even in front of the teacher. Looking at the young woman, Ban Yuan asked if she was okay. Doko was startled, blushing when she saw Yuan worrying about her. In a moment of shyness, she asked if he had figured that out using his abilities. The protagonist leaned back on the bench, sighing. Returning to his normal position, he grabbed the hot chocolate again, saying he didn't need any abilities to know, because she revealed everything through her expressions. Handing over the steaming hot chocolate, the protagonist said he was just asking if she was okay. At Ban Yuan's concern, Doko felt her heart warm as much as the hot chocolate. She took the first sip of the drink, wondering if Ban was comforting her. After the first sip, Doko said the drink was sweeter than she expected. In response, the protagonist asked what she had expected since, being hot chocolate, it was obviously sweet. As they both drank the hot chocolate and enjoyed the night, Doko thanked him for caring, warning that it wasn't anything serious, just that she was irritated. The protagonist became curious about what she was irritated about. Recalling the observer they met in the tower, she shared her thoughts with the protagonist. She wondered if both of them were thinking the same thing. The idea revealed by Doko startled the protagonist. The being they encountered in the tower existed solely to destroy in pursuit of desires. Doko questioned the protagonist, asking if he thought both she and the being shared the same mindset. Faced with this question, the protagonist was startled. Doko answered for him. In essence, we're the same. If those two weren't of some use, I would have considered discarding them. Doko's words frightened Ban Yuan, who asked what kind of nonsensical thing she was saying. Knowing it was indeed absurd, Doko was even more frustrated. She realized that if she had been more radical, allowing herself to choose only those who were capable to stay by her side, she might have neglected Light and Rochelle, even without directly attacking them. Doko blamed herself and felt anger toward herself for possibly agreeing with such methods. The protagonist took a sip of his drink, confirming Doko's thoughts. After hearing the girl admit that's how she truly felt, Ban looked at her and said, "So you're an idiot too?" Doko blushed at Ban's mockery. She had poured out her deepest thoughts, and yet the boy reacted this way. She turned to the protagonist, asking if he truly believed the other two had talent. But it was clear Ban did. To him, no matter how extraordinary an artifact was, if someone lacked talent, the artifact would not be given to them. That's why Light was undoubtedly a natural talent worthy of wielding such a sword. The only issue was the tendency to overly rely on a sacred sword, and Light struggled to keep up with its demands. Ban thought the same applied to Rochelle. Her absurd physical abilities and potential were being undermined by her internal struggles. For both of them, it wouldn't be easy, but if they managed to overcome and resolve their own issues, Ban believed their talents would surpass anything he and Doko could imagine. Doko listened silently to the protagonist's thoughts, showing an expression of learning. She bit her lip and then decided to trust Ban. The protagonist was initially surprised but became encouraged when Doko said that if the two friends trained themselves, sooner or later, they would show results. Hearing this made the protagonist believe that Doko also wanted to help them. Doko suddenly stood up. If, as you said, they managed to overcome their challenges and grow, I'll admit you were right. However, if the results don't meet my expectations, then you'll have to take responsibility. The protagonist was surprised, and Doko left him behind with his astonishment. You'll take responsibility for making me set aside my own judgment and spend time on those idiots. Make sure to think about that carefully. As the protagonist tried to stop Doko, the girl leaped off the roof after bidding farewell and telling him to meet the two idiots the next morning. The protagonist walked to the rooftop railing, looking in the direction Doko had run off to, wondering if they would really start the next day when they had just returned. The following day, an intense battle was underway in the training room. The protagonist watched the fight with a sour expression on his face. Light charged at Doko as they sparred barehanded, but his effort didn't stop Doko from throwing him aside, almost hitting Ban in the process. Light trembled on the ground searching for Ban, but in a completely wrong direction. Light crawled toward the protagonist, crying, "You said you'd teach me something, that's why I followed you. So why am I the only one getting hit?" Doko approached the two, startling them. She snapped her fingers, declaring they were doing physical training, so it was only natural for this to happen. She reminded Light that he wasn't like Ban, who could learn things just by seeing them once, so he should stop complaining and get up. Light glanced toward his sword, asking Doko to let him use it, but the trainer refused, saying he couldn't use the sword until he learned how to fight without it. Although Light was a swordsman, his sword had a label that essentially said it turned its wielder into an idiot. Light wanted to use the sword because he was a swordsman, but Doko wouldn't allow him to use it, even in the tower, questioning what would happen if he ever lost it one day. Seeing Light insist, Doko told him to grab the sword and fight, assuring him that he would lose within seconds. Light decided to plead with Ban instead, asking him to hand over his sword. However, the protagonist tried to motivate him. "Hey, this training is for your growth. This is something Doko and I agreed on beforehand. Trust us just this once and try training without your sword, how about it?" Seeing Ban insist, Light lowered his head and reluctantly agreed. Light decided to stand up. If Ban had a plan in mind, it must mean something. He rose, determined to trust Ban and give it a try. However, just as Light was preparing to start again, a foot flew toward his face. Doko hit her target squarely. She had taken advantage of the opening Light gave her. While the protagonist was surprised at how quickly Doko had moved, the girl continued to rain blows on Light to train him. "What are you doing? Your stance is broken. Aren't you going to block?" Doko's attacks kept landing on Light. "You shouldn't just rely on your eyes to confirm my attacks. Feel them with your senses. How much longer are you going to keep getting hit?" Light admitted that he knew he needed to act, which made Doko intensify her attacks even more. "If you know, then fix your stance already. Are your combat instincts this weak without your sword?" Ban observed their fight closely, confirming that what Doko was saying was true. At the moment, Light's stats were dropping one-sidedly in real time. Normally, Light was a monster who could easily handle Erecto. However, for some reason, now that he was starting to avoid using his sword, his abilities seemed to have been left behind. If such a change was caused by the sword, then Light's condition might be worse than Ban had imagined. Doko continued her barrage of attacks, also targeting Light's mind with her words. "You're getting weaker and weaker. Is your true self the sword? Are you the sword?" At this last question, Light denied it, but Doko kept pressuring him with a machine gun barrage of punches, claiming that without the sword he was completely useless. Light didn't want to admit that this was true, which led Doko to press him even further. "If you think that way, then stop looking at the sword that's not even in your hands and face me properly." At that moment, a power exploded within Light's body like powerful flames. For the first time, Light took the initiative, attempting to throw a punch at Doko. Doko was surprised by the burst of energy surging from Light and by his attack. She managed to dodge in time, but Light's strike caused a powerful airwave. The protagonist's jaw dropped at what had just happened. Beside him, Rochelle was amazed at Light's transformation. The young blonde had turned into a woman. Her curves became more pronounced, and her hair had grown longer. The protagonist was impressed. The moment Light stopped giving up and hiding, what he had been suppressing was unleashed. Doko observed Light's new appearance and became irritated. However, At that moment, the power surrounding Light began to compress. It concentrated in his chest, causing him to collapse to the ground in immense pain. The protagonist quickly ran toward him, but Doko stopped him, stating that Light was fine. As Light returned to his original form, Doko remarked that this was not an issue they could easily resolve. Sitting on the ground, Light wore a look of disbelief. Looking at him, Doko asked if he knew what his problem was. She received confirmation that both she and Ban were right. Light believed he couldn't continue like this, so he asked Doko to fight him again. Doko gave him a complicated look before agreeing to his request. Before that, I need to apologize. I misjudged you. Light scratched the back of his neck, saying that Doko didn't need to apologize since he was the one being helped. However, Doko's next words hurt him. I just thought you were a clueless idiot, but to think you're an idiot carrying a bomb inside you, let's hope that bomb doesn't go off inside the tower. Doko's words made Light hate her all over again. At that moment, Rochelle tugged on Ban's sleeve, saying that they should train too. However, Ban ignored Rochelle. The protagonist's eyes displayed a strong golden hue as he watched Light. From Light, two concepts were released: demonic spirit and sacred spirit. The protagonist didn't understand how such opposing concepts could coexist in the same body. These two powers seemed to be the cause of the overload. Ban wondered if Light was aware of this. Seeing that Doko was handling Light's situation, the protagonist decided to speak with his companion later in the dormitory. The protagonist apologized to Rochelle, who had called out to him earlier, explaining that he had been lost in thought. The girl shyly said it was okay, and asked if they could train as well. The protagonist recalled Rochelle's transformation and asked if she would be alright. Rochelle admitted she wouldn't be fine, but trusted that Ban would have the means to restrain her. The protagonist summoned his snake, knowing it would be the key to restraining Rochelle, though he was still hesitant. However, unlike him, Rochelle was resolute, as shown by the determination in her gaze. She wanted to control her own power so she could help Ban as well. The protagonist felt shy at Rochelle's comment and decided to accept her request. The protagonist approached a rack of swords to choose one. Meanwhile, he pondered how Rochelle seemed strangely motivated, perhaps due to the shocking events of the previous day. Grabbing a wooden sword, he tossed it to Rochelle. She caught it with a curious look. Unlike the battle between Doko and Light, the protagonist wanted him and Rochelle to set their own pace. They didn't need to mimic the other duo. The protagonist intended to gradually increase the intensity, and Rochelle understood his intention. Once both held their wooden swords, the protagonist asked if they should begin. Rochelle agreed, stating that she would do her best. At that moment, something crossed Ban's mind. He realized this was what he had always dreamed of for his university life. The slice of youth Ban had envisioned wasn't chaotic fights full of aimless strikes and flying teeth. It was young men and women encouraging each other, improving their skills together. The protagonist smiled, his face slightly flushed, realizing how lucky he was. Thanks to Rochelle, his dream had become a reality. As the protagonist was lost in thought, Rochelle asked again if they should begin. Feeling excited, the protagonist signaled for Rochelle to come at him. At that moment, the sweet Rochelle unleashed her power, transforming into a demonic beast. 5 minutes later, the training room was completely covered in dust, with a young man being called by the snake Eve. Eve transformed into chains and, with Ban's command, restrained Rochelle from multiple angles to keep her immobilized. The chains wrapped around Rochelle's body, draining her energy and exhausting her power. A short time later, Rochelle's power dispersed, and she regained consciousness. The protagonist felt relieved to see her back, though she looked like a dried-out corpse. Rochelle hurried toward him, concerned, asking how many times this had happened so far. Ban had already endured this over 10 times, but reassured Rochelle, saying his arms and legs were still intact. The two sat on the ground to rest, and Rochelle apologized, tears forming in her eyes for having caused Ban to reach this state. However, the protagonist gently patted Rochelle's head, assuring her it was fine. With a bright smile, he reminded Rochelle that he had promised to help her, saying he was fully prepared for this. As he stroked Rochelle's hair, Ban told her not to feel so bad. At that moment, the pair was startled as someone approached. Doko appeared, furious with Ban, while dragging Light behind her. While I was training hard, you were sweet-talking the beast. The protagonist was shocked by Doko's comment, asking if she hadn't noticed that he had nearly died just moments ago. But Doko only remembered how he was whispering sweet words to an innocent beast. Rochelle came to the protagonist's defense, stating that he was genuinely concerned about her. Hearing Rochelle take a side, Doko approached her. Oh, perhaps the beast has hidden motives? Training with scattered thoughts is disrespectful to your opponent, beast. You should set those thoughts aside. Being reprimanded by Doko, Rochelle became dejected. The protagonist watched as Rochelle, who had been motivated just a moment ago, now became shy again. He thought Rochelle was too soft when it came to Doko. However, recalling the event in the tower, he realized that the fact she could even find the motivation to try was incredible enough. Perhaps if he were in Rochelle's place, he might have spent the entire day upset and depressed. Ban knew Rochelle hadn't had much time to care for her mental health, yet she was still trying her best. At that moment, he stated to everyone that it was okay. Doko grew curious about what he was saying. Responding to Doko, the protagonist revealed that he had recently made a request to the teacher. When he left the floating island, he wanted to take one of them with him. The teacher had approved. Thinking Ban would choose her, Doko found his request fantastic as she already felt confined. However, Ban's next words shattered Doko's expectations. "Rochelle, from now on, come with me." Not only was Doko shocked, but Light and even Rochelle herself were also surprised. Doko was incredulous, and Light looked concerned upon hearing Ban's words. "Come with me, Rochelle. Let's go on a date." The next day, the protagonist went to a women's clothing store. He was sitting on a bench while explaining to some people over the communicator that he had already said he wouldn't stay out overnight and would return before nightfall. Doko was absolutely furious, questioning how long he had lived in another world to think that a man and a woman could stay out late without a care. Light, on the other hand, was shocked, asking if the teacher's order hadn't been for him to take everyone with him and why Ban hadn't chosen him to go out, especially since they were roommates. As the protagonist talked with the duo, his eyes widened as he looked to the side. Rochelle appeared after changing into the clothes Ban had picked for her. Her white shirt, paired with a pink skirt, gave her a cute appearance, perfectly matching her hair. Timidly, Rochelle looked at the protagonist and asked how she looked, saying she felt like she was showing off too much of her appearance. The protagonist covered his mouth to hide his smile. "Absolutely stunning, truly beautiful." Seeing Ban shower Rochelle with compliments, Dogo muttered a threat, while Light cried, lamenting that he wanted to go out too. The two left the store and walked through the streets. Rochelle was in awe of everything she saw. She couldn't believe there was such a large city outside the academy. The protagonist smiled at her reaction, asking if it wasn't fascinating. Even he, who had only visited a city like this twice, was still amazed. The protagonist crossed the street, calling Rochelle to walk a little further, as there was another department store district ahead. As Rochelle tried to follow the protagonist, she found herself caught in a crowd. Before she realized it, many people had appeared around her. She hurried to keep up, as at this rate she would end up separated from Ban. When Rochelle thought she was lost, someone grabbed her wrist. It was Ban, who had returned to rescue her from the crowd. Apologizing, the protagonist admitted he had forgotten that it was her first time in a place like that. Rochelle blushed when she saw Ban holding her hand. Knowing how crowded the shopping district was, he thought it was best for them to hold hands. Quickly, Ban turned away and hid his flushed face, missing the fact that the same was happening to Rochelle. The two walked hand in hand down the street, keeping silent. During that part of their outing, they enjoyed various street foods like grilled meats and crepes, and did some shopping. They also visited a candy store that sold plush toys, and Rochelle decided to get a penguin. Later, they ran through a park still holding hands. They ran, scattering white pigeons, which flew away as the two smiled. In this magical outing, both Rochelle and Ban seemed to be having a great time. And so, lunchtime arrived. The pair sat at a restaurant to eat, where Ban asked Rochelle if she was okay with the dishes, as they were all made from monster meat. To her, it was perfectly fine, which she proved by putting a large piece of meat in her mouth. Delighting in the meat, Rochelle found it to be incredibly delicious. For Ban, who was eating this type of food for the first time, he realized it was better than he had expected. Rochelle was amazed. She couldn't believe she was eating alone meat after coming to the city, and she felt grateful to Ban for the experience. While lost in her thoughts, Rochelle suddenly realized something. Ban, who was eating, noticed the change in Rochelle's expression. Seeing her look concerned, the protagonist asked if something was wrong, or if she didn't like the food. However, the reason was different. Rochelle revealed that she felt she was being overly excited. Ban had taken her to the city for the first time in a long while, brought her to several nice clothing stores, and even treated her to delicious meat. But Rochelle felt there was nothing she could do in return for him. The protagonist was surprised to learn the reason for Rochelle's concern. She was wondering if it was okay to enjoy herself so much, especially since she didn't even know if what she was doing would help her control her abilities. She felt very insecure. Pressing his lips together, the protagonist felt irritated and upset. The next moment, he demonstrated the concept of concern to Rochelle, asking her to look at something for a moment. "The emotion you're feeling right now is taking shape above my hand. Even if you can't see it, let's just assume it's there. Until recently, my ability could sense the rage in you, but now it's different. Just by spending some time together, I can pick up on these subtle emotions. If we grow closer and understand each other better, I'm certain we'll find a solution to your problems." Rochelle nodded at the protagonist's words, reflecting on the problems she was facing at that moment. Finally, Rochelle could see the symbol above the protagonist's hand. At that moment, the protagonist closed the hand holding the concept of worry in the other, dissipating it. With a big smile, he showed his empty hands, stating that all worries were gone. Rochelle was amazed as the glow dissolved like tiny stars before her eyes. The brilliance wasn't just from that power, but also from Ban's words. I'll promise you once again, I'll make sure to solve your problems, so I hope you can enjoy today without thinking about repaying anything. Hearing Ban's request, Rochelle nodded. She found it fascinating how everything Ban said seemed magical, as if it would always come true. The protagonist scratched the back of his head, recalling their last battle. Ah, though attacking me as strongly as you did last time might be a bit much. Rochelle blushed at his words and tried to steer the conversation away from them. She then changed the subject, speaking more timidly. Oh, rather than saying I want to get closer to you, I want to know you better, like she does. The protagonist became curious about who Rochelle was talking about. Naturally, Rochelle was referring to Doko Yon. The protagonist was shocked to hear Doko's name mentioned, questioning what part of her was friendly when all she did was destroy everything with brute force. Rochelle smoothed her hands, a calming gesture. She stated that Dogo might indeed be scary, but she seemed to like Ban quite a bit. Ban completely disagreed, claiming that Dogo treated him more like a possession, as if he were one of her swords or sharp blades. Rochelle began laughing at the protagonist's comment. She found it hilarious that Ban was comparing himself to a weapon. The protagonist, confused, didn't understand why Rochelle was laughing, as she seemed to find the analogy odd. However, Rochelle then stated that she felt relieved, surprising the protagonist. She gave him a bright smile. I thought Ban was some kind of omniscient mage or something, but I guess not. Thanks to that, I think I can try harder now. The protagonist didn't understand what Rochelle meant or why she was getting closer as she spoke. Rochelle grabbed his hand, urging him to leave if he was finished eating. Her smile was even more radiant than before, showing that her worries had vanished. You've already bought me so many clothes and gifts, so, as a thank you, I'll choose an outfit for you, Ban. The protagonist gave a small smile, accepting her offer. He decided to let her pick anything, no matter the cost. Walking ahead with a beautiful smile while Ban carried the bags, Rochelle celebrated her sense of capability, declaring that she already felt the luxury. Back at the academy, Professor Yumina was in a meeting in a dark room. Alongside her was the recording robot Ban had given her. The robot appeared uneasy, so Yumina reassured it to hang in there a little longer, as it would soon be over. Watching the recordings, one of the professors was furious that information about the tower was spreading. He demanded to know who had allowed them to climb the tower, cursing these lower-dimensional beings for their transgressions. A blue-haired professor asked if there was any way to prevent the tower's information from spreading, but another professor stated that there were no violations in the videos shown. Even so, some professors were still angry, blaming the acceptance of lower-dimensional beings. At that moment, someone called for silence. This individual addressed Professor Yumina directly. The professor, who had observed the video footage, didn't seem inclined to cooperate with Yumina. No matter how we look at it, the autonomous behavior of these students has gone too far. This is clearly a breach of the Academy's authority. Have you considered how you plan to take responsibility for letting them act as they please? Faced with the difficulty imposed by that professor, Yumina stared back at him, her emotions unshaken, unlike the little robot beside her, who seemed on the verge of tears. Some time ago, Yumina had watched the recordings made by the protagonist. She slapped her own face, realizing that he had actually gone as far as filming inside the tower. When Ban had said he wanted to climb the tower and record a video, there had been no reason to oppose him. She had even thought it wouldn't work. Yumina knew that external machines and artifacts didn't function inside the tower, as magical devices would overload and break due to the strong magic emitted by it. This was common knowledge in their world. Yet Ban ignored this conventional wisdom and delivered results. She ended the footage shown by the little robot, reflecting on its master. Yumina was sure Ban still didn't realize the significance of what he had done. It wasn't just the fact that he had brought back recordings from the tower, but that he had created a tool capable of functioning within it. Something unimaginable. And his outrageous ideas didn't stop there. When Ban met with Yumina, he said he wanted to upload the video to his channel. Ban knew this topic would draw attention. His rebellion and his group would gain even more favor among the academy students. Yumina felt a bit concerned about this. The information about the tower, which they had worked so hard to gather, would be shared recklessly. She wanted to know if he wouldn't regret doing so. However, Ban stated that their hard work should be shared among the students. Besides, apart from Tyke, his recording robot, there was no other way to film inside the tower, so he would essentially monopolize the information. He planned to edit and remove certain elements, like the constellations, before publishing the video. He believed that sharing the information with others would be beneficial for everyone. Yumina found Ban's perspective remarkable. She often warned him about the dangers of the academy, but he had managed to handle them all. Even so, Yumina cautioned him that there would be repercussions, but the protagonist was already aware of that. As Yumina had previously discussed with him, this incident would bring both great and minor opportunities. That was why Ban said he wanted to stabilize his position, and asked the professor if she didn't think she would feel safer watching over them. Yumina secretly smiled, finding it hard to believe that Ban was so admirable and praiseworthy. Responding to the protagonist, the professor stated that if he wanted to feel safe, he should avoid causing accidents. Yumina had developed high expectations. She felt as though the things Ban had created were generating something immense, something that transcended the distance between dimensions. Seeing Yumina remain silent, the professor in the meeting asked what she was thinking, once again questioning how she planned to take responsibility. Because of the things Ban had done and created, Yumina decided she would support him. Looking at the professor with a confused expression, she asked, "Filming and publishing a video of the tower isn't a personal matter? What's the problem? And who exactly are you saying is responsible? I don't understand what you mean by that question, Professor Cantone." Professor Alex Cantone had been the one pressuring Yumina, acting against her students. He started laughing, calling Yumina a beautiful liar, and asked the other professors if he was the only one who felt like her point sounded like an attempt to defend the student. At that moment, the blue-haired professor told Cantone to be quiet. She, Talia Liriana, from the Artifact Creation Department, asked Yumina to speak honestly and tell them who that student was. Yumina calmly responded, saying he was just an ordinary student who had joined the academy that year. However, another professor couldn't accept this. Professor Ryu Cheomyong from the Aura Combat Studies stated that there was a limit to selfishness. He declared that the information about the tower was central to the academy, and he questioned how Yumina could irresponsibly spread it. He treated the matter as a clear violation of the Academy's authority. Yumina confronted Professor Ryu, saying his words were strange. The reason no one had filmed the tower until now was simply because it blocks technological abilities. What we need to discuss now is not about authority or interest, but how to use these abilities. I don't believe this is an issue of authority or interest. Professor Cantone interrupted Yumina's words with a terrifying smile that concealed his own interests. So, Professor Yumina, can you explain the principles of these abilities and technologies so that everyone here can understand? Yumina remained silent in the face of the question. On the other side of the table, Talia also spoke up, saying she had spent 200 years studying these matters and knew that artifacts created outside the tower didn't work inside it, especially filming equipment, which became even more impossible. No circuit can handle the mana waves emitted by the tower. The more I researched, the more I became convinced that external machines would never work inside. This is an unavoidable law that cannot be denied. However, Yumina finished Talia's words, the artifact creation expert. However, Ban Yuan managed to do it. This left Talia even more curious. That was what she wanted to know, who this boy was. He came from a dimension without mana, which made his feat even more incomprehensible. Talia thought it made it seem like only he was special. As soon as she finished her words, Talia realized something. The artifact that had filmed that recording was now with Yumina. The professor revealed a determined scholarly look, putting on her gloves and asking Yumina to hand over the artifact so she could dismantle it and discover what kind of technology had been used to create it. Yumina hugged the robot, refusing to hand it over to Talia. She stated that she had been asked to bring the artifact to the meeting, but that it was an achievement made by her student, and she couldn't let anyone dismantle it. One professor after another began to go against Yumina, wanting to discover everything about that artifact. At that moment, someone raised their hand, asking for everyone to stop. The professor at the corner of the table near Yumina stated that the discussion had gotten too heated. He was Professor Zenon Union, the vice president of the academy and head of the Constellations department. Putting a finger to his lips with a smile, he asked everyone to remain silent until the heat of the discussion subsided. Everyone agreed with the vice president, staying silent. However, Zenon broke the silence by suddenly calling out to Talia, startling her. The professor was extremely shy when she heard the vice president praise her. "I appreciate your efforts, spending 200 years on research. However, for a professor with such authority in this field to judge, it seems that Ban Yuan's artifact is special, doesn't it?" The professor stammered, trying to respond to the vice president, affirming that she thought so. Hearing her confirmation, Zenon smiled, stating that this must be a difficult fact for the professors to accept. The professors questioned what Zenon was saying, and he proceeded to explain. In short, Ban Yuan was recognized by the tower, the only one in the world. The professors were stunned upon hearing such a statement, as Ban had only entered the tower for a single day. They considered it impossible, especially since he was from a lower dimension. Quickly, one professor tried to argue with Zenon, claiming that his statement was irresponsible, even though he was the vice president. While the other professors raised their voices, Alex Cantone remained silent, observing the vice president. Zenon didn't care about the commotion, shrugging, "You can believe it or not, but the reason he's special is that there's one more thing." The professors grew curious, and then Zenon asked Yumina to explain, asking if she wouldn't like to share something else from the videos so the professors could understand. The professors were furious to discover that Yumina was hiding something. Yumina grew nervous, and then Zenon took the lead, treating it as if she didn't know either. Let me tell you then, Ban Yu-wan and his classmates, they were the only ones among the initial climbers who were chosen by the constellations. Professor Talia stood up, surprised by what the vice president had revealed, asking if it was really true that someone who had climbed the tower for the first time had been chosen by the constellations. Yumina reminded the vice president that making contact with the constellations was also an accomplishment of the students, asking him to be careful with what he said. Complying with Yumina's request, Zenon asked her to answer truthfully the question he, as vice president, was about to ask, whether Ban Yu-wan and the other students had made contracts with the constellations. Yumina wondered why the vice president was pushing so far. Still, she spoke the truth, stating that neither Ban nor the other students had made contracts. Zenon became curious upon hearing that they had declined, assuming that it must have been difficult for them to express their intentions in the face of the constellation's pressure. Making a decision, Zenon informed everyone present that he would consider Ban Yu-wan and all the other students from Class 11 as his students as well. The professors quickly asked Zenon to reconsider, reminding him that he himself had said that none of the students had made a contract with the constellations. They couldn't understand why these students would be entitled to senior-level classes, Zenon explained. For him, it didn't matter whether the students had made contracts with the constellations. What mattered was that they had been chosen by them. To Zenon, being chosen by the constellations was proof enough that they were exceptional. Yumina was surprised to see her students being defended by Zenon, who claimed that, since these students had turned down the offer from the first constellation, others would certainly be interested in them. With all that said, Zenon pressured the professors, asking if these students truly shouldn't participate in their classes. No professor could refute Zenon's words, not even Alex Cantone. Thus, Zenon continued, stating that he was the teacher guiding the students chosen by the constellations, and therefore if Ban Yu-wan was chosen, he would also be his student. In the end, he stared at the professors with his golden eyes, asking if everyone understood. With the professors accepting Zenon's words, the vice president moved on to the next topic. While Zenon brought up a new subject, Yumina remained lost in thought, her head lowered. She seemed to understand now. This meeting was not about deciding how to treat Ban. The vice president's words conveyed the intentions of the president. Zenon was talking about the students, and meanwhile, Yumina kept thinking that he was delivering a message from the president. This became clear with the topic he was addressing, where he stated that they could make requests to understand the abilities of the student who filmed the tower, but if any pressure was exerted on him, the involved parties would be expelled from the academy. For Yumina, this was essentially the director's declaration to leave Ban Yu-wan alone. At the vice president's words, the professors fell silent. After concluding the meeting, the vice president wished everyone a great weekend, and with that he disappeared from the room. Yumina sighed in relief. She never imagined Ban would receive so many favors from the president. In this moment of relief, one of the professors approached her. Alex Cantone sat at the table, asking what she thought about having a drink at a bar, claiming he wanted to toast to his student's success. Hearing the professor, Yumina felt disgusted. Without responding, she simply teleported out of the room. The professors quickly tried to console Cantone, inviting him to join them for drinks. The next day, several people surrounded the protagonist in the cafeteria. A flood of introductions took place, everyone wanting to be friends with Ban. There was even an invitation to the student council, requests to exchange numbers, and curious questions to learn more about him. The protagonist was startled by how many people there were, and by all the dating and meeting requests. Meanwhile, Doko was meeting with the other two classmates, wondering what was going on with that crowd. Light explained what was happening, asking if Doko remembered the channel they had created. He revealed that the channel went viral after posting the footage of their climb in the tower. They had already surpassed 2 million subscribers, and the video had reached 5 million views. At this point, Light found it hard to believe there was anyone in the academy who hadn't seen their videos. Listening to the explanation and looking around, seeing many people watching the video created by Ban, Doko fell silent. Honestly, compared to his other abilities, Dogo didn't find Ban's filming skill that impressive, but it seemed like people were reacting in an exaggerated way. Doko truly thought Ban's ideas and skills were excellent. While Doko looked at the protagonist with a darker expression, Rochelle observed him. The Beast Girl had several thoughts about Doko's reaction to what was happening. At that moment, the protagonist placed his tray on the table, asking what was going on that morning. Ban couldn't help but lay his head on the table due to exhaustion, as others greeted him with good mornings and salutations. Light even got sarcastic, saying it must be nice to be famous. But Ban really thought it was at least better than getting into trouble just for breathing. This time, it was Ban's turn to tease Light, commenting that he also had many fans and asking him to talk to them and be nice. At that moment, a loud voice caught Ban's attention. What a joke! Making a fuss with manipulated images. Does it make sense for them to reach the fourth room in such a short time? Further ahead, some delinquents were bad-mouthing the protagonist's group. They were the delinquents who had disturbed Rochelle in a class a few days ago. Now they seized the opportunity to try to discredit the video posted by Ban. They looked in the protagonist's direction, telling him to wait, as the next day all of his lies would be exposed. The protagonist then remembered what would happen the next day. It would be the day of his scheduled duel, the day he would fight against the ridiculously huge guy. Ban processed the facts. After hearing those guys who were either doubting the video or still didn't like him, he concluded that they were probably the ones waiting to see him get crushed in the duel. Light also agreed with the protagonist's assumption, while Rochelle offered her support. After wiping his mouth from eating, Doko stood up and commented, "So you can just respond in the best possible way to anyone watching and supporting, right?" The protagonist smiled, agreeing with Doko. Indeed, the next day should be the perfect event for the new subscribers to watch. The next day, the protagonist climbed to the arena. The assistant professor was at the ready, eager. "This duel will be broadcast live on the school's official channel. Do you agree with this? If so, sign the document." Ban was surprised when a small screen appeared in front of him. The screen displayed the document, and to his surprise, there were several precautionary terms for the duel. If anyone was incapacitated or surrendered, the duel would be called off. Attacking vital points was prohibited, but the wounds would be at the participants' own risk. It was as if they were telling them to fight until one of them was crippled. The big guy approached the protagonist, suggesting a negotiation. Ban was surprised by the sudden request, thinking the man was a subscriber to the channel and had watched the videos. However, the stone-like man asked Ban if he was scared, saying that he could surrender, but only if he crawled between his legs and barked like a dog. Only then would he accept the surrender. Hearing this, the protagonist was taken aback, torn between fear and the urge to laugh. Although the fight was broadcast to the entire school, only 2 classes were in the arena. The delinquents, who were part of Erido's class, were cheering for him, full of hatred for Ban. Ortima, who had been beaten by Doko last time, looked at the arena with a curious gaze. However, her focus wasn't on the 2 fighting, but on Doko. Doko was with the other 2, trying to check with Light how the reactions were going. Light informed the girl that the broadcast's viewers had exceeded 10,000, but many were cursing Ban. Rochelle found this very unfair, with everyone targeting Ban, but Doko had already expected this. In the best-case scenario, the people who liked them because of the videos would be few. So Doko wanted, now that so many were watching, Ban to prove whether or not he had the strength to reach the top. The protagonist was thinking about Erido's words regarding crawling and barking. He started secretly laughing. He never imagined he would actually hear something like that, something that sounded like it came out of a third-rate soap opera. Ban caught Erido's attention and gave him a look he tried to make intimidating. "Have you been preparing a lot to provoke me? That line you just said had an effect. I'll give you credit for that." Erito returned the same look to the protagonist, saying he wondered how long he would be able to act so calm. Ban shrugged, saying that whether he was calm or not, Erito would find out by going against him. Saying that, he drew his sword. Erito ground his teeth in frustration over the provocation. He seemed to be boiling, asking the assistant professor June to declare the start of the fight. The assistant professor raised his hand. "Well then, Erito from Class 1 against Ban Yuan from Class 11. Begin the fight!" Instantly, Erito charged toward the protagonist, relying on his larger size to gain the advantage. Each step of Erito made the arena tremble. His massive fist swung toward Ban, who stood still waiting. When the giant fist, resembling a mountain, came close to the protagonist, he moved. His legs moved quickly while his eyes remained focused. Ban mentally praised Erito for taking the initiative, but his sword moved and he passed by the giant, wondering what Erito could do, being so slow. Ban's strike hit Erito, crushing his face like a crumpled piece of paper. With that blow, Ban knocked Erito down, gaining the advantage in the battle in just a few seconds. To face this stone, Ban knew it would be more efficient to use the reverse method he had learned. The protagonist and the others gathered in the training room the day before his meeting with Rochelle. Doko was trying to give the protagonist a lesson, saying that before using a technique, there were always trial and error. Therefore, if that was the case, the technique would be as good as an uncooked cake. He taught that, when facing a new opponent and a new attack, Ban should be able to use the technique. Only then could he say he had fully mastered the reverse method. To achieve this, he should always train to use the reverse method at any given moment. After the theoretical lesson, Doko raised his sword, signaling it was time for practical training. Thinking he would have to block at least one of Doko's attacks, the protagonist trembled with fear. Ban remembered that Doko had taught him this method so that Erito wouldn't even be able to touch him. The protagonist, when executing the technique moments earlier, felt that this was true. Unlike Doko, Erito was much worse. Ereto managed to get up, wondering what had happened. However, before he could understand, another attack hit him. Ereto fell to his knees as the protagonist observed the effect of the technique at work. Just before the attack struck, the protagonist had infused his sword with a wave of energy. Thanks to this, Ereto's body, hard as stone, transmitted the energy like waves, causing aggressive damage. Ereto was furious, asking how Ban dared to hurt his body. The protagonist crouched down to match the height of the mountain that had fallen. "Sorry, but could you stop complaining and start attacking? If you don't want to continue, we can stop here." Ereto was enraged by the provocation from the tiny human. He got up and reached out to grab the protagonist, but Ban was quick to dodge. Ereto was livid. How dare you, a mutt from a lower dimension, look down on me?" Ereto screamed in fury. The protagonist realized something was happening. Several concepts began to appear around Ereto's arm, which was extended upward, making it grow much larger. Ereto's hand hit the arena floor, causing a massive crash. The protagonist mocked Ereto internally, thinking he was an idiot. He wondered if Ereto shouldn't at least try a different method after failing the first time. Ereto didn't care about strategy. His eyes showed pure rage, and with his large body, he tried to attack the protagonist, but Ban was quick to dodge his attack, circling him. Ereto continued to attack the same way, extending his hand to try and hit the protagonist. However, Ban's sword sliced through quickly as it was infused with concepts. Ereto's huge stone arm cracked, cut by the protagonist's attack. Faced with the numerous identical attacks, Ban had no choice but to counterattack in the same way he did the first time. Taking significant damage, Ereto screamed in a mix of pain and fury. Watching the battle, the vice director couldn't understand why something so senseless was happening. In the comments, confusion spread among the viewers. Reading them, Slight remarked to Rochelle that it must be difficult for everyone to believe what they were seeing. Compared to when Ban had first enrolled, he was now much stronger. Erecto's classmates couldn't believe he had been losing the fight from the start to someone from a lower dimension. They couldn't help but suspect that the abilities shown on that video channel were real. The assistant professor who had arranged the battle was in disbelief. Unlike now, last week, he hadn't felt that Ban was this strong. At that moment, the assistant professor received a message from the faculty assembly. Seeing Erecto on the ground, the protagonist wondered what he should do, as he found it pathetic to attack someone who couldn't even move. He rested his sword on his shoulder, waiting for Erecto to stand up. At that moment, the assistant professor raised his hand, stopping the fight. By the decision of the faculty observing this battle, we declare that in this duel, Erecto appears to be unable to fight. For the protection of both participants, the duel ends here. The protagonist grit his teeth upon hearing the professor speak about protection. Knowing that the assistant professor wouldn't do anything if he were the one injured, the protagonist tried to object, but the professor refused to listen and ended the duel. Ban clenched his teeth at such injustice, but could do nothing but leave the ring. He was frustrated because the duel had ended before a winner or loser was declared. Knowing that, at the very least, he hadn't lost, he decided to accept the outcome. At that moment, the protagonist was surprised. Erecto seemed to be getting up. The assistant professor tried to stop Erecto, stating that the duel had already ended, but the stone man refused to accept it. "Who said it's over? You expect me to kneel before trash from a lower dimension and be humiliated here?" The protagonist stared at the stone man who was cursing him. With all his remaining strength, Erecto ran toward the protagonist, shattering the arena with every step. Even the assistant professor couldn't stop Erecto from charging at Ban with murderous intent. Worried, the assistant professor told Ban to dodge. But with a smile, the protagonist summoned his sword. Why should he dodge? Facing a guy who was clearly trying to eliminate him, why should he stand still? Facing the man who was disobeying the professor's commands just because he was fighting someone from a lower dimension, the protagonist used wave and slash on his sword. With his blade glowing, he prepared to face Erecto. At that school, even the professors seemed to encourage such a situation. Annoyed by how the school operated, Ban decided to unleash all his anger into that strike. With a downward slash, he passed by Erecto, who was charging toward him. After the attack, Ban's expression remained unchanged, but fear appeared on Erecto's face. He collapsed onto the arena after losing his arm, letting out a howl of pain. Everyone was shocked by the scene, unable to believe their own eyes. The assistant professor quickly ran to help Erecto, trying to reassure him that his arm could be reattached. Looking at Erecto's severed arm, the protagonist was surprised. A notification appeared, asking if he wanted to steal its attributes: life, body, titan, volcanic, and monstrous strength. While the protagonist hesitated, the assistant professor prepared to take Erecto to the medical room immediately. Struggling with the pain, Erecto tried not to cry. The professor quickly accessed the system, teleporting Erecto elsewhere. After sending Erecto away, the assistant professor had the audacity to confront the protagonist. "What is the meaning of this, Ban Yuan? I told you to dodge." Ban gave the most absurd excuse possible, claiming that he didn't have time to react since everything happened too quickly. As Farrell grew irritated, someone opened a voice call, ordering him to calm down. Inside a room, someone announced that they would handle the situation. Introducing himself as the professor's representative, he greeted the protagonist, revealing that he had been watching everything. From that moment on, he would be the one asking the questions, so Ban should think carefully and answer honestly. Although dissatisfied, the protagonist agreed. The professor's representative asked the first question, questioning whether Ban would truly claim that he couldn't dodge Erecto's reckless attack. With your abilities, you could have easily avoided that. The difference in strength between the two of you was so significant that we, the professors, decided to end the duel. So please give us an answer we can accept. Why didn't you dodge that attack? The protagonist remained silent in the face of the question. Thinking about the ability he had acquired, the power of language, he had never deeply reflected on what was called the spirit of the word. However, from the questions echoing behind that screen, he could feel a terrible pressure. Although dissatisfied, the protagonist decided to give an answer. As you guessed, I didn't dodge the attack, and instead counterattacked because I believe that a student who disrespects the authority of the professors and acts on his own whims should face the consequences. The professor's representative hadn't expected Ban to bring up their authority. The protagonist continued his explanation. Additionally, in an official match where the rules are upheld, I wanted to show that no student should break the rules and attack in secret. The representative wanted to know why Ban thought this way, so he explained that many students and people from other dimensions were watching the battle. Erecto ignored the declaration that the battle had ended and attacked me. If I had responded passively to this situation, the idea that the rules don't need to be followed when dealing with students from lower dimensions could have spread. Although I made this decision in a short amount of time, I believe my actions align with the Academy's principles. Xenon couldn't help but smile bitterly upon realizing that Ban hadn't just spoken to him, but to everyone listening, expanding the issue beyond the two combatants and making it a matter for the entire school. Despite agreeing with the protagonist, Xenon still had to say something. Ban, you're right. Students who don't follow the rules must be punished. But punishing a student for his mistakes is my job and the Academy's responsibility. It's not something a student like you should be doing. Farrell was pleased with the vice director's reprimand, which Ban couldn't argue against. The protagonist didn't say much more, simply apologizing if he had overstepped the professor's authority, stating that he would accept his punishment. Hearing the word punishment, the vice director smiled. Surprisingly, he stated that he wasn't looking to punish Ban, but was simply curious about why he had handled the situation in that manner. Through this brief interaction, Xenon understood that Ban had both the determination and eloquence needed to gain the favor of the constellations. Moving on from Ban, the vice director declared that the only punishment would be given to Erecto, who had ignored the declaration of the battle's end and attacked without permission. The protagonist's friends celebrated, as the ruling on Ban stated only that he had defended himself. Assistant Farrell tried to intervene, but the director promptly silenced him, ordering him to stop such disgraceful behavior. With a threatening voice, the vice director questioned whether this would have happened if Farrell had stopped Erecto when he went berserk. This nearly made the assistant professor wet his pants. The director stated that Farrell would also be punished. Declaring that reattaching Erecto's arm wouldn't be a difficult task, the vice director closed the matter, ordering all the students who had been watching the match to return to their seats and focus on their upcoming academic activities. Acknowledging Ban Yuan's hard work, Xenon instructed him to return as well. The protagonist bowed toward the director's transmission window and then left. But before he could go, the vice director left him with some last words that made him curious. I'll see you soon. When Ban reunited with his companions, they welcomed him back. Slight praised the swordsmanship Ban had displayed in his final strike, to which Ban credited the monsters he had fought in the tower. While Rochelle expressed relief that Ban hadn't been hurt, Doko acknowledged the protagonist's growth. She then smiled and asked how he felt about gaining a new power. The protagonist didn't forget to thank Doko for diligently training him over the past few days, but Doko cut him off, revealing she wasn't talking about that, but about the power in Erecto's arm. Doko asked if he had absorbed that power, and averting his gaze, Ban confirmed that he had. The moment he saw the abilities he could obtain from Erecto's arm, the protagonist was astonished. He hadn't been able to stop himself from taking a portion of that power. By learning the concepts of Volcanic and Titan, which humans couldn't originally possess, the protagonist also improved his other stats. Ban was surprised that he could actually steal such powers. Until now, he hadn't been able to manipulate the concepts of living beings, but he was pleased to realize that he could, if he tore parts off them. With a melancholic look, Ban admitted that he had ended up absorbing the powers from Erecto's arm. Doko questioned why he looked so depressed when something good had happened. Ban revealed his feelings. At first he had been happy, But when he came back to his senses, he realized that he had done this to a human, not a monster. Feeling joy over taking power from another person was an abnormal and unsettling sensation for him. Hearing Ban's thoughts, Rochelle grew concerned, but Doko reprimanded him. "What are you saying? Lift your head. He was someone who tried to take your life, and it only cost him an arm. You won, he lost. That's the result. No matter who they are, you don't need to consider their circumstances when your life is on the line, understand?" The protagonist smiled again after Doko's scolding, agreeing with her. Cheerful once more, he thanked everyone and apologized for overthinking, realizing how ridiculous it was to dwell on it. To reassure him, Doko jokingly asked if she should start going around cutting off arms, but that only made him more scared. However, the one who truly calmed Ban down was Slight. "Ban, don't worry. Compared to Doko, you're still a complete human." As Doko and Slight bickered, the protagonist received a message, which startled him enough to catch everyone's attention. The protagonist was assigned a mandatory course with no right to refuse. The Babylonian Constellations course, taught by Professor Zenon, was exclusive to fourth-year students or higher. Standing at the center of a stage, Vice Director Zenon revealed the topics his class would cover: how to effectively gain the support of constellations, how to negotiate contracts with them, useful knowledge and preparations to avoid their wrath, how to change constellations, and much more. As they walked through the school, the protagonist's group attracted attention. Many had developed a dislike for him since his battle with Erecto, though some still thought he was decent. What intrigued everyone was why the group was on the fourth-year floor, as the only class held there was Professor Zenon's. Stopping, the protagonist asked his group if he had ever told them a saying from his world. "There's a rumor that says the more people curse you, the longer you'll live." Knowing how much Ban was hated, Doko commented that he would probably become immortal. Holding on to Ban's sleeve, Rochelle asked if he was okay. She was worried that more people would start to hate him after what had happened the previous day. People were talking about him a lot, even though they had no idea how good he really was. The protagonist reassured his friend. Although it was a bit bothersome, it was better than being underestimated like before. Ruffling Rochelle's hair slightly, he asked her not to worry so much, thanking her for her concern. However, in the middle of this small flirtation, someone cleared their throat, snapping them out of the emotional moment. With a dark expression, Doggo complained, "You two already went out together last weekend, and now you're this in sync. Rochelle, did you like the clothes Ban gave you that much? If you're going to make such obvious advances, do it somewhere else." Irritated, Rochelle decided to confront Doko. "What, are you jealous?" The protagonist was surprised to see Rochelle standing up to Doko, who was just as shocked. Rochelle had to hide behind Ban as Doko's more aggressive side awakened. "Getting beaten up in our duel wasn't enough for you, beast?" Needing to intervene, the protagonist tried to calm Doko down, reminding her that class was about to start. Rochelle couldn't resist provoking Doko further, taking advantage of Ban's protection, leaving him stuck between a rock and a hard place as he struggled to stop their fight. Finally reaching the door to the Babylonian Constellations classroom, the protagonist asked if they were late. Knowing that there had already been a class the previous week, Slight was worried about how it would look for newcomers to join in the middle of the lesson. The protagonist was surprised that Slight was actually worried about something like that. Opening the door to join the class, Ban stated that the seniors would probably assume that talented juniors had joined them. Upon seeing the number of students in the room, which looked more like an auditorium, the protagonist was impressed. Immediately, all the students turned around to look at them, staring. Observing each person present, even Doko couldn't ignore their abilities, given that they were seniors. Rochelle quickly hid behind Ban, while Slight, standing beside him, showed some apprehension. The protagonist was surprised by the strong pressure in the room. He knew this was a class for extraordinary individuals, but still, an immeasurable amount of an unknown concept lingered in the air, showcasing the abilities of the professor teaching the lesson. At the podium, Professor Zenon welcomed the new students and introduced himself to everyone. After some time, the protagonist managed to partially interpret and understand the concept carried by the transcendent being. In an instant, the insight of the Book of All Poisons reached 137 points. Hearing the professor's voice instructing them to take their seats, the protagonist recognized it as the voice from the duel. As the lesson began, Zenon revealed its simple objective: to understand the origins of the tower and the constellations. With new juniors joining the class, the professor began talking about the tower. He revealed that despite appearing to be a massive stone structure, the tower was no different from a living organism. Zenon explained to the students that as they climbed the tower, they would face challenges, obtain hidden treasures, and uncover secrets. It might seem like receiving a reward after cleaning a room, but the case was different. They wouldn't find the rewards. Rather, the tower prepared them, selecting the best climbers. With better items, more exceptional treasures would emerge, and more transcendent miracles would appear. The tower itself sought those who strived to understand it. Revealing more secrets to those who comprehended it was a basic condition for intelligent beings capable of advanced reasoning. Listening to the entire explanation, the protagonist found it nonsensical, a fragile system that could be turned upside down by a single irregular intruder through an unconventional route. Living, thinking, and selecting climbers, it all seemed unbelievable, like believing in Santa Claus. However, at that moment, the protagonist remembered something. The mass email had been sent to students before the intruder invaded the tower. Because of this, they had assumed that the irregular phenomenon with the spiders on the 4th floor was caused by the intruder. However, thinking more carefully, the difficulty had seemed strange from the very first floor. The entity that defeated Louis definitely seemed like an elite-level monster. If the tower only started behaving strangely after they reached the 4th floor, when the intruder appeared, then the bizarre difficulty of the previous floors couldn't be explained. The protagonist couldn't help but feel alarmed, wondering what the hell had happened. Reflecting on the professor's words, that the tower was a living organism, the protagonist formed a hypothesis. Perhaps if they changed their assumption about the tower, the difficulty hadn't been altered because of an intruder, but because their group had started climbing it. As if the tower itself had deliberately chosen the level of difficulty they would face. Or perhaps this had happened because he, a descendant of the tower's master, had begun the ascent. Faced with so many possibilities, Ban was already on the verge of losing his mind. Noticing how his words had affected the new student he was interested in, the vice director discreetly smiled. The protagonist finally decided to stop overthinking. If what the professor was saying was true, then there couldn't be a better situation than this. At worst, he and his class would face unparalleled difficulties. As the saying goes, great risks bring great rewards, and the rewards prepared by the tower would be on a completely different level. After thinking for so long, the protagonist realized that he still hadn't fully understood the concept lingering in the air. At that moment, the professor pulled him out of his thoughts. Have you discovered it yet? There's a barrier around here. Some students don't notice it even after years. The fact that you found this orb on your first day of class shows that your intuition is quite sharp, Ban Yuan. The protagonist had no idea what orb Professor Zenon was talking about. However, the vice director took this opportunity to demonstrate how the first-year students from class 11 were qualified for his lesson. Raising his hand, the professor caused a large purple orb to emerge from the ceiling. Standing beside an orb larger than himself, the protagonist was asked a question by Ban Yuan. What do you see in this sphere? The sphere radiated an immeasurable purple power, which the protagonist's language ability had yet to identify. Revealing the truth, Ban admitted that he saw nothing. Zenon instructed him to focus a little more and check again. The protagonist once again saw nothing, but Zenon insisted that he concentrate even further. There had to be something he could perceive. The vice director urged him to uncover the secrets of that orb. As the immeasurable, unknown power swirled within the orb, a dark yet luminous force began to surface inside it. The protagonist widened his eyes, finally able to see the concepts within it. Barrier, separation, protection. Beyond those three concepts, the protagonist couldn't make out much more. Satisfied, the professor instructed him to rest. Zenon gave a small smile. Seeing the boy uncover three of the orb's core abilities proved that he was far from ordinary. Now he understood why the director had been paying so much attention to the young man, who was rubbing his tired eyes, frustrated that he hadn't been able to fulfill the request more efficiently. This time, the professor asked the protagonist if he understood what the orb was. Honestly, Ban admitted he had no idea. Seeing Ban's honesty, the vice director allowed him to think about the matter later. Zenon then emphasized that everyone there, both during class and in their daily lives, should expand their thinking and nurture their imagination, as expanding one's thoughts was directly linked to expanding one's power. Anyone who wished to use abilities at a more advanced level would have to develop the power of thought and the strength behind it. It was necessary to cultivate the ability to think, to keep thinking constantly, even if the answer wasn't immediately visible. The protagonist didn't understand what the orb had to do with thinking. Professor, if someone has great cognitive ability or imagination, can they control the orb? Surprisingly, Zenon affirmed that he was correct. One day, if you understand the structure of all things, analyze them, and develop the ability to expand them, this orb will make you a pseudo-god. Upon learning the power they could obtain, all the students fell silent, processing those words. Except for Ban, who wasn't particularly interested. Laughing, the professor admitted that it might be difficult to grasp now, but as the lessons progressed, they would gradually understand. This was the core material of the class, directly linked to the simulated war of constellations. Ending the lesson, the professor assigned the students the task of imagining the possible applications of what they had learned. The protagonist couldn't help but scratch his head, struggling with the difficult content. Ban tried to understand what a pseudo-god was compared to a true god and what the principle behind becoming a god would be. In the end, the lesson felt extremely difficult, which Ban assumed was because he was attending a higher year class. Having spent most of the time lost in thought, the protagonist asked what the class had been about. Slight was surprised. He had expected Ban to be the one teaching him. As the two talked, Ban noticed a blonde-haired young man standing nearby. They were shocked to see Ortima and immediately asked what he was doing there. Arrogantly, Ortima ordered them to be quiet, saying he was the one who would be asking the questions. Noticing that Doko wasn't with the group, Ortima asked where she was. At that moment, the person Ortima was looking for appeared. She hadn't noticed Ortima at first, but when she did, she didn't seem to care much. She gave a slight smile. "Ah, I thought something serious had happened." Ignoring everyone else, Ortima stepped closer to the girl and asked if she was Doko Yan. When she asked what he wanted, Ortima revealed that he had business with her. Scoffing, Doko asked if he wanted another duel, saying that if that were the case, she wouldn't stop him, though it would be difficult to fight inside the academy. Ortima bit his lip in frustration at the humiliation. Then, in an instant, Ortima dropped to one knee. "I am not here to challenge you to a duel." From who knows where, Ortima suddenly pulled out a bouquet of flowers. "Doko-yan, I would like you to go out with me." As Ortima blushed, everyone was left speechless. Staring at the bouquet of flowers, Doko was so shocked that she nearly felt her soul leave her body. No one could believe that the proud and arrogant Ortima had fallen in love with a woman who had beaten him up. The protagonist wondered what kind of taste someone had to have for that to even be possible. Since Ban himself had already been beaten multiple times by Dako, Light asked if he wasn't answering his own question. Being called a masochist in such an unsubtle way surprisingly irritated the protagonist, and that feeling spread to Ruchel as well. Doko was shocked that Ban couldn't understand another man's heart, as she had been about to ask what kind of scheme he thought Ortima was plotting. Hearing the word scheme, the three of them stared at Doko in surprise, making her realize they truly seemed oblivious to the situation. Dako was certain Ortima was up to something, as his gaze held no trace of affection. The protagonist, however, had to disagree. "No way. That doesn't seem true at all. I mean, you are incredibly beautiful." The sudden compliment caught Dako off guard, making her blush. Trembling with rage, Dako demanded to know how the dense Ban could say something like that so casually. Seeing that Ban didn't even understand what he had done, Light advised her not to fall for his tricks. As Dako bickered with Light, Ruchel wondered if there really was another reason behind that confession. She was troubled by a certain expression he had made. At that moment, with Ortima kneeling, Dako crossed her arms and dismissed him. "I have no business with you. I have no interest in you, so go ask someone else." Leaving Ortima behind, she called her group to leave. It was then that Ruchel glanced at Ortima from the corner of her eye and was surprised. His face showed a sorrowful expression. During training, the protagonist received some new information. Since he had exposed his presence to many beings, engraving his existence into their minds, Ban had unlocked a new language concept, charm and honor, both of which were instantly raised to 10 points. The protagonist was shocked. After all, he had only uploaded a new video to his channel. Checking the details of the concepts, he discovered that charm allowed him to captivate and influence others, while honor stabilized his dignity by being recognized by many beings. Although he couldn't exactly complain, Ban wondered how these two concepts could help him climb the tower. Ruchel, who was standing in front of the protagonist, was startled when she heard him ask if his face had changed in some way. Timidly, Ruchel lowered her head to reply, "Ah, well, I think Ban is very handsome." The protagonist choked in surprise, stating that wasn't what he meant. Meanwhile, Dako, who had been listening to the entire conversation with her super hearing, was starting to get irritated. Suddenly, Ruchel heard Light scream. He was training with Dako, and felt a strong gust of wind hit her back. Stomping firmly on the ground, Dako grabbed the attention of the two who were flirting. "Train. Focus on your training, and when you're resting, just rest." Poor Light, who had just taken a beating, was now being carried by Dako. The protagonist also tried asking Dako about his face, but the girl hurriedly slapped him while blushing. "Seriously, didn't you hear what I just said? Focus on training. If you keep this up, I'll make you two train until morning." With Dako's threats, Ban and Ruchel resumed their training, while the exhausted Light cried for rest. Ban and Ruchel immediately began sparring. As they exchanged blows, they moved across the entire training room, using as much space as they could. Ruchel's claws clashed against the protagonist's sword, leaving behind after-images of energy. Trying to catch a break, Light commented to Dako that Ban seemed much stronger and wondered if he should stop focusing on dungeons and return to the tower. Dako thought Light was being too hasty. In her opinion, even if Ban had improved, he was still far behind Light and the beast, Ruchel. She could tell that from the start, the sparring was only going well because one side, Ruchel's, was holding back. Either way, Doko remembered that they would be returning to the tower the next day. She wondered if Ban had already figured out how to deal with the beast inside Ruchel, because, if not, nothing would be different from last week. Ban was also aware that if they didn't find a solution quickly, they would end up repeating what had happened last time. Amidst their battle, he activated the all-seeing eye. Over the past week, he had been observing Ruchel, which helped him discover a few things. Her violence was triggered by using any emotion as fuel. Depending on the emotion used, her state would change drastically. When an intensely negative emotion was used as fuel, it burned until she lost control. But when positive and calm emotions were used, the violence within Ruchel diminished, and her emotions stabilized. Knowing this, Ban continued fighting Ruchel to observe her even more and learn how her power truly worked. In battle, intense emotions were naturally amplified, making violence inevitable. The more emotional fuel was spent, the more aggressive Ruchel became. However, Ban wanted to try changing that fuel. He wanted to use something more positive. The sparring continued until Ban managed to gain an advantage and used the back of his sword to push Ruchel, whose hair had turned completely dark. The duo who weren't fighting watched their combat closely. Ruchel had been pushed back, landing on the ground in a seated position, and due to exhaustion, Ban fell to his knees. However, Ruchel's fury had reached its peak. Gritting her teeth, she refused to give up. Seeing that things had reached this point, Ban realized it was time to put his plan into action. To prove he hadn't just been fooling around these past few days, the protagonist extended his hand, creating a magic circle. He was about to prove that the time he spent with Ruchel had allowed him to collect fragments of her emotions, whether she was happy, having fun, or at peace. Ban hadn't just collected these emotions, he had copied them directly from her essence. Immediately, upon releasing the essences of joy, happiness, and laughter, Ban rushed toward Ruchel. Wielding those emotions, he hoped they would work. He directed them toward Ruchel, attempting to make her absorb them. However, a sudden strike prevented him from getting close. In a frenzy, Ruchel managed to hit Ban's hand, the one carrying the emotions. The protagonist was slightly startled. In front of him, Doko was gritting her teeth fiercely. The girl instantly got up, grabbed Ban around the waist like a rugby player, and, using the momentum, threw him to the ground, landing on top of him. Ban felt the heavy impact. Straddling him, Ruchel displayed a demonic gaze. With a loud roar, she lunged at him with her sharp claws. Seeing the danger, Doko and Light immediately ran toward them to stop the attack. However, a chain was faster than both of them. It coiled around Ruchel's arm, preventing her attack. A second chain appeared, grabbing her other arm and restraining her completely. Seeing Ruchel's expression, Ban grew concerned, but he quickly noticed that her hair was lightening in color. As Ruchel returned to normal, the protagonist asked if she had been moving faster after transforming. Finally, Ban was able to relax, relieved to see that the beast within Ruchel calmed down quickly. Still, it could be dangerous if they had to restrain her every time they fought. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a better way to soothe her, some kind of condition for it. Pulling him from his thoughts, Ruchel thanked him. Ban didn't understand why she was thanking him, considering he hadn't completely solved the problem yet. However, Ruchel hastily shook her head and thanked him again, saying that at least now she could fight a little. She already considered this a significant improvement, and for that, she was happy to have him by her side. Ban started blushing at Ruchel's words, but Doko quickly approached him, staring him down. The protagonist was startled by how close she got and scrambled for an excuse. "We were working hard here, didn't you see?" As Dogo continued to glare at him, Light also stepped closer, relieved that no one was hurt. Dogo, however, thought something else was more important. She turned her gaze to Ruchel, drawing everyone's attention, including Ruchel's, and making Ban uneasy. Doko analyzed Ruchel in silence for a moment, then turned away. "No, it's nothing." She decided to end the training for the day so that everyone could rest. Lagging behind, Ruchel looked at Doko melancholically, filled with doubt and sadness. The next day, the group set off toward the tower. Upon arrival, Light tried to ask Doko for permission to use the sacred sword, at least while entering the tower. He was worried about the challenges ahead, as they would determine the fate of all four of them. However, Doko reminded him that they had all agreed to build a solid foundation without rushing. This was only their second exploration in the first semester as rookies, so she didn't think they needed to worry. The protagonist agreed with Doko, though Light didn't seem fully convinced. The more he used the sacred sword, the more dependent he became on it. Given the concept of a demonic spirit infused with a sacred one, Ban was no longer sure if that weapon was truly sacred. Either way, it was best to keep Light away from its negative influence. Light understood that he wouldn't be allowed to use the sword, but he warned them not to blame him if he collapsed inside the tower. However, his plea was met with a devilish "Dako, we won't blame you, we'll just make you suffer even more." Ban, just as merciless, added, "We won't blame you, but don't forget, millions of subscribers are watching the video." As Light cried, the protagonist accessed his internal codes. His stat points appeared, along with his skill points and learned essences. Everything made sense. And he also made sure that the snake Eve and the recorder Taishi were ready. He would rely on both for this journey. Before they entered, Rochelle approached the protagonist. "I'll do my best in there and listen to everything you say." Ban thanked Rochelle for her dedication, asking her to trust him, as he too was growing stronger in combat. With a bright smile, Rochelle was ready to rely on Ban. Feeling jealous, Dako scoffed at Rochelle. "I just hope you last until at least Saturday night. If anyone gets eliminated, I'll punish them severely." As Light kept trying to insist on getting the sword, Dako called the protagonist over to a corner. Curious about what she wanted, Ban followed. Dako had some things to clarify before they entered. Her words were harsh from the start. "Today is the first evaluation. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in both of you. You haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, have you?" One of the first times she had smiled. Dako had made him promise to take responsibility if things went wrong. Ban tried to stay optimistic. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. Besides, both of them have already started changing. You don't need to wait for results. They'll happen exactly as I said." Dako was about to change the subject to Rochelle when she suddenly noticed the girl hiding behind one of the pillars. Before speaking, Dako snapped her fingers. As soon as the sound echoed, Rochelle felt a sharp pain in her ears. Hearing her cry out, the protagonist turned in shock. Seeing Rochelle trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, Dako became irritated and continued snapping her fingers. "Trying to listen in on our conversation, huh? You're getting bolder in front of Ban Yuan." The protagonist was surprised, as the sound of Doko's snap seemed to be at a frequency he couldn't hear, likely something only Rochelle could perceive. Returning to the topic, Doko asked Ban if he knew the meaning of submission. He answered that it meant being dominated, but that wasn't the answer Doko was looking for. From the perspective of someone being dominated, it may feel uncomfortable, but some people find stability under strong leadership. In that sense, that beast genuinely seems to like someone who can completely dominate and control her. Since Ban still didn't seem to grasp what she meant, Dako tried explaining further. In other words, when that beast loses control, trying to communicate passively is useless. Even with this new explanation, Ban's mind was filled with doubts, which irritated the girl. Grinding her teeth, she ordered him to stop trying to understand and just memorize her words. Sighing, the protagonist agreed to keep it in mind and watched as Doko turned her back to him, joining Light, who was already waiting for them to enter the tower. With Ban leading, the group approached the entrance. Placing his hand on the door, he asked if everyone was ready. Light was the first to nod, followed by Rochelle and Doko. Excited, the protagonist started recording. "First years of the special admission, class 11, the second exploration begins now." With that, he opened the tower doors, releasing a powerful light that engulfed them. Immediately, they were transported to a place where the ground seemed to be melting, triggering vertigo in anyone prone to it. Looking up at the northern lights in the sky and the various square walls surrounding them, Ban wondered where they had ended up. After being thrown into so many strange situations, Doko had assumed they would start from the first floor, but that wasn't the case. If she had a higher vantage point, she would have noticed they were inside a gigantic labyrinth. While Light investigated the area, the protagonist checked his pendant, confirming that they were on the 5th floor. Light felt relieved that they were on a normal floor, which led Doko to question whether he was becoming complacent. As the two argued once again, the protagonist noticed something. Rochelle was staring fixedly in a certain direction within the labyrinth. She was certain she could smell a monster from there. Hearing that, instead of finding a way forward, she had located a creature. Ban felt a slight nervousness. However, what happened next left him shocked. In the direction Rochelle was looking, something began to materialize, as if it were computer data being transported. Immediately, Light drew his sword, asking Ban what it was. The protagonist knew this was something different from what they had encountered on the 1st floor. It emitted an unpleasant crackling noise and had a distorted appearance, almost as if it were breaking apart. Without hesitation, Rochelle revealed her claws and attacked the creature. She struck her target, which shattered into data fragments. Immediately, Ban received a notification. From what Rochelle had struck, he obtained several concepts. 0.1 points of glitch, light and noise, 0.2 points of demonic spirit, 0.05 points of malfunction, 0.01 points of inversion. As Ban expected, this was a glitch phenomenon. When a signal was interrupted, both the graphics and sound became distorted. This inverted force created a strange sense of fear, which manifested as a monster. Since this type of creature was completely different from anything they had encountered before, there were many unknown concepts. He didn't know how the concepts of malfunction and inversion worked yet, For now, glitch contained inversion, so it seemed quite useful. It would be interesting to collect it. Deep in thought, Ban didn't notice he was about to be attacked. However, with a blast of energy, Doko saved him immediately. Frowning, she scolded him. Ban Yuan, stay focused. Defeating these things while escaping the labyrinth is going to be a huge hassle. With Doko leading the way, they advanced through the labyrinth, careful not to get separated in the complex paths. As the protagonist ran, he received a message. They don't seem like creatures that would appear on floor 5, but it's not that surprising. Ban was already satisfied with collecting several fragments of inversion points while fleeing, but remembering that he needed 100 points made him wonder if it was even worth the effort. The protagonist stopped running when he heard Rushel's scream. The girl, facing off against one of the glitches, was recklessly charging forward, but the protagonist stopped her. Summoning the chain created by Eve, he refused to let Rushel fight alone, preventing her from entering a berserk state. Hearing Ban ask her to stay by his side, Rushel agreed immediately. While Doko took down multiple glitches, she yelled at them, "Hey, stop flirting and keep moving!" Protecting Rushel, the protagonist summoned another chain. For now, he set aside the concepts on the walls to focus on the battle. With her keen sense of smell, Rushel was able to warn Ban whenever monsters were about to appear. Using the chains, the protagonist gathered more inversion points while defeating the glitches. After running for several minutes, they still hadn't found the end of the labyrinth. Then Doko revealed that she had memorized the entire path they had taken while running. Both she and Ban felt that, even though the place looked different, they had already passed through the same area before. She concluded that this wasn't a normal labyrinth, but one that modified itself in real time. Faced with this situation, Doko assumed that the only option was to destroy it completely. As she took a battle stance, the protagonist noticed something with his ocular ability. He had been so focused on collecting inversion that he had ignored an important detail. Doko wanted to destroy everything to reveal anything hidden, but the protagonist stopped her, stepping past her. Placing his hands on the labyrinth walls, he explained his reasoning. Logically, a constantly changing path doesn't make sense. That means there must be some kind of hidden trick within the walls. He felt along the wall until he found a spot that sank when pressed, like a hidden button. Ban gained half a point of illusion for discovering the secret button, a concept that couldn't be possessed by humans. As the wall in front of him vanished, the protagonist smiled, celebrating that he was right. His gamble had paid off. A path forward was revealed. Rushel was curious about how Ban had done that. With Light finding it amazing that he had uncovered the labyrinth's secret, the protagonist scratched his nose, trying to hide his pride. In reality, he had noticed it a bit earlier, but he had forgotten to say anything while collecting concepts. To cover this up, the protagonist made an excuse. "I don't like wasting time. I just noticed a part of the wall looked strange after we had been walking for hours." Doko found Ban suspicious, but didn't say anything. She was more surprised that he had found a flaw in the magic that even her own power had failed to detect. Watching the protagonist take the lead to guide the way, Doko thought to herself that, as expected, Ban wasn't just some ordinary talent. The quartet continued advancing through the labyrinth while defeating glitches. This time, they encountered a giant elite glitch, despite it only being their second exploration. To Light, this only confirmed that their experience was different from the other group's explorations. Rushel thought the same. Even after defeating the elite monster and gaining many concept points, the protagonist stood still, staring into the void, which worried Rushel. She thought he might be injured, but Ban quickly reassured her. The truth was that he was troubled. He was 1,000th of a mana point away from reaching 200, yet the number refused to increase. Even after absorbing more than enough concepts in the last 3 hours, his mana still wouldn't reach 200 points, a problem neither life nor body concepts had ever faced. Noticing his state, Doko approached and whispered in his ear, "What's going on? What's wrong with you? You don't seem hurt." The protagonist was startled by Doko's sudden closeness, something he had already asked her to avoid. However, it wasn't just Doko who was concerned. Everyone else was as well. The protagonist revealed his issue with his mana growth, which left Doko confused. Suddenly, Doko chuckled, as if she was happy. Hearing Ban ask why she was so happy, Doko asked if he had hit a barrier. Her words shocked the protagonist. She reminded him that he was rapidly expanding his energy, absorbing everything around him, which made his growth rate enormous. It was like constantly watering a plant without giving its roots time to grow, causing him to hit a growth limit. After hearing Doko's explanation, the protagonist asked what he should do. Doko didn't think recklessly defeating monsters was a good method, like Ban was doing. Looking for a more efficient approach, she scanned her surroundings. Her gaze landed on Rushel, who was confused about why Doko was staring at her. Doko huffed, irritated. This must be great for someone. Getting fresh air on the weekend instead of being locked up in school, eating delicious food and going to clothing stores." Seeing how Doko was treating him, the protagonist tried to persuade her. "Hey Doko, if you teach me, I'll learn diligently. I'll think about the outing, the food, and the shopping, so Doko finally agreed to help him, only because he had quickly grasped the situation he was in. Looking at their companions, Doko asked if they were okay with it since it would take some time. Rochelle didn't mind, as long as it was to help Ban. Likewise, Light was fine with it, since they had just fought an elite and hadn't moved to another room yet. Seeing how understanding everyone was, the protagonist thanked them. Thus, Doko explained that the best method would be for him to receive the basic transmission of the mystic body art. The protagonist was confused, so Doko clarified in detail. Despite the grand name, it's just a basic martial art, so it's not difficult. Even so, Ban felt uneasy. Until now, he had only learned the fundamentals from Doko Yan, but had never directly learned a martial art. This time it was a real martial art, so he wondered if he could learn it properly. Before they started, the protagonist asked if he needed to perform something like the 9 Bows ritual, a master-disciple ceremony. Doko couldn't believe he was making such a fuss over a martial art that even kids learned. She told him not to worry and just get ready. As Ban removed his shirt to have better mobility for training, Doko got lost in thought. She was surprised that an outsider would mention the ritual. She had acted like it was no big deal, but the mystic body art was something that couldn't be taught, even if a student revered their master, because it was a divine family art, passed down strictly through bloodline. Doko knew her father would be shocked if he found out she was passing down their martial art to someone, especially someone she had just met, someone from another world. While Doko was deep in thought, the protagonist called out to her. Having removed his shirt and revealing his toned body, Ban asked, "Did I really need to take all this off?" Doko couldn't believe she was teaching this shameless man a secret technique from her family. She shouldn't be doing this unless he became her husband. Unaware of Doko's thoughts, the protagonist awkwardly tried to cover his body, embarrassed. Meanwhile, Light, who had been staring wide-eyed at Ban's physique, was desperately trying to keep Rochelle from looking. He thought that as a man it was fine for him to look, but not for her. Seeing the two whispering, Doko shouted at them to be quiet. The training begins. Doko instructed Ban to sit down and calm his mind. And so the protagonist did as told. Standing behind him, Doko extended her hand. From the moment she had met him until now, there was a strange feeling within her that had continued to grow. A feeling that she wanted to nurture this man with her own hands. Ban was different from any other man she had ever known. She didn't even need to mention his exceptional martial arts talent, but what surprised her the most was his potential to possess abilities. She believed that if he, with his extraordinary qualities and skills, grew systematically, he could become something unimaginable. She wondered, how fast could he grow? How far could he go? At the same time, she wanted to witness his talent firsthand, feeling an overwhelming desire to keep him from being influenced by others. She didn't know why she was willing to go this far for him. Lost in thought, Doko was suddenly brought back to reality when Ban flinched at the warm touch of her fingertips against his back. Refocusing, Doko asked if he was ready, reminding him that she had already taught him the basics earlier. The protagonist affirmed that he was ready, but asked if she wasn't going to recite an oral formula before doing something like this. Doko was caught off guard, then laughed, amused by his question. "Would you even understand if I recited a technique's oral formula? Instead of explaining the details, it's better to imprint it into your body." Recalling Ban's obsession with master-disciple rituals, she couldn't help but chuckle again, asking, "Where exactly did you learn your martial arts knowledge?" The protagonist wondered if she would hit him if he told her that he had learned it from novels. Setting aside her amusement, Doko got ready to begin. Not fully prepared, Ban tried to ask for a moment, but before he could, he felt energy reverberate through his entire body. A few minutes earlier, Doko had explained to the protagonist, "The divine manifestation technique I'm about to teach you will completely alter the nature of your chi, magical power, and physical foundation." Faced with such surprising information, Ban Yuan was stunned. Originally, he thought he'd only be taught a basic martial art, so he had planned to learn it calmly, but now he realized it wouldn't be that easy. However, Doko reassured him, "Don't worry. When you train your chi, it's natural for its nature to change. The magical power altered by divine manifestation stimulates the body, and the continuously stimulated body consumes magical power to create pure chi. As long as both body and magical power are trained, the pathways will naturally grow." Even after the detailed explanation, Ban still struggled to understand, so he tried to simplify it. "So the magical power is filtered and converted into pure chi, right?" As Doko passed the technique to his back, Ban felt his body ignite. From the moment it touched him, it felt like he had become a ball of fire. He felt the magical power in his veins being devoured like crazy. It was as if a path that didn't previously exist was being forcibly created. As the protagonist clenched his teeth, afraid his body would catch fire, Doko placed her hand on his shoulder. "Ban Yuan, calm down." She instructed him on what to do. "Follow the paths engraved within your body and keep moving the divine chi. Move the flames." This is the beginning of divine manifestation. Ban closed his eyes to listen to Doko's final encouragement. If you succeed in this training, the next path will eventually be found by you. With his eyes closed, Ban saw the blue flames inside his body moving constantly. Sitting in a lotus position, Ban guided the flames to flow freely through every vessel, concentrating in his heart. After a while, Ban sighed. He was starting to feel a bit more at ease. With the technique taught by Doko, he realized that using raw magical power wasn't always the best approach. When Ban opened his eyes, a notification appeared before him. He was surprised as he read it. You have discovered the new martial arts concept, divine manifestation. The depth of divine manifestation has reached 20 points. Due to your training in divine manifestation, some of the negative concepts within your body have been eliminated. A surplus of positive life force has been created. This excess potential will promote the growth of other concepts. Receiving confirmation that he had acquired the skill was sensational. More than that, Ban's soul attribute had increased to 440 points. Additionally, his physical resistance attribute had increased, just as Doko said it would once his body was filled with divine chi. The more Ban trained that blue flame, the more he felt the power of the concepts increasing. Having finished transmitting the technique, Doko asked with interest, "So, are you satisfied?" Ban couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the divine manifestation technique. "It's amazing. Now you can think about what gift you want." Ban almost regretted it when he heard Doko's maniacal laugh. Hey, I'm looking forward to it." However, Doko wanted something right then. Tossing Ban's shirt back at him, she told him to wipe off the sweat and get dressed. Unless he wanted to climb the tower alone. Ban hid behind a wall as he dried off. While getting ready, he felt something strange. He sensed that with a bit more focus, he could feel the divine chi circulating through his body. Looking at his hand, Ban could see his internal vessels. The more the divine chi increases, the stronger my body becomes and the sharper my senses get. To think such a martial art would be passed on for free. After a short while, Ban rejoined his group. Remembering what had happened, Slight asked if he was also going to post a video of the recent events. Obviously he wouldn't. While talking to Slight, Ban noticed that Doko was crossing her arms in a strange way. Noticing his gaze, Doko asked what was going on. The protagonist quickly changed the subject and asked them to move forward. Rochelle and Slight couldn't resist teasing him before leaving. "Looks like this video's going to get a lot of views. A shirtless training art." As they walked through the maze, Slight asked if anyone else was hungry. It should already be lunchtime. Ban noticed it too. "I ended up delaying us, so it must be time to eat." Doko, however, didn't want to stop. Since they had stayed in room 5 for so long, she wouldn't be able to eat until they reached the next room. Slight didn't miss the chance to tease her. "You sound like a soldier, imposing rules even on mealtimes." Since Slight still had energy to complain, Doko told him to use it to find the exit. Right after Doko asked Slight to find the exit, the blonde youth came across something. Just ahead was a large door. Apparently he had really found the exit. Since that was the only door they had seen on the entire floor, the group assumed it had to be the path leading to the next room. However, Ban asked them to wait a moment before moving forward. Ban's eye began to glow with a golden hue. To him it felt strange, as he hadn't activated any skill. However, through the grooves in the door, he could sense there was another concept beyond it. Believing that the concept truly came from the back of the structure, Ban started walking toward it, surprising Slight, who just wanted to leave and eat. Doko didn't object to Ban's decision and followed him, calling the others along. Ban circled around the structure where the door stood, along with the others, but they didn't find anything. Approaching the protagonist, Slight asked if they had gone to the wrong place. Ban knew that to the others, it might really seem that way, but to his eyes, that wall was completely covered in illusory concepts. Ban reached out his hand toward the wall. Midway, his hand touched what felt like a glass barrier, which began to crack at his touch. The fractures spread quickly, extending across the entire invisible wall. Then, the wall shattered completely, stunning everyone. Slight was shocked. "What was that? What just happened?" The girls realized that Ban had discovered a new path. Before them, through the wall that had just been broken, they saw a spiral staircase, a shortcut to the upper floors. At that moment, Ban received a notification. "You have absorbed 50 illusions." The absurd number surprised him, showing just how well hidden that path had been. Even though it was hard to believe he had found the place, Ban forced a smile. It was incredible. Showing the shortcut to the group, Ban asked what they should do. Slight couldn't believe Ban was still asking that question. Beside him, Doko had already made the obvious decision. As if they all understood each other without words, the quartet dashed into the shortcut area. While climbing the stairs, Ban fed his little snake Eve with the 50 illusions, helping her grow stronger. As they ascended, Ban shared a thought. It seems the floor change is happening right here since there's no exchange mechanism. Dako completed Ban's theory. Maybe the stairs themselves are the mechanism. Then he barked at Light. Hey, watch where you're stepping. Climbing sideways, Light asked what would happen if a monster jumped them. Doko didn't get why he was so worried. They could just fight. Using the identification stone, Rochelle confirmed that they were already on the 8th floor. Ban couldn't believe they had skipped 3 floors at once, but Dako praised him. You really found a great shortcut, huh? Ban couldn't help but admit after the compliment, honestly, I didn't know that much about the shortcut. Light, who had read the manual, recalled that it said finding a shortcut was considered great luck. But what worried Light was that the more floors they skipped, the harder the next one would be. He couldn't understand why no one else seemed concerned. Dako, for example, cared more about the reward than the next floor's difficulty. Crying dramatically, Light pleaded, Ban, don't find shortcuts next time. The protagonist couldn't help but laugh and agree. Light's complaints really stood out. Ban didn't understand why Light was so scared. He hadn't acted this way during their previous expedition. Clutching his spear, Light muttered sadly, if the difficulty keeps rising, it'll get dangerous. The sacred sword. If only I could use it. Light seemed mentally shaken, clearly very dependent on his sword. Seeing how much he was whining, Dako asked if she should just break the sword. That only made Light even more nervous. While the two of them bickered as always, Rochelle spotted something from her position. Looking up, she saw the end of the staircase leading to an exit. Since the student identification stone showed they were on the 8th floor, Ban assumed the exit led to the 9th. As he was ahead, Rochelle warned him, I sense hostility up ahead. Like that time, when Rochelle mentioned the feeling she had when the irregularity appeared, Dako and Light stopped arguing. Dako then did something unexpected. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Light, as soon as we step onto that floor, draw your sword. Light was surprised to receive Dako's permission. He immediately drew his sword, his attitude shifting to one of confidence and excitement. Guys, leave it all to me! Ha 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 ha! The sudden change honestly annoyed Dako a bit, though there wasn't much she could do. As they passed through the glowing gate, they arrived on a floor with stone walls and pillars. Ban looked around and didn't see any monsters, just a high ceiling. That made Light assume they were in a resting area, but Ban doubted it. There was no mention of such an area in the guides. They began exploring the space, unaware that someone armed was hiding nearby. Suddenly, the figure fired. His weapon released a blast of energy that created a magic circle. Hearing the sound, Ban was startled. A massive sphere was suddenly launched straight at Doko. By the time she noticed, it was already upon her. A powerful explosion followed, scattering debris and dust everywhere. Ban and the others had to shield themselves from the cloud, worried about Dako. But when she emerged, she was simply stepping on the bomb, complaining to Ban, didn't you say you were the only one allowed to use that kind of stuff in the tower? The protagonist sheepishly admitted he had said that, but this made him suspect it was a one-time use weapon. Immediately, he scanned the area for the attacker. Using his golden eye, he quickly located the enemy hiding behind one of the pillars. Ban pointed, Light, over there! Before he could give a precise location, Light had already leapt forward. The hooded man looked toward the group, startled to see someone charging at him. He couldn't believe they had found him. His stealth skill wasn't supposed to be detectable by newbies. Eager, Light swung his sword and slashed the massive pillar. The man tried to stay calm. He planned to deal with the swordsman and then detonate the bomb near the other 3. Ban went over to Doko to check on her. He knew how dangerous it would have been if that opening attack had hit anyone else. Doko acknowledged Ban's concern. Then, when Ban activated his all-seeing eye, he was surprised. Pointing at the sphere under Doko's feet, he detected a powerful energy source. It was actually a level 30 magical bomb, incredibly deadly. Kneeling by the sphere, he told everyone to step back. With effort, Ban managed to disable the bomb's energy core. He sighed in disbelief that someone would use a weapon of that level, but he was sure the person responsible would pay. He knew this because Light was now attacking the enemy with dazzling strikes that clashed against the man's weapon. Forced to defend non-stop, the attacker gritted his teeth. The young swordsman was really skilled, but the man had another plan. He had already moved far enough to avoid the bomb's blast radius. He looked toward the group near the bomb, but was shocked to see one of the boys throwing something toward him. He didn't care. The detonation was set to go off in 3 seconds. Saying his farewells, he pressed the detonator. Then he noticed the sphere heading toward him. Jaw dropping, he wondered why the sphere was here. Light saw the sphere too and reacted instantly. Panicking, the man screamed, waiting for the explosion. But the sphere didn't hit him. Instead, it struck a pillar behind him and ricocheted. He stared, confused that the bomb hadn't gone off, and then he panicked. The boy's sword was coming straight for him. Light said calmly, I don't know why you're so surprised, but you really shouldn't look away in a fight. With a swift, unblockable strike, Light ended the battle. That man hadn't been completely defeated. Holding the wound on his shoulder, he muttered, "This is strange." Light was the one who found the situation odd. "You're human, right? Then why are you attacking us? How did you get here?" At that moment, Ban stepped in to retrieve the sphere. "Hey, since I saw through your stealth, did you really think I wouldn't notice the bomb hidden inside the sphere?" He pointed out the man's mistake. "You were too confident in your tricks, and now you're in this situation, betrayed by a faulty product. Are you stupid or something?" The man, unable to retaliate, gritted his teeth and asked who these young people were. He was furious. How do rookies who are still exploring the lower floors of the tower have this much power? As he screamed his complaints, he flinched when an attack struck the pillar beside him. Doko had startled him, releasing energy through her fingers. She wore a sinister expression, the kind that could instill fear in the deepest parts of someone's soul. "Before we talk calmly, I need to make sure your arms and legs can't move. That way you won't try anything stupid." But someone else had a more aggressive idea, Rochelle. "No, we need to finish him. We can't let him live." Rochelle's words drew everyone's attention. Her hair began to take on a darker hue as she clenched her teeth, growing more and more furious. "If we don't do it, everyone will." Consumed by rage, Rochelle charged forward. Ban tried to stop her, but her claws quickly closed in on the man. Before she could strike, chains wrapped around her body. The chains, created by Ban using Eve, restrained her. Then a dark voice echoed through the air with a suffocating pressure. "A failure, huh? Idiot." Looking around, Ban wondered what that pressure was. Light, however, had a suspicion. Doko knew exactly who was behind it. The Constellation. That voice began tormenting the defeated man. "Looking at the situation, it seems your role no longer serves a purpose." The man, now overwhelmed by a dark energy, tried to plead with the voice, begging for another chance. "No, I can still do it!" But the voice didn't believe him. "Offer yourself so your companions can collect the spoils." Watching the man suffer, Light asked what was happening. Ban immediately ordered everyone to step back. The voice continued, "By Oxudos, sacrifice yourself." The man screamed, trying to escape his fate. Ban tried to flee quickly, but against that energy he realized it was too late. He couldn't avoid the explosion nor escape its range. Once again, the explosion ripped through the air with dust and debris. Worried, Doko looked toward Ban, searching for him. Laughing, the protagonist sat on the ground. By sheer luck, the explosion had stopped 1 meter away from him. Nearly fainting, he commented, "For a moment, I saw the river Samsara." Worried, Rochelle ran over to him. Light did the same. "How are you even okay right now?" At that moment, Ban realized he couldn't dodge the attack. That's when he used the concept he had removed from the magic bomb, directing its explosion into the ground to counter the shockwave from the other. Stopping one explosion with another was a first, even for Doko. It had been difficult for Ban to pull it off. If I had been a moment too late, it would have been a real disaster. Curious, Light asked what had happened to the man. The protagonist believed he was fine, probably sent back to the first floor since they were still inside the tower. However, the dark voice disagreed. He no longer exists. He definitely no longer exists. The tower accepted his end during the battle with you. You destroyed his essence. Ban frowned and smirked, questioning the voice. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You caused the explosion. We just acted to survive." But the voice sounded melancholic. "I lost a member and I gained nothing. I should have taken precautions when the tower began treating you all in a special way." Light couldn't believe it, and Ban quickly interrupted. "Stop talking in circles and speak clearly. Who was that guy? And who are you?" The voice went silent, then finally said only one thing to the group. "We are Exodus, your enemies." The protagonist was shocked and confused by those words and the mysterious farewell. When the energy faded, Rochelle was relieved, though Ban was still gritting his teeth at the constellations. He couldn't understand why none of them acted normally. Despite that, Rochelle held on to the important information they had gained. The name of the organization, Exodus, which she clearly remembered. Light knew about that organization. Exodus is the most famous group of pirates across all dimensions. The constellation must be one of their investors. Ban remembered that Professor Yumina had already mentioned the Exodus pirates before. Light didn't understand what was going on. Why were these people targeting them? Doko found it interesting. We would have met them eventually while climbing the tower. Wasn't it beneficial to experience it now? Ban ended up agreeing, making Light frown. You two really understand each other. Still, Light sensed something was off about what the constellation had said, about the tower treating them in a special way. Their speculation was now confirmed. Is anyone feeling anything? Light even looked concerned. That's when Rochelle received a notification. So did Light, and Doko as well. The three of them gathered to check the notification, leaving Ban out, which made the protagonist nervous. Did you guys receive a message from the director? Doko actually denied it, but revealed it was something that should have happened to Ban too. The three of them had leveled up, and being left out, Ban was shocked. Doko saw his level rise for the first time since entering the tower. Is this a reward from the tower for dealing with the constellation's attack? He wondered. Light found it frustrating if things had indeed happened the way Dogo imagined. Rochelle, upon seeing her stats increase significantly, looked visibly pleased. The trio sat watching how much they had improved, while Ban Yuan remained off to the side, a bit upset. Seeing his teammates using status windows for the first time, the protagonist realized they hadn't leveled up earlier, simply because their averages were already too high. Turning his thoughts back to himself, he wondered if the tower was ignoring him, as he hadn't received any notification or reward. To be sure, he activated the all-seeing eye skill. Then he realized he had been mistaken. Amid the crater left by the explosion, he saw a concept hovering between the smoke and dust. A strange concept floated exactly where that enemy had vanished. The protagonist approached the concept with a gamble in mind. Believing it to be his reward, he touched it. Immediately upon contact with the spiritual item, a strong burst of energy spread. Words upon words ran along Ban's arm, transmitting large amounts of stats to him. Ban was shocked to see himself gain 79 health points. Something insane. Additionally, among the concepts, there were a few he had never seen before. The first was the concept of metamorphosis, something that normally couldn't be applied to humans. The other was star scar, a trace of a pure star's light that remained even after all individuals had been wiped out. The protagonist figured the first represented a superior transformative power, while the second was related to the constellations. While Ban tried to understand how he could use these concepts, Eve appeared, hissing at him. When Ban asked Eve if she wanted the metamorphosis concept, the little snake swayed excitedly with a happy look. Sighing, the protagonist retrieved the concept. All right, it's not like I was going to use this anyway. Go on, eat up, Eve. With affection, the little snake devoured the metamorphosis concept, and immediately, traces of energy began to course through her body. Ban's startled shout caught the attention of the others, who quickly looked his way. Rochelle was the first to approach, asking what had happened. Trembling, Ban answered, "Eve, she turned into an egg." The protagonist held in his hands an egg with digital characteristics. A notification popped up. Object has mastered a lower-tier concept. Origin mutation in progress. Worried, Rochelle asked if this had happened before. Ban confirmed, but explained that last time, Eve had hatched immediately after turning into an egg, which wasn't the case now. Light assumed it was happening this time because it was Eve's second evolution. Dako crossed his arms with a teasing smile. That little girl probably evolved too. Rochelle, holding the egg, could feel a warm energy coming from it. Trembling, Ban even began biting his nails. What do I do? What do I do? We've lost the only way to calm Rochelle during emergencies." Hearing Ban's comment about Rochelle, Light grew concerned. However, since the next floor was a resting area, they were relatively calm. It was when they mentioned the next floor that the change was triggered. Seconds later, they appeared on a floor that looked more like a garden under a dome. A beautiful fountain had been built at the center of that place, while stone staircases led to higher gardens. This was the 10th floor, which they had only heard stories about. It was said that sometimes there would be no food or water if climbers were unlucky, but this place was completely different. Walking around the area, Ban commented, "Actually, it seems we got pretty lucky." Light walked toward some trees and collected fruits called Eden fruits, fruits that could restore fatigue and enhance an individual's potential. You absolutely must eat them during rest zones. Taking his teammates' advice, the protagonist picked one of the fruits and took a bite. As soon as he ate it, he was amazed by the sweet and citrusy flavor. Beside him, Doko had also tried one, and it practically melted with that taste. Ban couldn't help but praise it. "This is delicious. I've never tasted anything this amazing." Dako followed his train of thought. "This is the sweetest thing I've ever had. I can feel a slight boost in my inner energy." Sitting on a bench, Rochelle peacefully ate some grapes. Her hair had even lightened because of it. Playfully, Doko asked if they should eat all the fruits on the floor before moving on, or even pack some, but Light reminded them that it wasn't allowed, and that the fruits would disappear once they left the floor. While Dako was frustrated by the rules, Ban tried investigating if there was any way to take the fruits with him. That's when notifications appeared. "You have eaten an Eden fruit and the unique fruit, the fruit of knowledge. From now on, the all-seeing eye can distinguish sins." The protagonist was confused. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he wondered if it was really called the fruit of knowledge. So this fig-like fruit is called that. Even though he had gained a new power, he tried to imagine what exactly it meant to distinguish sins. At that moment, Rochelle called everyone's attention, saying she had found a mysterious box. Doko crossed his arms and quickly explained, "That's a reward for achievements. Even on the lower floors, there should be something interesting inside, right? After all, we haven't gone through ordinary experiences so far. They all finally remembered what they had faced in recent days. They had confronted constellations twice, as well as several elite monsters and a trap zone. Recalling these hardships, Ban felt that everything had been bundled and handed to the group, which made him believe the reward would be worth it. As he approached the wooden chest with golden details, Ban was impressed. Wow, this must be the achievement reward we've heard about. Since Rochelle wasn't well informed about it, he explained, there's a treasure in each rest zone to reward the achievements gained. Since this is a wooden chest with gold trim, it should be among the highest of the lower tier ranks. Rochelle was confused about how chests were ranked, and Ban continued, treasure chests in rest floors are ranked by material: wood, copper, silver, and gold. The better the material, the better the contents. Excited about the reward, Light wanted to open the chest immediately, but Doko stopped him. Confused, Light asked why, and Doko was direct. Let Ban Yuan open the chest. Light was even more confused and was quickly surprised by the explanation. I feel like we'll be unlucky if you open it. Rochelle immediately agreed. Desperate, Light wanted to know why he deserved that, and Dogo was blunt. He was unlucky. While the two bickered as always, Ban opened the chest, with Rochelle beside him peeking in. As soon as the two saw the glowing contents, they gulped in surprise. Ban recognized the item inside the chest. A magical wand for a magical girl. The wand inside the chest was a short pink staff, adorned with a bow and a large heart-shaped gem. Light, who didn't recognize the item, assumed it had no clear function and quickly guessed it was a ceremonial tool. Picking up the wand, Rochelle commented, "This has a curious shape." Sensing the aura emanating from the object, Doko guessed it had to be an artifact. A bit more aware of what the item might be, the protagonist asked Rochelle to lend it to him. Just by the design, Ban knew this item came from his world. It was something used by magical girls. When he checked the object's attributes, he discovered that all its concepts were related to magic, and it had an impressive 200 soul points. Seeing Ban staring thoughtfully at the wand, Doko approached him. "Did you figure something out?" After analyzing the item, Ban shared his thoughts. "I think it's a magical teaching tool for beginners. It seems to have an ego imbued in it to teach the user." Light was shocked to hear that an item could have an ego that taught people. Before their disbelief could grow, the wand in Ban's hand began to squirm as if it had a life of its own. Since Ban recognized the item, he made a request. "Guys, can I keep this? Of course, I'll pay for it." The entire team quickly agreed to let him have it. They recognized Ban's efforts so far and felt he deserved a reward. Placing the item in his inventory, the protagonist lightly commented, "I have a feeling this little guy is going to help me a lot." After putting the items away, Ban began collecting numerous fruits, and Light quickly warned him, "Ban, I already told you it doesn't make sense to pick more." Ban made a basket with the fruits and handed it to him. Light was extremely confused. "What's this for? Aren't they going to disappear once we leave?" Ban agreed that Light was right, but pulling out the golden jelly, he figured he might as well try something, since he had nothing to lose. He did some stretches as he prepared. "All right, I'll pay you right now." Doko was a bit confused and asked if Ban was paying with money. Grabbing a new basket, the protagonist shook his head and said he wouldn't pay with money. He tossed the new basket to Light, asking the confused boy to follow him. Doko and Rochelle quickly realized what Ban was planning, especially remembering how he had used the jelly a few days earlier. The confused Light approached the protagonist with the fruits. Ban sat on the ground and started questioning. "Don't you think it's strange how only one fruit can be eaten, or how they disappear when taken outside? But what would happen if they were fused with other items? What would happen after being consumed?" Stretching out his hand, the protagonist began to separate the concept of the Eden fruits. As the golden glow and their concepts left the fruits, the protagonist moved his hand toward the jelly. "If no one has tried this before, then why can't we be the first?" A powerful magic circle appeared around the jar of jelly, beginning the transcendental fusion of the Eden fruit with the basic elixir. Bathed in the glow of the magic circle, Light and Rochelle were astonished. In an instant, the jelly jar turned into a 30-point elixir of life, with the contents now resembling an even more golden honey. This item now had the power to restore and strengthen the user's health and magic. Infinite new possibilities were now unlocked. Long-term use could amplify its effects, but excessive consumption at once would trigger divine punishment. Light was shocked to see what Ban had created. Even the calm Dako was left speechless. Holding the new elixir, the protagonist explained they couldn't test it just yet due to the room's rules. To check the taste or effects, they would need to leave first. Excited for the first time, Dako acted immediately. "Then let's go now. Everyone's okay with leaving, right?" she asked Rochelle and Light, who, already rested, quickly agreed. Seeing how eager everyone was to try the sweet elixir, especially Doko. Ban couldn't refuse their decision to move on. They were swiftly teleported to the 11th floor. As soon as they arrived, Doko rushed to ask Ban for the elixir. Checking his inventory and seeing it was still there, he gave a thumbs up. It worked. It's still here. Unexpectedly, Doko jumped on Ban, hugging him tightly in celebration. I knew you could do it, Ban. After Ban cleared his throat, Doko realized what she had done and blushed, as did Ban. Even more unexpectedly, she tossed him aside with a strike. You're too close! Light tried to defend Ban, reminding her that she was the one who hugged him, but she quickly told him to be quiet. While Rochelle gritted her teeth in jealousy, the protagonist got up, rubbing his sore head. I was even more surprised than you. Suddenly, Ban heard a hissing noise nearby. Before he knew it, 3 shelled crabs had appeared. The monsters of the 11th floor were there. Their bodies and shells were covered in moss, and their numbers were as vast as the spiders from the tower. Quickly, Ban ran toward his group. Guys, they're here! Angrily, the crabs charged after him. As soon as Ban called for help, 2 attacks flew past his shoulders, destroying the pursuing monsters. Furious, Doko had eliminated them. I was already annoyed that I couldn't eat the elixir because I was full, but you guys helped with digestion. Ban was shocked to see that his teammate was already eager to eat again. Before he could say anything, Doko made a bold declaration. Let's fight monsters until we're hungry again. Knowing how long they'd be fighting, Ban regretted not doing something else instead of making the elixir. 10 hours later, the group had already reached the 14th floor. Furious, Doko slammed the wall with her hand as she complained, Damn it, why am I not getting hungry? Doko had dragged the entire group to the 14th floor. Even though they were utterly exhausted after fighting monsters for several hours straight, Ban sighed just like her. He hadn't expected his satiety to last half a day, even after so much effort. Light felt the same. We went through 3 floors just trying to get hungry. We must be the only team that tried something like this. But I'm still full and I can't even take another step. Seeing the 2 boys complain, Doko crossed her arms. She thought for a moment, then asked, Maybe we'll get hungry when we reach the 15th floor. The boys nearly cried at the suggestion. Ban begged them to stop. While Light tried to remind Doko it was almost midnight, the protagonist suggested they should stop there, even if they still had stamina to continue. Hearing the suggestion, Doko asked why they should stop. In response, Ban pointed in a direction. Enraged, Rochelle was clawing at the walls. After hours of fighting, the girl was on the verge of entering berserk mode. Doko, upon looking at Rochelle, understood that she could lose control at any moment. That was exactly why Ban didn't want to proceed. Since they no longer needed to have dinner, Ban instructed everyone to clean up and rest. The next day, they could move forward toward the 15th floor. Unexpectedly, Ban created a portable bathroom, complete with a basket of shampoos and soaps. He asked everyone to use the bathroom first, which led Doko to ask what he was going to do. Showing some excitement, he replied, I'll clean up later. I want to focus a bit more on manifestation technique. Crossing her arms with a hidden smile, Doko felt proud. I'm glad I taught you. The level of mastery completely changes the manifestation technique, so keep working hard. Immediately, Doko grabbed Rochelle by the neck and dragged her to the bathroom. I'm taking the beast to shower so we won't get in your way. The protagonist, seeing that Light had stayed by his side, tried to send him off to bathe, but that only made the boy nervous. What are you saying? I'm a guy too. You want me to bathe with them? What kind of nonsense is this, Ban? Ban was surprised by the reaction. He couldn't believe that Light still hadn't realized that his true identity as a boy had already been exposed. Shrugging, Ban offered another option. Then you can just strip down and bathe outside. That comment only made Light even more embarrassed. As Light reacted so dramatically, Ban decided to tease him a bit. We're both men, so what's the big deal? Why the fuss? Light stammered, trying to find a response. Even if we're both guys, I can't do that in front of others. Rolling his eyes, Ban asked what they were supposed to do. Then, practically in tears, Light pleaded for him to turn around. While removing his armor, Light scolded Ban. If you try to peek, I'll be mad. As he watched Light take off the armor, Ban noticed a necklace around his neck but didn't think much of it. After everyone had done what they needed to, they slept and waited for the next day. When they woke up and began eating breakfast, Light was already agitated, talking to Doko. What? Use the spear again? How did we end up here? Doko calmly reminded Light how well he had fought without using his sword, from floor 7 up to the rest zone. During that time, he had grown increasingly used to fighting. Ban also agreed with Doko, encouraging Light to use the spear. The only one who didn't encourage Light was Rochelle, who was eating her instant noodles with visible delight. With a downcast expression, Light admitted he could no longer use the spear. Room 7 didn't have strong monsters, so nothing happened. But we don't know what will appear next. Elite monsters could show up at any moment. Fighting without the sacred sword is too risky. Something is bound to happen. Hearing Light's words, Doko became thoughtful. Realizing he had a point, she agreed to let him use the sacred sword. Given her permission, Light became extremely excited. In an instant, he drew the sword and hugged it like a precious treasure. Sacred sword, I'll never let you go again. Concerned, Ban approached Doko to ask if it was okay to let Light use the sword. Doko felt she had no other choice. He's already at his mental limit. We'll need to indulge him for now. As the two were talking, the beast in front of them growled. Holding her fork, Rochelle gritted her teeth with hunger, even after eating so well. Doko didn't understand why she was acting that way, but Ban had a hunch. Maybe she's on alert because the two of us are standing too close together? Shrugging, Doko stepped away while complaining. First obsession, now jealousy? I'm starting to worry about this group's future. Sweating nervously, the protagonist asked Doko if she thought they'd be able to continue, but she threw the question back at him. A few hours later, the group reached the 15th floor. There, they encountered an army of orcs armed with spears. Raising their arms, the orcs let out a war cry and charged toward the group. Surrounded, the students drew their weapons, preparing for battle. The first to act was Light, who, with the sacred sword, regained his confidence. With a swing of the blade, he broke the shafts of countless spears. Who do you think you're attacking? The protagonist couldn't help but be impressed by Light's renewed attitude, although it also made him a bit concerned. As he himself began fighting the orcs, he commented to Doko that they might have been in trouble if they hadn't let Light use the sword. Seeing Ban lose focus for a moment, Doko quickly warned him, "This is not the time to be distracted." Just as she warned him, a gigantic orc, many times his size, raised an axe to strike. Doko swiftly drew his attention, extending an arm charged with energy. The energy attack passed by the protagonist and struck the giant orc with force. Rochelle didn't stay still either. With her claws, she carved a path toward the orc and finished the job Doko had started. As soon as the girls defeated the enemy, Ban thanked them. Doko wiped her hands, telling him to be more careful, while Rochelle bared her teeth in response. She continued to fight the orcs with such ferocity that Ban realized she was close to going into berserk mode. At the same time, Eve still showed no signs of awakening. That meant he would need to try again what he had failed to do the last time. While thinking about how to restrain Rochelle, Ban didn't notice another orc sneaking up behind him. However, when the orc's attack came, Ban managed to raise his sword just in time, defending purely by reflex. The orc, hairy and bearded, roared at the protagonist. "Ah, I am Quanos, of the proud rusted halberd legion. I'll turn you all into pate." Before Quanos could continue his speech, Light struck him from behind, just as Quanos had tried to do with Ban, cutting off the orc's chatter. Even so, the orc resisted the blow and stayed on his feet, forcing his body forward. Now face to face with Ban, he grinned. "You look like the weakest one here." Smiling through the dust raised by the attack, the protagonist showed no fear. "And how would you know that?" Before the orc could answer, Ban saw him be eliminated. Light had struck again, and with a sharp look, he scoffed, "You talk too much for a mere tower monster." After Light's attack, what the monster had above its shoulders rolled on the stone floor. With a cold gaze, he stared at those on the other side of the room. To Ban Yuan's surprise, Light advanced alone, shouting at the other orcs, "Only small fries left!" With the sacred sword, confidence returned to Light's attacks, delivering the same fate to the other monsters. After dealing with the remaining group, he swung his sword, resting while sighing inwardly and muttering to himself, "I didn't think I'd find the same orcs I saw in my homeland here." But with the radiant sword, he was confident that such a savage race wouldn't stand against him. Amid Light's thoughts, Doko shouted, "Emergency!" When Light looked back, he saw Doko angrily complaining. "What are you doing, defeating everyone without saying a word?" Clicking his tongue, Yuan warned everyone that eliminating the last orc would soon trigger the floor change. Doko continued, questioning, "Didn't we agree to regroup before the room transition? Did you forget that?" Unexpectedly, Light snorted in response and startled both Doko and Ban with what he said. "What are you worried about? As long as I have my sacred sword, we'll clear the next rounds easily." Light was confident enough to say they didn't need to waste time on such a low level. With a mocking look, Light questioned Doko, "Or are you upset because you couldn't do anything?" All right, I'll leave some for you next time." Light's words stirred fury inside Doko, who clenched her hand tightly. Frowning and exuding an aura of irritation, she was ready to fight. Noticing the hostile atmosphere between the team members, Ban positioned himself between the two. calming them down. Looking at Light, Ban wondered why he had changed so suddenly, saying things he usually wouldn't. At the moment Ban warned they needed to prepare for the next floor change, the ground began to shake. A light covered the team members as the space began to change shape. Dako and Light, surprised, also got ready. Soon, several giant chess pieces started materializing while the walls disappeared. When the quartet realized it, they were in the middle of a giant chessboard with many pieces scattered around. Confused, Ban noticed they themselves had not been moved to a new floor. The floor itself had changed. Suddenly, Ruchel fell to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Ban ran to her, worried. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Panting heavily, Ruchel exhaled warm air while groaning. She grabbed Ban's arm, gritting her teeth in agony and murmuring, "No more. I can't take it anymore. I can't suppress it anymore." Ban realized Ruchel was on the verge of losing control, and that was exactly why she needed breaks before floor transitions. At that moment, when everything was already worrying, a being appeared, shouting in a deep voice, "Was it you humans who eliminated my soldiers?" The orc with a large axe proudly introduced himself. "I am Kuros, Centurion of the Great Legion of the Rusted Halberd." The great orc shouted an oath, his eyes showing fury over the loss of his men. "I will honor my fallen comrades with their bodies." Wide-eyed, Ban realized that this orc's subordinates must have been those they defeated in room 15. Confused, thinking they might still be in room 15 or that it was connected to this floor, Ban opened the tower's information window. There, a small phrase was written, "Rule of the 16th room. The weakest soldier advances first." Unexpectedly, the orc Kuros pointed at Ban Yuan. "Come on! The weakest human! Step forward!" He beckoned with his finger, taunting. "I, Centurion Kuros, will teach you a lesson." Knowing the orc was speaking to him, Ban prepared to go first, but Light stopped him. "Ban, don't worry about things like that." Stepping forward, Light declared confidently, "You don't have to obey meaningless rules like these." Ban was surprised by Light's actions, who used the full power of the sacred sword, causing fiery wings to appear on his back. Angry at the chief orc, Light shouted, "How dare a mere orc talk about rules to someone like me, clad in sacred light?" Light's leap exploded with speed, advancing toward the orc, even though Ban told him not to do it. The orc watched Light advance and asked if he was the weakest human. Ignoring the question, Light shouted confidently, "I will finish you in a single strike." The orc, observing him, concluded, "You are not the weakest." Light brandished the sacred sword, attacking the orc and hitting him on the shoulder. However, against the expressionless orc, the sword didn't even cause a scratch. A warning notification appeared. "Rule violated. Penalty applied. 1 skill decreased. All stats will decline." Light's sword reverberated on the great orc's shoulder. In the young warrior's eyes, surprise was evident as the blade did not advance, and an irritated smile formed on the orc's face. Before Light could react, the orc launched an attack, tearing him in half. Light didn't even cough, and his gaze only revealed the great surprise he felt before being eliminated. Ban, wide-eyed, saw the notification appear as Light disappeared. Player Light has been eliminated. Trick Room. Unlike normal rooms, it was governed by special rules and orders. Such rooms were more difficult than common ones, but if the rules were followed, it would be possible to conquer them and receive great rewards. However, any step that violated the mandatory rules would result in severe penalties. In front of Ban and Dako, these penalties were revealed with Light's elimination. Ban felt they were now in trouble. The difficulty of the Babel Tower always matched the maximum strength of the teams. When the difficulty value was set, even if the group lost members, it remained the same calculated for the initial number. That's why it was always crucial to advance to the next room only when the team was fully prepared. With Light rushing forward and being eliminated, Ban felt the expedition in the tower was already doomed to fail. He even cursed Light mentally. The orc placed his hand on his shoulder because, although Light's sword hadn't advanced, it had still caused a small open wound. The orc looked at his own hand, stained red. Centurion Kuros gritted his teeth while laughing. "You're an absurdly strong human. You went straight to take my life and still managed to wound me before losing yours. I enjoyed fighting you." The orc stepped forward, overflowing with energy, and began to grow as he challenged. "Come, human, face me. Face me, Centurion Kuros. I'm ready for anything you want to throw at me." Gritting his teeth, Ban wondered if breaking the rules had also strengthened the orc. Dako sighed, not expecting things to reach this point. "I knew the sword affected his mind, but I didn't think he'd become a complete idiot." Scratching his head, Ban ended up confirming Dako's words, which unfortunately were accurate. Ban hadn't known Light for long, but had never seen him so irresponsible and impatient. He really couldn't understand what had happened. The only possibility Ban could imagine was that restricting Light from using the sword throughout the expedition had caused a backlash in him. Dako didn't know if Ban was right, but she was sure of one thing. We can't trust that sword. He will definitely make a crucial mistake again because of it. With a dark look, Dako swore, "As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to make him go through serious training." Ban then looked at the orc, asking Dako to stay focused to clear the floor, but she refused. With one person eliminated, there's no reason to continue the expedition. However, Dako summoned her own sword. Advancing against the orc, she revealed her plan. "Let's use this chance to break as many rules as possible and find out how heavy the price is." The orc laughed upon seeing another human, not the weakest, advance. He pointed at Dako, shouting, "Just by looking at you, I know you're not the weakest. You're ignoring the rules again?" Dako stopped and looked back at Ban and Ruchel. She gritted her teeth because the decision was hard to make. She advanced decisively this time while speaking to Ban Yuan. "I'll apologize first, Ban Yuan. Try to handle this alone with the beast." As Dako stood before the orc and he raised his axe to eliminate her, she reminded Ban, "Don't forget what I said before we entered the tower. Understood?" Ban tried to stop her, but the orc, overflowing with energy, had already reached the young woman. Dako waited for the orc's attack alert. At the last second, she drew her sword. The rule violation notification appeared once again, along with the penalty notification. At the exact moment the orc attacked Dako with the axe, she, receiving the blow, counterattacked in kind. Ban, wide-eyed, stared at the result of that confrontation. Dako began to disappear as the notification that she had been eliminated appeared. Even after defeating the second human, the orc shouted in pain because, along with the axe, his hand flew away, the result of Dako's attack. Gritting his teeth, the orc shouted, "That skinny human, how dare she take my arm?" He fell to his knees before Ban, noticing the boy's presence. The protagonist, wielding his sword, commented, "You probably received a good strength boost because of the penalties, but of course you're not in condition to fight now." With a cold look, Ban declared as he raised the blade, "For the two who were sacrificed earlier, I will make sure to eliminate you and move forward." Gritting his teeth, the orc weakly asked, "Finally the weakest is stepping forward?" But slightly smiling, Ban concluded, "No, I don't think so." Ban was shocked as he felt the chaotic aura carried by Ruchel, who jumped onto him, attacking the orc. Ruchel spread her claws, extending her hand while roaring fiercely. Ban looked back, seeing Ruchel's advance, wide-eyed as he witnessed that she had completely gone mad. Quickly, Ban released his sword to stop Ruchel. The protagonist grabbed her wrists, preventing her advance. Ruchel gritted her teeth amid growls, trying to get past Ban, who blocked her. "Stop, Ruchel! If you break the rules too, we won't know what kind of buff this guy will get." Ban was talking about the orc, the same one Ruchel furiously wanted to attack. The protagonist didn't see his words reach his friend, and that left him with only one alternative. Raising one hand quickly, he created a magic circle. His intention, to plant positive emotions along Ruchel's mental path. Although it had been blocked last time, Ban tried once again to push various emotions into the beast's heart. Confident he would succeed, he made his magic circle shine incandescently. As soon as the circle disappeared, Ban checked if Dako had awakened from her madness. Unexpectedly, she fell to her knees, gasping heavily. Dako placed her hand on her throat as if feeling a tremendous lack of air, screaming in pain. Ban, faced with this, didn't know what to do. Worried, he couldn't understand why her condition was worsening. While Ban tried to save Ruchel, the orc he had ignored smiled maliciously. He gathered all the strength he had left, enduring the pain, and with the hand he still had, grabbed the lost axe. Ban tried to lift Ruchel, who had stopped screaming, asking if she could speak normally now, but Ruchel kept growling. Her fury and madness had not diminished. Unexpectedly, Ban felt Ruchel grab his shoulder. Before he could do anything, she threw him aside, saving him from the great orc's axe. Falling to the ground, Ban gritted his teeth, realizing the Centurion orc had attacked. The next thing he noticed was the notification that appeared. "Attack failed. The rules are gone." Ruchel moved quickly, positioning herself in front of Ban to protect him from the orc, who snorted, "Damn, I wanted to eliminate both at once. How frustrating." The orc, looking at the human who had appeared before him, was surprised and murmured, "That woman! Don't tell me that. Even acting on pure instinct, she still protects him." The orc's gaze shifted to Ban, unexpectedly commenting, "Hey, human man, you're really lucky. You have the best partner possible." Before he finished, sharp claws silenced him. Ruchel didn't allow the orc to finish his words and destroyed his upper body. While she protected him, Ban placed his hand on the right side of his body, feeling pain. If Ruchel hadn't acted as a shield, the orc's attack would have split Ban in half. Knowing they would both be in danger if this continued, Ban grabbed a healing potion and called out, "We need to heal our wounds before the floor change starts." However, darkly, Ruchel did not respond. A fierce and crazed look dominated her. Turning swiftly, she attacked Ban Yuan unexpectedly. The protagonist fell to the ground, startled. Before him, Ruchel placed her hands on the floor, releasing an extremely evil and terrifying aura, showing that her berserk state had never been neutralized. Ban could sense the furnace inside her burning his feelings even more intensely. While trying to understand what was happening, a glow appeared around him. The room change started, and soon the duo found themselves back in a scenario like before. They were not alone. Heavy footsteps caught their attention. In room 17, they found masked goblins, a tribe with numerous members armed with clubs and axes. Seeing such monsters, Rukel's loss of control increased, as did her fury. Worried, Ban frowned and hastily extended his hand to try to stop her, but before that, she charged fiercely. Seeing the beast woman attack, the goblins raised their weapons and advanced against her. Growling like a wild beast, Rukel extended the claws sprouting from her fingers and bared the teeth in her mouth. Before Ban, the battle began, exploding in ferocity. Clenching his angry fist, Ban punched the ground. He felt an immense sense of failure. He didn't know why, but he couldn't stop the furnace. Even having asked, with a smile on his face, for Rukel to trust him, without properly checking things beforehand, he had trusted too much in his own abilities with a completely careless mentality. Thinking about everything that had happened so far, Ban intensified his judgments against himself. Why didn't I think a little more? I judged and tried to deal with Rukel's fight as I wanted. Maybe I was just an arrogant fool. With a downcast look, Ban believed nothing else mattered. Since Light and Doko Yan had already been eliminated, the expedition could be considered a failure. Ban lost the will to try to stop Rukel. Being eliminated and sent back made more and more sense. In front of a goblin's bow and arrow, he didn't even move. The arrow was shot and he accepted his fate, but another person hadn't accepted it. Unexpectedly, Rukel jumped in front of Ban, taking the arrow for him. Seeing her between him and the goblins scared him. She pulled out the arrow and threw it to the ground, still ready to keep fighting. Standing up and gritting her teeth, intimidating the goblins, she showed she wouldn't give in. With all her instinct, Rukel growled wildly, screaming at the top of her lungs and releasing all her feelings in the form of fury. Ban partially understood the feeling in her voice, the instinct to protect. While Rukel advanced once again against the goblins, Ban recalled the words she had said to him with a smile before they climbed the tower. "I'm counting on you in there, Ban. I will listen to everything you say. I trust you, Ban." Although he knew the expedition had already failed and everything was already a mess, Ban took a potion from his inventory. Upon drinking it, he recovered 2 health points, 1 body point, 2 mystical energy points, and 1 charm point. With the natural healing speed increased by the potion, Ban declared decisively, "I won't let things end like this." Despite not giving up, he didn't see things improving either. Rukel kept attacking the goblins with all her energy. Although he needed to bring her back to normal, Ban didn't know how to achieve that. Moreover, recklessly meddling with the furnace didn't seem to be the answer. Ban tried to imagine what Rukel was like when she wasn't in berserk mode because of the furnace. She resembled more a puppy, completely dependent. However, the Rukel Ban was seeing now seemed like a beast rushing toward its own end. Then Ban realized something in his own thoughts. Rukel was a beast. Just because she was a beast didn't mean she couldn't be tamed. Only those born purely wild were like that, but Rukel was not. Ban clearly saw Rukel's normal side as her human side. He tried to imagine why Rukel didn't understand him. If she wasn't wild from the start, maybe there was something wrong with the approach he was taking to get closer to her. Ban remembered a question. "Do you know the word submission, Ban Yuan?" The words spoken by Dako brought understanding to Ban. At that moment, he had questioned whether submission was related to governance, but that was not the answer Dako wanted. Dako had explained point by point what Ban hadn't understood then. From the perspective of someone who is governed, it may seem unpleasant, but some find security in strong leadership. In that sense, that beast seems to want someone to whom it can submit, someone strong and dominant to control it. Looking Ban deep in the eyes, Dako had taught him how he should act. When she stops understanding your words, you must stop trying to speak gently to her. Ban hadn't believed Dako's instructions at that time, but now things seemed to make sense. He realized Rukel could still communicate, but his method was too weak. His voice wasn't reaching her. Then he decided to follow the only path that could truly reach her and make her stop fighting. Rukel, still full of fury, continued advancing against the goblins, oblivious to Ban's thoughts. At that moment, Ban jumped in front of her, blocking an attack by placing his sword before his own body. He swung the sword, making Rukel step back while shouting, "Rukel, enough!" The last goblin was confused when saved by the human, who tried to warn, "Rukel, this is the last goblin. If you defeat him, we'll be sent to the 18th floor. If that happens, we'll be eliminated quickly. So let's stop here. Let's heal and prepare first." Rukel, although grinding her teeth, did not immediately advance. Seeing the human stopped, the last goblin attacked with his axe. However, Ban broke his movement, as well as his teeth, with a kick. Irritated, Ban growled at the goblin. "I'm dealing with a serious matter. Shut up for a second." Fleeing to a corner, the goblin cried like a rookie. Looking at Rukel again, the protagonist noticed her movement. Rukel had gotten up and attacked again. Seeing that she refused to listen, only one alternative remained for Ban. Drawing a rope and twisting it like a whip, he growled with eyes full of irritation. "If that's the case, I have no choice but to use this." Ban threw the rope up, making it spin. Rukel was drawn by the rope, which Ban pulled fiercely toward her. The rope tore through the air like a whip. As it hit the ground, creating waves of energy charged with Ban's power, he shouted, making Ruchel retreat. "Back off!" Ruchel roared furiously at the attack, while, unexpectedly, the tone of her hair weakened slightly. However, she was still angry and saw Ban pick up a chair. With a cold look, he placed the chair on the ground. Grinding her teeth, afraid of the chair, Ruchel ended up hearing Ban's command. "Ruchel, sit down." Hitting and pointing to the chair, Ban ordered. The command made Ruchel scream even more furiously, but she screamed sitting in the chair, obeying. Ban sighed as if facing an idiot. Irritated, he hit the ground with the rope, growling, "Quiet!" Faced with the shout and the noise of the rope, Ruchel, with tears in her eyes, retreated. Ban, unexpectedly, extended his hand to her and asked, "Ruchel, give me your paw." Despite grinding her teeth, this time in frustration, Ruchel extended her hand, placing it on Ban's. When she touched his hand, he noticed she had retracted her claws. This made him praise her. "Good girl, very good." Extending the other hand, Ban touched Ruchel's head, petting her, and the girl replaced her furious eyes with surprised ones. To Ban's surprise, a shine appeared in Ruchel's hair, making her quickly return to normal. Feeling Ban's petting, Ruchel, now conscious, blushed completely while lowering her head. Seeing her speak again, Ban, surprised, felt relieved. "Ah, Ruchel, you're back. You finally came to your senses." In the middle of his sentence, Ruchel quickly stood up. Unexpectedly, she hugged Ban Yuan, whispering an oath. "You are the first and will be the only one in the world, my master." Ban felt a strong shock hit his body. The protagonist fell, with Ruchel falling into his lap, and wondered what had just happened. Immediately, a notification window appeared for him. The concept of submission has taken root. Ruchel has become a being governed solely and exclusively by Ban Yuan. Reading that, Ban felt like everything was insanity. Sometime later, Ruchel woke up again, now lying with her head on a pillow while a shirt covered her. Ruchel hurriedly got up as she remembered what had happened, only to hear Ban's voice beside her, tying up the goblin. "Oh, you're awake, Ruchel?" Tears of worry ran down Ruchel's face as she quickly approached Ban to check if he was hurt anywhere. To reassure her, Ban showed how the elixir had worked. He explained that he had made her drink the potion while she was unconscious to heal her wounds. The goblin, ignored, heard the beast that had wiped out his kind declare that she didn't feel pain anywhere. However, despite not feeling pain, Ruchel felt bad. "You saved me again, Ban. I ended up being a burden to you once more." Ban placed his hand on Ruchel's head once again, petting her while asking her not to worry. Looking at her warmly, he reminded her, "I promised I'd do everything I could. Sorry for being late. I didn't properly understand the messages you were sending me. If I had noticed a little earlier, we would have solved the problem more quickly." Ruchel took Ban's hand off her head and held it. Guiding his hand to her own cheek, she showed a sweet smile and with closed eyes whispered affectionately, "It's okay. I'm grateful you didn't forget and kept that promise in mind. Thank you for stopping me, Ban. No, thank you for stopping me, Master." Ban was shocked to hear Ruchel's words and blushed intensely. Quickly, he tried to correct her. "That's not right, this whole master thing." But as if caring about nothing else but her love for her master, Ruchel contradicted him. "What's wrong with calling my master master?" Ban put his hands on his head. There was a big problem in this situation. They were classmates. She couldn't say things that sounded like master and servant so openly. He tried to imagine what his family would do if they found out a girl his age was calling him master. He would surely be hung upside down and punished. Family disapproval was imminent. Unaware of Ban's thoughts, Ruchel asked if her master was okay. Stammering, he asked to talk later after a pause, but ended up yelling when he saw her try to snuggle up to him. In the end, Ruchel managed to stay with her arms crossed next to Ban and told her story there. "I was born a half-beast, but I'm different from other half-beasts. My ancestors were great, and my father held a contract with a constellation." Ruchel revealed that her father regretted making that contract, but the constellation had no intention of letting go of the family that carried the blood of great beasts in their veins, passing a kind of curse through him. She explained that the curse made her body burn emotions to gain power, but also caused her to be governed by those same emotions. Since childhood, whenever her feral instincts awakened, the curse burned emotions as fuel, spreading fury throughout her being. As she inherited the clan's legacy, few people could stop her. And since people were constantly getting hurt because of her, Ruchel lived suppressing her instincts and hiding her feelings. The more she did that, the more isolated she became. Ban understood Ruchel's feelings, as well as the reason she always seemed so passive. If any emotion served as fuel, she would go into berserk mode. Curious, Ban asked, "Is that why you joined the Union? To find the constellation that bound your family to this?" Ruchel denied it, saying neither her father nor she wanted to get involved with constellations again. Blushing slightly while lowering her head, Ruchel revealed there was a much more efficient method to suppress the burning of emotions, something she was searching for. Curious, Ban approached the girl who, hiding, revealed, "The method is to form a bond of subordination between master and servant, obeying the master's command. This is an instinct engraved in the soul of beastmen. They become completely submissive to the chosen master, and the master's command takes precedence over everything else. Sharing all the details, Ruchel revealed the reason why Ban was able to control her berserk mode, and at the same time asked, "As long as you want me not to lose control, the Simro furnace will not burn emotions again." Changing the subject, Ban ended up asking why Ruchel had chosen him among all people. The young woman had a clear reason for that. The soul rank of the master must be vastly superior to that of the servant, just extra sublimation. Not wanting to brag, Ruchel commented, "My soul rank is quite high, probably because I was born with the constellation's curse. Because of that, it would be practically impossible to accept anyone else as my master." Sitting next to Ruchel, the protagonist heard her talk about how her frustrated journey began by not finding anyone strong enough in the Union, even with students coming from all dimensions. Pausing to think, Ban remembered that when he first awakened his authority, his value was above 300 points. At the current moment, Ruchel's soul depth reached 200 points, while his reached 460. This perfectly met the Beastmen's conditions. After a brief minute of silence, Ruchel continued, surprising Ban, "When I saw you for the first time, I thought I could serve you, with you being my master. I've thought about that since we met." Hiding a shy smile that made her face completely pink, Dako thanked, "I'm very happy you made that decision in time. Thank you very much." Laughing a little dismissively, Ban commented that this decision was a bit heavy. However, Ruchel wouldn't let him go. Grabbing his arm, she said, "There's nothing to do. I've always held back until now, but I don't have to anymore. Now I can smile more, cry more, and act more courageously." Surprised, Ban saw Ruchel express the most sincere smile, full of gratitude and affection. "That's all thanks to you. Even if it's a bit heavy, you need to take responsibility for me, okay, Master?" Ban was silent for a moment before finally agreeing. Ruchel stood up upon hearing the answer, asking, "Shall we go now?" Confidently, she wanted to climb the tower alone with him as much as possible because she wanted to test what it was like to control the Simro furnace freely. Before they started doing anything, Ban realized he should give something to Ruchel. Extending his hand, he created the symbol of the wild instinct. Giving that power to Ruchel, he declared, "This is the wild energy I've gathered so far, including from the orcs we defeated recently. It's not much, but I want you to have it." With her eyes shining from the light, Ruchel was impressed by the amount of energy she was receiving. Still surprised, she asked if Ban was really giving that to her. Smiling, the protagonist nodded. He took Ruchel's hand, passing the power of the wild instinct while thanking her. "If you're okay with it, I'll gladly give it to you." Thus, a great incandescent glow lit up the room as the wild instinct was passed to Ruchel. Soon, a small link of light was formed, going from the tip of Ban's finger to hers. Looking at the mark on her finger, Ruchel was even more surprised. She smiled happily, holding her own hand, and confidently exclaimed, "Let's hurry and fight! I'm not afraid anymore now!" After Ruchel regained consciousness, the pair advanced using all their energy, but in the end, they didn't get very far and lost in the 19th room. The main reason Ruchel was frustrated was not because she was eliminated, but because she couldn't spend more time alone with Ban. When the two left the tower, Professor Yumina greeted them, congratulating them on their hard work. Confused, Yumina commented to Ban and Ruchel, "I tried to ask the two who left earlier for details, but they went straight to the training room before I could talk to them. By the way, Light was being dragged. Did something happen between those two?" Pressing his temples, Ban vaguely explained that there was no problem between them, reassuring the professor. Curious, he asked how much she had heard about the situation. During a snack with tea and donuts, Yumina revealed, still surprised, "I heard about the part where you captured an intruder. When I found out and saw the footage, I was really shocked. I didn't expect the attacks to continue week after week. No one predicted such a thing." It was evident in Yumina's sad eyes how worried she was. Encounters with intruders had a much higher chance of casualties than any other irregular phenomenon. This time, everyone had returned safely, but it wouldn't be a surprise if that didn't happen again. Attributing the outcome to luck, Ban Yuan asked if the professor had any idea why the intruders were attacking. Thinking deeply, Yumina pointed out he definitely wasn't affiliated with the academy, but he seemed to have some qualifications as a climber. Probably because you became promising rookies, they wanted to eliminate you before it was too late. Ban was surprised by how the professor referred to them. Precisely, Yumina revealed that people connected to a constellation naturally attracted the attention of other constellations, especially in their case, which was unique. Refusing a contract with a constellation showed strong will, as well as great potential. Leaving Ban speechless, Yumina concluded, "Many constellations want you, or at least are watching closely." Remembering the recording Ban had made, Yumina asked to confirm if those who attacked them were part of Exodus. Exodus was a notorious group of dimensional pirates and the largest to invade the tower, as it was supported by constellations. According to Yumina, the constellations supporting Exodus were extremely radical and known for being violent. The new information left Ban Yuan surprised and worried. Yumina was warning that they shouldn't make contracts with Exodus, as that would only put them on the path of the monstrous potential he had demonstrated. Sighing, Yumina felt relieved that Ban and the others had escaped, since Exodus had gone so far to get rid of them. Initially, she had expected that Class 11 wouldn't be noticed at least until the end of the first semester. As the professor fell silent again, Ban tried to recall the methods used by the invaders. They had resorted to simple tricks, but if they hadn't been noticed, could have caused tremendous suffering. Ban knew they only survived the invader because of everyone's high stats. A group of ordinary rookies would probably have been wiped out in their place. This situation really irritated Ban, who darkly wondered, how many people has Exodus eliminated like this? And there are even constellations supporting them. They tried to interfere with us since the last expedition. Is it the constellation's fault that Ruchel suffered so much this time, and now they are acting again? Unexpected fury took over Ban's expression, who swore not to forgive either Exodus or the constellations, and to get rid of both. Yumina, who had been silent, frowned worriedly at Ban. That's a really scary expression. Realizing he had gone too far with his feelings, Ban quickly apologized. However, Yumina felt the same way. Looking down, Yumina expressed her concern about the situation. All of you got caught in this situation. As supervisor, I should help you grow without interference, but it's frustrating not to be much help. Ban reassured her, saying no one could control what happened in the tower. Changing the subject, he asked what he should do about the tower video, which was already edited. Yumina did not hesitate and ordered, just put it online. Their plan failed, and as soon as the video comes out, they won't be able to do anything for a while. Let's humiliate them. After smiling at the professor's comment, Ban stood up. Having talked everything necessary, he prepared to leave. Before leaving, Ban commented, nothing good comes from getting involved with constellations. This only happened twice, but I'm already tired of it. I don't think I'll make a contract with them. Yumina thought this decision wise, but still wanted Ban to take a good opportunity. So she said, among constellations, there are those who care about their contractors. Confused, Ban turned to look at the professor, who began sweating desperately. She quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, but before you go, I have a suggestion. Far away, Dako frowned angrily. No, you absolutely won't go anywhere. That worm still needs more punishment. Light was on the ground, completely exhausted. Worried, Ban tried to calm Dako, but punishing him so harshly won't help either. Dako dragged Light out of the destroyed arena, since Ban wanted them to discuss what had happened in the tower. Before going somewhere to get fresh air, Light, crying, tried to get up. Ban, was what I did really that bad? Ban didn't even blink to answer. Yes, you messed everything up. Ban even pulled Light by the cheek, giving him extra punishment while complaining. If you hadn't messed everything up yesterday, we would have reached the 20th floor. Ruchel and I only got to 19 thanks to luck. Hearing Light say he had only made a small mistake, Dako got angry again. She clenched her fist furiously, forcing Light to hide behind Ban. Avoiding hitting him again, she growled, "You're calling that a small mistake? It seems you didn't reflect enough." Trying to use Ban as a shield, Light cried, No, it's my fault, it's my fault. Guys, I'm sorry, I was too convinced yesterday." Seeing how remorseful Light was, Ban asked Dako to spare him a little. Snorting, Dako looked away and soon declared, "All right, but I want 2 sets." Ban was confused, but Dako, who was hiding that she was blushing remembering Ban's body, commented, "You promised me in the tower, remember? That I could expect any gift." While Ban accepted Dako choosing whatever she wanted, Ruchel got jealous and Light felt left out. Sometime later in Flower City, Ronica, a group gathered in a clothing store. Dako held a black dress in front of her body, asking Ban, "Do these loose clothes really suit me?" While Ban reassured her, saying they suited her, Light, who was also there, felt that his combat clothes were even more flowing than hers. Dako wasn't sure what to choose, but decided to follow Ban's words, who asked her to try another outfit. Ruchel, watching the two, had dark eyes as if seeing prey. Irritated, she growled internally, "How dare she treat my master like a servant?" Next to Ruchel, Light called Ban worriedly, "Ban, I think you should pay attention here too." Dako, blushing without realizing it, smiled, something she didn't usually do. In Dako's mind, although she wasn't familiar with the style of clothes chosen, she liked them because they were recommended by Ban. It had been a long time since she had gone shopping freely, especially like this. While Doko smiled happily, someone was lurking. Ruchel, staring at her from a distance, said aloud for her to hear, "Greedy pig!" Dako shouted at Ruchel angrily, making her run to ask Ban for help, who didn't understand how they could start fighting so suddenly. Sometime later, Ruchel, extending her hand, brought a piece of candy to Ban's mouth. Seeing that scene, Dako, who should have been the one being treated, became extremely irritated. Blushing, Ban tried to push Ruchel away, saying he could eat by himself, but she refused not to feed him. Crossing her arms, Dako questioned, "Can we assume that the problem of this beast turning berserker in battles is solved, right?" Eating the candy served by Ruchel, Ban replied with his mouth full. Yes, that's right. Smiling and lovingly grabbing Ban's arm, Rushel rubbed against him, cheerfully commenting, yes, Yuan took care of it perfectly. Despite the situation between the two, Dako called it a victory since Rushel would be under control. Upon discovering that Rushel's problem had been resolved, Light realized he was now the only problematic one on the team. At the outdoor cafe, Ban asked Dako Yan how hard she had pushed Light to train for him to openly call himself problematic. Dako corrected Yuan's comment, he's not a problem, he's a ticking time bomb. Seriously, Dako drew everyone's attention to her opinion. Light's sword was a serious problem. Looking at the swordsman, she asked, do you have anything to say about what happened yesterday? However, even Light knew his actions had not been natural. Leaning back on the table, he sighed dejectedly. I'll try to fight without the sacred sword if possible. Seeing him set this condition to not fight with the sword, Dako became irritated, even worrying Ban. Seeing Light lie down on the table, hiding his face, Ban wondered why he was not open to not using the sword. He thought about how long Light would hide his problems from the group. In the end, Ban could only sigh and enjoy his iced coffee, as he couldn't force Light to reveal everything. However, amid the cold sips, Ban received a telepathic transmission from Dako. How long are you going to just stand there watching? Surprised, he looked at her, who, intimidating, reminded him, you share the same room, right? What's the point of having a handsome face if you don't use it? Flirt with him, just like you did with the beast. Ban nearly choked on his coffee, coughing hurriedly at Dako's words. Unaware of the mental transmission Ban had received, Rushel hurriedly asked if he was okay. While Rushel tried to take care of Ban, Dako kept sending telepathic transmissions to him. If you keep tiptoeing around him, he'll keep being stubborn and hiding things, right? You managed to charm the beast, so why not Light? Ban finally looked at Dako again and replied, I just wanted to get along with Rushel. It's not what you're thinking. Besides, Light is a guy. What do you expect me to do? Dako looked away, irritated, avoiding eye contact as she put him against the wall, reminding him that he was the one who wanted to support those two. I'm doing my part, but you also need to do yours instead of just sitting there doing nothing. Almost rolling his eyes, Ban said he was already planning to do something. Changing the subject and addressing everyone, Ban opened an information window while commenting, guys, have you heard about the special external activities next week? I'm sending you the details via message, so check it out. Rushel, upon hearing Ban's words, recalled that these activities involved trips to other dimensions. Ban confirmed the information, saying they were large-scale activities where students and teachers traveled together. Since it was the first time Dako heard of such a thing, she asked if the Union always did public service like this. Upon seeing the trip information, Light began to get irritated, changing his attitude. What is this? Observing the lower dimensions, in the name of the poor souls who can't defend themselves, the goal of this special activity is to stop the monster wave. Why do you talk about the lower dimensions as if they couldn't exist without the care of a higher dimension? Ban agreed with Light, and Dako next to him commented, if he wants to become a leader of all dimensions, I think that level of perspective is essential. You don't need to distort your thoughts so much. Light, sighing, hid his irritation, frustrated because all these activities were just preliminary education for those who wanted to become deities. Ban remained silent. He had felt something for some time. Seeing how strongly Light resented the higher dimensions, he imagined something must have happened on the planet where Light lived. Putting aside Light's story, Ban said he needed to tell them something else. Ban shocked the three at the table with his words. Starting this week, I will be attending Professor Yumina's magical combat classes, so I'll be training for now. The trio at the table shouted in unison, why are you telling us this only now? A few days later in the training room, Ban found himself sitting on the floor. With the magic wand in hand, Ban asked her, you can speak freely now, I'm all ears. Seeing the wand silent, Ban smiled darkly, intimidating her. Hey, if you fail again today, maybe I'll have to break you. It's been 3 days since I got you, and you still haven't given me any concept of magical language. Maybe it's because you have a strong ego, but clearly you're not cooperating. Ban was running out of time. Professor Yumina treated him like a magic apprentice because he had obtained a magical artifact. For that reason, he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated in the next day's class. Ban threw the magic wand on the ground, picking up a hammer while sighing. Time is running out. I'm still struggling with the concept. There's no other way, right? I just need to destroy you and absorb the concept from your remains. Ban raised the hammer with a dark look, saying goodbye to the wand. If you end up breaking, it's your fault, not mine. Goodbye. However, the moment before the hammer hit the magic wand, it shouted, wait! The magic wand hastily revealed its voice. You, human! You just looked inside me without warning and think you can just talk to me now? Don't be ridiculous! Who do you think you are to try to break me? Confused, Ban picked up the magic wand and asked what she meant by saying he had entered inside her. Are you talking about my Babylonian code ability? The magic wand, angrily, raged against Ban. That barbaric power! Why would I acknowledge someone who uses such brutal authority? Magic is the path of those who follow the noble, elegant, and absolute laws of the cosmos. And yet you tore me apart without even asking permission. Someone like you could never become a mage. Forcing himself to cover his ears due to the wand's shouting, Ban told her to be quiet. Turning the wand upside down, Ban stared at it wide-eyed, ordering it to stop making a fuss and quickly deliver the concept it possessed. Wondering how he ended up with such a brute, the magic wand gave in. It shook hastily, throwing out a small sphere of light with words around it. Upon collecting that concept, Ban received a notification, absorbing 1,100 units of magical languages. The depth of the eye that sees all, ear that hears all, and tongue that speaks all has reached 165. The wand, head down, commented that it had always imagined it would create a mage who would shake the world, but now it was being usurped, falling into a pathetic life. Reminding the wand that it wasn't even human, Ban asked what life it was talking about. While Ban continued looking at the language notifications, a different notification appeared. Absorbing 50 units of elemental magic. Soul depth has reached 510. Surprise filled Ban's golden eyes. The depth of this concept was no joke. New notifications surged. Complete transformation into kanji of magical language is now possible. Besides this, an elemental notification appeared. Fire, water, wind, earth, and other attributes can now be artificially generated, amplified, and controlled. Extending his hand, Ban created a magic circle with 5 elements. Now, he could understand the magical language and its structure, something previously impossible. Finally, he could participate in Professor Yumina's classes without any worry. Looking at the magic wand in his hand, Ban realized it was more impressive than he had imagined. Worried to see the young man's interested look, the magic wand began to tremble. Curious, Ban asked, "What is it?" "Surprisingly, you're more intact than I expected." Trembling as its surroundings darkened, the magic wand cried, "This doesn't make sense. Why would they do this to me? Why?" Ban, confused, stared at the magic wand, which went into a monologue. "I was never someone like this, like the will of a tool." Worried, the protagonist saw the magic wand coming closer and closer to a backstory. He didn't want to know, but ended up hearing what he didn't expect. The magic wand shouted at the top of its lungs, I used to be human!" A silence broke out in the training room due to the shocking revelation of the magic wand, which, seeing the disbelief in the boy's eyes, shouted even louder, "I'm telling you I was human!" Ban couldn't believe the magic wand, as its words sounded like something taken from a novel or a comic book due to the huge cliché. However, bravely, the magic wand insisted it was not making things up and that it really had been a living being, a flesh and blood human. As eyes appeared in the heart-shaped crystal of the wand, it raged. "Those people, those I trusted, betrayed me and locked me inside this wand. They implanted false memories in me to reduce me to a pathetic being." Confused, Ban asked why her memories were returning precisely at that moment. The magic wand, held by Ban, revealed that when he absorbed her powers, apparently the core of the spell that sealed her memories and powers had been broken. Still not fully convinced, Ban asked if her memories and power had really been completely restored. But the wand replied that she was not yet at full power, having been sealed for so long. Rolling his eyes as if he didn't believe it, Ban didn't give it much importance. Internally, he wondered skeptically, "She's an object that needed to be sealed for ages? Well, from the moment we found her, the stats of this wand were already impressive. The wand found in Zone 10's room had 200 soul points." Thinking about that stat, Ban realized the magic wand was on the same level as Ruchel, who was born with a really high level among her race. While Ban was surprised by other things, an aura of revolt rose around the magic wand in his hand, unnoticed by him. The wand ignited with dark flames as it raged. "I will have my revenge, I swear. No matter what happens, I will regain all my power. I will track them all down." Ban tried to calm the magic wand until he heard what it was saying. He dropped the wand, which rose up full of energy. As the wand made its oath, it began to change shape before Ban's eyes. Reforming in the air, the magic wand transformed, and with a glow of power, became an imposing magic staff, like a spear holding a sun. The complete transformation shocked Ban, but when he grabbed the staff, he once again saw the wand curse those who had trapped it in that form, as if it were its mantra, its reason for existing. Ban felt that a basic school student's magic wand had transformed into an emo-goth teenager. Now the magic wand was called Tears of Selen, and its attributes were 350 points both in mana and soul. The name caught Ban's attention, as did the stats, which soared once again. After complaining a lot, the staff grew tired. It had tried hard but could not remember the names of those who had trapped it in that staff. The memories it had unlocked seemed to be its limit. Surprised by the staff's comment, Ban asked, "So there's still room for more growth? This isn't beginner-level stuff, is it?" Called a beginner, the staff became outraged. "What? Beginner? You called me a beginner? Don't say stupid things. Do you think I'm so insignificant that I can only teach basic magic? Don't even think about using me for low-level missions." Ban Yuan realized that the Selen staff, upon recovering part of its memory, had changed attitude. When Ban called the staff by the name Selen, it became confused but soon revealed that was the name it appeared under, thus offering a deal. Before the staff, he proposed, "If you help me properly, I will guarantee your wish too. That way you can regain your power, your memories, and complete your goal." Hearing the proposal, the staff fell silent. The next day, before the magical combat class, Ban met with Light, Ruchel, and Dako. Ruchel quickly grabbed Ban's arm, excitedly asking, "I really can't go with you? I think just being by your side is fine, right? I'll be quiet, please." Light grabbed Ban's other arm, crying, "After thinking for a few days, not using the sacred sword seems wrong, doesn't it? Why take that risk? Where would I find something better than my sword?" Ban quickly pushed them both away, angry. "No, that's not going to happen. Absolutely not. Dako, take them with you." Dako smiled mischievously behind Ruchel and Light, snapping her fingers while commenting, "Hey, I didn't like how those two were acting lately. Maybe this will make them better." Grabbing Ruchel and Light by the collars, Dako dragged them away as they cried, pleading for Ban to save them. Left alone again, Ban sat on a sofa, able to rest in peace. Opening a numbers window, the protagonist began studying the structure of the student's teleport card, the one present in the necklace given when they joined the Union. The codes in binary numbers represented concepts related to spatial movements. To use them, Ban would need to extract only the variable element, the coordinate. Feeling somewhat clever, Ban smiled internally. With his current understanding, as well as Selen's power, this matched very well with coordinate generation. Spells he didn't understand before could now be easily deconstructed and reconstructed by him. Configuring the teleport device's information, Ban inserted some pre-memorized coordinates, as well as adding an activation point. In the end, a magic circle appeared around him, impressing him with the result. Thus, he disappeared, teleporting instantly. Ban reappeared elsewhere, startling a young witch who was resting there. She watched him celebrate, somewhat wide-eyed. Curiosity forced her to ask, "Teleportation?" Hearing someone's voice, Ban turned around. The blue-haired girl, wearing a pointed hat with a buckle, stood up, looking at Ban as she asked, "Did you just use teleport?" The protagonist smiled, confirming he had used the function in the student's identifiers. However, the girl questioned as if she knew the truth. "You changed the coordinates, didn't you?" Surprised, the protagonist confirmed yes. Walking forward and staring Ban in the eyes, making him somewhat uncomfortable, the girl asked how he had done that. Shyly, Ban answered, "Well, with mana, obviously." That made her even more curious. "You read and deciphered the entire vast code of the student's identification?" The girl grabbed Ban's shirt, firmly questioning, "How did you manage to change only the coordinate necessary for spatial teleport?" As if interrogating, she pressed the protagonist. "How did you interfere with the code created by the director?" Afraid, Ban wondered why he was being suddenly interrogated, wondering if he had done something wrong. More importantly, he wondered who that girl was, and if he had seen her before. Startling Ban, Yumina appeared behind him, making him shiver completely. Ban turned around quickly, seeing the teacher. The teacher, standing there, calmly commented, "You found the way here very well, Ban Yuan. Oh heavens, I told you to join the magic class but forgot to say where the classroom was. I thought I'd have to come get you, but you found the room by yourself." Hearing the teacher's words and the student interrogating, the young mage looked at them with a curious gaze. Yumina noticed the girl's presence and greeted her. "Oh, Ira, you're here too. Well, shall we start together then?" Bowing in thanks, the young Ira agreed with Yumina. Ban Yuan stood beside Yumina, who smiled silently. Sighing, Ban thanked her. "Thank you for intervening, teacher. It's the first time I've seen someone be so aggressive like that since I met Dako Yan." Smiling relieved, Yumina commented, "Well, I also prefer not to have any event that adds other heroines." Leaving Ban somewhat confused, Yumina prepared to start the class. On a plateau in the sky, inside a covered arena where only a few selected students were gathered, Yumina, standing at the podium, called everyone's attention. "Everyone, a new student is joining our class. This is Ban Yuan from Class 11. Please give him a warm welcome." Seeing some clap for his joining the class, Ban nodded lightly and introduced himself. "From now on, I hope to learn a lot from all of you." Somehow, Ban was already in that situation. All the students there, although clapping and greeting him, burned with hatred because he had spoken so cheerfully with the beloved teacher, Yumina. Looking around, Ban found only 9 students in total. It seemed that only a few could really use magic, as well as their innate abilities. While looking around, Ban spotted the mage who had questioned him earlier. Thinking about the girl, he tried to remember her name, Ira. She was sitting alone, which confused him, making him wonder if she and the other students were on bad terms. However, Ban noticed something that rejected his initial thought. In Ira, a large amount of mana exploded like a sun, while in the other students this aura was just like a light breeze. There was a great barrier between them, the same that distanced them. Ban recalled that Dokuyan in the special class had said there was someone possibly stronger than Orduma. Looking at the blue-haired girl with the pointed hat, Ban wondered if that person could be her. While Yumina prepared to start the class, a short-haired blonde girl raised her hand. "Teacher, I have a question." Yumina asked Misty to ask her question, and the girl quickly asked, "If this student can also use magic, why hasn't he been attending classes until now?" Yumina did not hide the truth and told what surprised everyone. About that, he obtained an artifact during a recent exploration. The artifact chose him as its owner, awakening his talent for magic. Hearing about the artifact, everyone was stunned and wide-eyed. The surprise and confusion of all made Yumina realize something, allowing her to make a little promotion. "Oh, it seems you haven't subscribed to the channel yet. The exploration video from last week is already online. Please check it out. I even appeared in some scenes." Immediately, all who hadn't subscribed to the channel signed up, just because of the beautiful teacher. Seeing how even Yumina promoted his video channel, Ban was left speechless. Some students, however, were confused about the information that an artifact would awaken magical talent in someone, as well as choose that person as its owner, something they had never seen before. Yumina heard everyone's comments and kept a smile as well as silence, leaving her thoughts only to herself. All of you are incredible enough to be selected by the Union, but you probably have never heard of cases like this before. After all, being born with magical talent is extremely rare. It is understandable that it is hard to accept this situation, but for students with hidden talents, things like this happen all the time. After hearing the clarifications, Misty raised her hand again. "Teacher, so can we ask him to show us some magic?" Of course, without using the artifact. Ban was surprised by the girl's request, who wanted to see what awakening a latent talent meant. Yumina defensively tried to protect Ban, but he spoke up. "I'm fine with doing that, teacher." Even Yumina was surprised by Ban's words, as she knew he had only obtained the artifact a week ago. Ban, standing up, asked the girl for understanding. "I just started learning magic, so keep in mind I'm not ready for anything complex." Despite the calm words, Ban kept a smile on his face, making Misty suspicious. Ban walked to the center of the classroom arena, thinking about spells. There were several spells he still couldn't do, so he decided to use the most basic one. For the selected magic, Ban chose the air element. Extending his hands, he summoned the element. Thinking about the shape that appeared in everyone's minds, he changed the form of the magical attribute, making it spin like a tornado, expanding. In the next moment, Ban used fire, surprising many by seeing him use elemental magic. Combining wind with fire, Ban created a tornado that furiously rose in the center of the arena. Many students ended up stepping back, afraid of the flames growing under Ban Yuan's command. Most were shocked and commented aloud, "He doesn't even use incantation! This is more like a physical ability than magic!" However, Misty, who watched attentively, knew that was definitely magic. That was a type of magic that didn't need incantation. Ira silently observed Ban's magic, while many made noise. With many thoughts in mind, she said nothing. After Ban demonstrated the magic, Yumina asked him to finish it. Quickly, clapping her hands, Ban Yuan extinguished the flames and wind. Yumina clapped with a smile, praising, "That was an amazing demonstration. The lack of incantation was surprising, but the power was just as impressive." It's hard to believe he just started learning magic now, isn't it, everyone? At Yumina's question, everyone fell silent. As Ban climbed the bleacher stairs, he heard some frustrated people. "Ugh, so that's what a special admission talent looks like. Damn, he might be better at magic than me." Misty, beside the frustrated young man, reassured him. "It's just a dumb elemental magic, don't make such a fuss." Curious, Ban looked at a point in the arena. He looked at the blue-haired girl to see if she showed any reaction, but seeing her keep a blank expression, he ended up sighing. Ira had turned her gaze away, thinking mentally, "This kind of thing is boring, is that all?" Finishing the welcomes, Yumina asked everyone to prepare for the start of the class. Mocking internally since the girl was strong enough not to care about his skills, Ban sat down. At the end of the class, when Ban was preparing to leave, someone unexpectedly grabbed him by the shirt. Looking to the side, he realized it was Era who had stopped him. The girl was there to question him once again. "You still haven't answered the question I asked earlier." Seeing Era talking to the special admission student, some students became curious. Unaware that they were watching him, Ban tried to move away from Era. "I thought I already answered you earlier," but she still insisted. "Did you analyze and interfere with the entire code the director designed?" Confused, the protagonist asked if that was something very difficult to do. Ira was quite invasive in her questions. "I would understand if you had authorization to edit teleport coordinates, but how did you do it?" Seeing Era press Ban Yuan again, Yumina approached them, calling the girl. Still holding Ban Yuan so he wouldn't run away, Era asked Yumina if she needed something. Denying normally, Yumina revealed that in fact she needed Ban Yuan since he had a counseling session scheduled. Moreover, Yumina assured Era, leaving her surprised. Ban never received any kind of permission for modifications. Those permissions are only granted to full professors. Hearing the teacher, Era commented frustrated, "Ugh, so he really did it with his own abilities." Confirming the girl's thought, Yumina asked if her answer clarified the doubts she had. Thus, she said goodbye to Era, asking Ban Yuan to follow her. As Ban followed Yumina, he didn't notice that Era clenched her hand in a mix of frustration and irritation. After following the professor, Ban was questioned. "I heard you edited the functions of your student ID." Stating that he thought he could do it, a worried Ban asked if it was perhaps forbidden. To Ban's good fortune, Yumina denied it. Student IDs are fragments of the tower's power that the director enhanced to be easier to handle. She instructed Ban, so that the director wouldn't reprimand him, "Just try not to break your ID." Upon hearing Yumina's reassuring words, the protagonist sighed in relief. Still with her back to Ban, Yumina commented, "In the first place, editing the functions of a student identifier while being a student is considered impossible anyway." The protagonist was surprised to hear the professor. Now he understood why the girl he met earlier was questioning him so desperately. Ban Yuan put his hands on his head. Someone like him shouldn't have been able to approach her the way he did. While Ban was worrying, he heard the professor laugh. Seeing the smile on her face, he asked if she was happy to discover that he had edited the identifier. Yumina had a reason. "From the beginning, I thought your abilities would be good for magic, Yuan. As I expected, you showed something impressive as soon as your magic blossomed." While following the professor for the conversation she said she wanted to have, Ban worriedly asked if the subject was related to what he did with the ID. The professor reassured him, "Of course not. The director isn't so idle as to summon you for something like that." Ban was shocked to hear about the director. He believed he was going to talk with Yumina herself. While Ban was still wondering why he was being summoned, Yumina placed her hand on his chest and wished, "Have a good meeting, Yuan." Immediately, a hole of energy appeared beneath Ban's feet, sucking him into another world. Just like the first time, the protagonist felt like he was falling into space. He couldn't move or walk. The other side of the portal emerged in a special room. There were no doors or walls, just the floor, an armchair for the guest, and the director's desk. Having fallen face first onto the floor, Ban supported himself on the armchair, slowly getting up. An old man's voice reached Ban's ears. "Welcome. It seems you have become much closer to Professor Yumina." Upon looking forward, Ban Yuan was surprised. Before Ban was an old man who looked like a doll. With his hand on his chest, he advised, "Please, don't let Yumina's followers find out." Ban recognized the thing in front of him as a butler doll, which must have been used by the director. As he sat down in the armchair, Ban wanted to start a different subject. "Shouldn't I be more careful in hiding the fact that I have these meetings with you, Master?" The director didn't think this would be a problem, as long as Ban Yuan didn't go around talking about it. The director then moved on to a more important topic. First year is used for general studies. But when you reach the second year, you must decide what to focus on. Ban Yuan, what are your plans? The sudden question about a specific topic caught Ban Yuan off guard. He hadn't imagined he should already be making his decision at this moment. Time had been passing in such a chaotic way lately that Ban hadn't even had time to think. Ban Yuan's entire journey over the past few weeks began to flash before his eyes. "It hasn't been long since I enrolled, but I've already been learning. Martial arts, climbing the tower, attending classes, training, and now I've awakened my magic ability and even manifested my magic power. The Babylon Coded has gained an incredible number of combinations and great utility. I've truly evolved to a different dimension compared to when I first enrolled." Imagining how he had managed to get this far, Ban made a decision and replied, "I will, with my current classmates from class 11, choose what will allow me to stay with them as much as possible." Hearing Ban's choice, the director warned him, "In this academy, there are talents beyond your imagination and professors who can help you develop your skills. Still, you choose to remain with your current classmates?" Humbly, the protagonist replied, "Yes, I am the best person to speak about my abilities, and I know how to develop them. The best way to enhance them is to continue following my current classmates." Since the director had spoken about professors, Ban ended up thinking about Yumina. "I believe that no matter which main subject I choose, Professor Yumina will set aside some time for me." Darkly, the director asked if the young man planned to be a burden to the professor. The protagonist was surprised. He didn't understand what the director meant. It was a bit confusing, but still, he gave an answer. "That's not it. It's just that Professor Professor Yumina has great expectations for me. I want to meet those expectations. The director listened to what Ban thought and reminded him, her expectations are high. However, her actions are not solely for the great success of the students. This time, Ban Yu-wan was confused and asked the director what he meant. The director turned away, so as not to show his expressions. Although the doll had them. You didn't understand? So be it. I will wait and observe. The director changed the subject once more, this time moving to the main topic. In choosing the location for this special activity, a certain powerful family exerted great influence. Ban was confused about why the director was suddenly talking about a special activity, and what family was this? Despite his doubts, he continued to listen. The director continued, they will become obsessed, the Ortima family. Upon hearing about Ortima, Ban remembered the student who fought against Dako. Confused, Ban asked, aren't the special activities decided at your discretion, Master? The director, however, reminded him how numerous patrons provided support to the academy. Therefore, if he didn't allow them room to interfere, it would be easy to provoke a revolt. Still, Ban didn't believe the director would allow outsiders to interfere with the tower or the students. The director nodded, stating that he protected all activities on campus, but he could do nothing about external activities. Ban started grinding his teeth, annoyed, with every word that proceeded from the director's mouth. I return. The patrons remain docile and support also extends. To the academy. The protagonist was direct after hearing the director's words. His voice irritated. In short, what you're saying now is that Ortima is plotting something through this special activity, and you, Master, knew about it and tipped us off. Is that what you're saying? The director denied and corrected. If I had sold you out, I wouldn't be warning you about this. I just heard rumors, nothing more. The director's words left Ban extremely annoyed, as the two things were similar. He didn't understand what the director was trying to do, just as he didn't understand why Ortima was suddenly involved. Knowing nothing about the special activity, Ban Yu-wan wondered exactly how it would start full of problems. That's why he needed to create a plan immediately. To prepare, Ban asked the director what Ortima was planning. The director, however, refused to give more details. Telling you even this much is excessive interference on my part, born of my expectations for you. I don't plan to say anything more. Ban's expression became dark, but he could do nothing but thank him. With the subject ending, Ban prepared to leave, giving the excuse that he remembered he had something important to do. Before he left, the doll on the table stopped him and reminded him, revealing this to others is not permitted. The secrets of the academy must never leave this room. Ban Yu-wan already imagined something like this, and stated that he wouldn't talk about anything that had been said to him. However, he asked, is it okay to discuss the possibility of some danger arising, right? Ban Yu-wan came across as the director expected, talking about the matter only indirectly. Before sending the young man away, the director, however, revealed, I have something else to give you. Ban already had his eyes closed, expecting to be sent away, when a light appeared. The light covered the doll the director was using to communicate as he revealed, for the past 2 weeks, I have been following your activities with great interest. The process of proving your abilities and gaining recognition has been as perfect as flowing water. The director revealed he had high expectations for Ban. I have viewed him with immense worth. In that sense, I will grant you a small gift. As the doll appeared to be on fire, an energy zipper was materialized. The zipper opened, and a giant spatial eye emerged. Ban could see that the eye in the energy cloud before him was the eye of the person at the entrance ceremony. The director's voice began to be transmitted from the eye. As you wish, so it shall be. You shall become solid. The second he finished the incantation, the spatial energy impacted Ban. Ban could see the energy enter his body as a new power was delivered to him. He had experienced and mastered the concept of solids. The notification appeared. The concept depth of solidity has reached 10. The will of the absolute positively affects your physical body. The depth of your physical body has become 285. An energy glowed with small stars while releasing rays throughout the room. A new notification arose from contact with the energy. Influenced by the will of the absolute, your art of divine manifestation momentarily undergoes transcendent acceleration. Greatly stimulated by your manifestation, the depth of your physical body has been reduced to 250. A change in the concept of your physical body is underway. The energy began to explode inside Ban Yu-wan's body. It coursed through the protagonist's entire body like cybernetic pathways, continuing to stimulate a purification. A considerable amount of negative concepts within your body has been extinguished due to the training of your art of divine manifestation. A positive surplus of life has been generated. Having achieved transcendental acceleration, the depth of your divine manifestation art has reached 40 points. The energy of the art of divine manifestation had completely changed. The extra energy inside Ban continued to stimulate the growth of other concepts after the quality increase in his magical power. After seeing the change in Ban finish, the director commented, catching the young man's attention, "Astonishing! I merely wanted to help you resist that power more easily by engraving it directly into your body. But it seems you gained something beyond my imagination." Confused, Ban asked which power he was referring to. The director revealed he was talking about Ortima's ability, the power to impose one's will on the world. The ability was still structurally weak due to Ortima being young, but most people had no choice but to submit to such power. Ban Yuan was surprised to hear that he would be able to resist the power to a certain degree. The director still couldn't believe such a positive result had occurred. Ban Yuan knew this was thanks to the ability Dako transmitted to him. "I have a good friend. It seems the ability she gifted me has high compatibility with the master's blessing." The director knew what Ban was talking about and instructed him, "Be grateful to that friend. The price she paid to teach you was certainly not small." Thus, they ended the meeting, and the director prepared the way for Ban to return to the Academy. The next day came the morning of the special activity. Ban led his group of friends, reminding them, "No one forgot anything, right? Tissues, a mirror, drinks." Ruchel sighed upon hearing Yuan. "Ban, you sound like a father sending a child off to a picnic. Don't worry, we'll come back without any problems." Light agreed with Ruchel and questioned if Ban wasn't worrying a bit too much. Upon hearing the two, Ban reprimanded them. "If you were the parents of children like those in our year, wouldn't you possibly worry?" Dako could also see how carefree the duo was. As she walked to the outer courtyard of the academy, she warned, "Don't think I'll let it slide if you do anything reckless the moment things get even a little dangerous." Ruchel, however, was extremely calm, being next to Yuan. Light ended up following Ban's warning. "Wherever I go, I maintain the consciousness of a battlefield." As the quartet walked, many watched them. Everyone knew the group called Rebellion, but it was the first time for many to see them in person. Attention was drawn to the four. Even fans appeared. "They're so much prettier in real life. I wonder what kind of video they'll publish this time." Seeing the expectation of the people around them, Doko approached the protagonist, Ban Yuan. Starting the channel really was a good decision. The protagonist agreed with her easily. The whole group agreed. As they headed to the hall, they remembered the past. Ban had awful memories. "When I first enrolled, I felt like I was met with hostility everywhere I went." Dako agreed, but commented how lately the opposite was actually happening. Lately, they started feeling admiration and goodwill coming from the other students. Dako believed they had the strong support of the normal students, at least excluding the special classes. While the group was talking, Professor Yumina appeared and waved to them. The professor approached with a light subject. "Did you have a healthy breakfast? Are you all completely prepared?" The group nodded in response to both questions. Satisfied, Yumina moved on to the main topic. "Since this is a rare day out, I think it would be nice to dress up a bit more." The professor snapped her fingers, creating a magic circle. The next second, flowers appeared clipped in the hair of everyone in the group, just as Yumina already had a flower in her hair. Upon seeing them with the flower in their hair, the professor smiled. "So beautiful." The flower wasn't just aesthetic though, Yumina warned. "This beautiful rose will protect you wherever you go." While Dako almost went crazy, as the large red flower broke her cold person aura, Ban tried to do something. "Professor, even for our class, this is a bit too showy." Dako was grinding her teeth firmly, complaining, "How are we supposed to walk around wearing something like this?" Dako was about to remove the flower when the professor warned, "It's better not to remove it." Her gaze, this time, was extremely serious. "In preparation for the special activity, this is a protective item I created for all of you." Yumina asked everyone to keep the rose with them. Ban, worried, immediately nodded. The quick interaction between Ban and the professor did not escape Dako's sharp eyes. However, Doko was more focused on the shape of the item on her own head. "I hate looking like this. Isn't there another way?" Yumina already imagined that Doko would say something like that, and so, she declared, "I created it in a way that you can transform it into whatever you want." With the snap of Yumina's fingers, something happened. The flower that was in Dako's hair disappeared, and a hair tie appeared in the young woman's hair, tying her white hair into a ponytail. Ruchel was impressed when the same effect happened with the flower in her hair. In Light and Ban Yuan, however, the flower turned into an earring on their ear. Dako became even more revolted when this happened, and ground her teeth even harder. "If you could do that, you should have done it from the start." Seeing the angry girl seemed like a pastime for Yumina, who smiled a bit more. While the group was talking, a professor, specifically Zenon, went up to the stage, speaking loudly. "Everyone is now gathered." Ban and the others headed to their seats, listening to the vice director speak. "Very well, we will now begin the special activity. First years from Class 1, please begin boarding the Dimensional A's ship." in order. Light was curious to hear about the ship, as he remembered that to board it, they needed to gather at a port. Yumina cleared up Light's doubt about the dimensional ships. What Light believed only worked for the small ones, but the dimensional ship they were going to use was a large-scale one, which was docked next to the auditorium. A spaceship covered practically the entire outer campus of the academy. The director and Professor Zenon could summon it using the authority control they wielded. Upon seeing the ship, Ruchel was impressed. Ban had never seen anything that size since the entrance ceremony. As soon as they finished talking, Ban Yu-wan asked his team, "Class 11, should we then begin the special activity?" If you enjoyed today's recap and want more manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.